So the Tisha B'Av learning is sponsored here at Keter Torah by Ann and Charles Bartel, by Diana and Dr. Michael Feintuck and family to commemorate the yahrzeit of Michael's grandfather, David Leib ben Shmuel Zelig, David Budman, Zichrona Livracha, by Rochelle and Phil Goldschmidt to commemorate the yahrzeit of Phil's mother, Lana Bas Yehuda HaKohen, Elizabeth Goldschmidt, Zichrona Livracha, and by Neely and Daniel Sklar to commemorate the yahrzeit of Daniel's mother, Shana Bas Avram Shmuel, Jenny Sklar, Zichrona Livracha. I want to thank Rabbi Baum, I want to thank Rabbi Wein and Howard for putting together and for organizing the Tisha B'Av Kinos. And on the OU side, we want to thank Richard and Deborah Parkoff of Lawrence, New York, who each and every year sponsor the learning of the Kinos. This morning, we're going to start with the 11th Kinot. And the backdrop is the following. Think about something that happened in our lifetime. In 1992, there was a study done of Americans, and they asked Americans from throughout the length and breadth of the United States, do you believe that 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust? And something like 63% of Americans said yes, meaning 30% questioned it. They either said outright, no, it's a lie, or they questioned the veracity of that. What happened in 1993, 1994? Steven Spielberg. He had been shown a number of scripts. He liked the idea of what we call Schindler's List. It was a survivor who had met with him, approached him. People had written up a script. And he said, it's not going to work. It was actually the third screenwrite, the third script that was shown to Steven. And he decided that that would make a powerful movie and a statement to the world. And that film, now you have to understand, the role that Ben Kingsley played in that film, Stern was a composite figure. There was no Stern in real life. There were actually two people who were Schindler Juden, who'd grown up in Krakow, in the ghetto, who had been taken to Plaszow, to the labor camp. And he was a composite figure. They asked the very same question to a similar set of Americans 2 years later. 92% of Americans believed that 6 million people died in the Holocaust. From the story of one person. Now, not everyone is Steven Spielberg, but from the story of one person, this composite character, Stern, in Schindler's List. When you talk to someone on the face of the globe, what do they associate with the Holocaust? The diary of Anna Frank, what we call the diary of Anne Frank. Now, from a point of view of the Shoah, that's insignificant. It's not historically meaningful, impactful. To us, when we read it, it's incredibly meaningful, incredibly impactful. Why? For a very simple reason. Human beings cannot fathom 6 million. It's a number we just can't fathom. We can't fathom 60,000. Just can't. But the story of one adolescent girl in hiding, Anna Frank, and just if I could say parenthetically, when National Socialism took over Germany in 1933, when Hitler made the pact with von Hindenburg, there were 550,000 Jews in Germany. And with the various pieces of legislation, with the anti-Jewish laws, what you ended up having was about half of those Jews fled. Very few could get into America, very few could get into England. Most of the German Jews who fled ended up fleeing to the Netherlands, to Holland. They ended up living in Amsterdam, some in Rotterdam, The Hague. In 1940, the Germans came and took over the Netherlands. That's not something that the Jews assumed when they fled there in the 30s. Why did they go to the Netherlands? First of all, you could get into the Netherlands much easier. It was much easier to get in there than you could getting into England or America or Canada. But number two was a similar culture. Many Dutch understood German. You had a better chance of restarting your life. Unfortunately, and it was one of the great disappointments that we had in humanity, of the 140,000 Jews who were living in the Netherlands, over 110,000 were killed. Many of those 140,000 were German refugees, like Otto Frank and his family, Otto being the father of Anne Frank. That's who many of them were. And the Netherlands, which had been, from a point of view historically, from 1571, from the time the Netherlands broke off from Spain, it became a place of refuge for Sephardic Jews. The Portuguese Jews created an incredible community. They literally shaped the destiny of history and international trading. You know, coming out of the Netherlands, trading in South America, Central America, North America, Africa. They were responsible for the spice trade, the rum trade, the sugar trade, all types of mahogany, you name it. And Jews, the Ashkenazim, followed the Sephardim. The Netherlands was the one place in Europe where we could actually print Svarim without them being censored. It was the only place in Europe that a Gentile could convert to Judaism without being executed. It was a capital offense to convert to Judaism anywhere else other than the Netherlands. And what happened to Anne Frank and what happened to the large majority of Jews in the Netherlands, we never ever expected. You know, you don't expect different from the Lithuanians. You don't expect different from the Ukrainians. We expected different from the Dutch. And it was a huge, huge, you know, cost us tens and tens of thousands of Jewish lives. So the story of Anne Frank has literally touched not millions, but tens of millions of people on the globe. Why? Because people can't relate to numbers. They can't relate to those massive, massive numbers. And the idea of Schindler's List, the idea of the diary of Anne Frank, is already an idea that Chazal had. There's a medrash, one of the introductory midrashim to Eicha, where Rabbi Akiva goes to a diaspora community by the name of Ginzak. We're not sure exactly where is Ginzak. Was it somewhere in North Africa? Was it somewhere in Mesopotamia? We're not sure. But he went to raise funds for what we call the Bar Kokhba revolt, the revolt against the Roman oppressions, the Roman proconsuls and their tyranny over the Jews. We needed funds for arms, we needed funds to produce arms, we needed funds for many things. And he starts talking about destructions of generations, and he goes nowhere. He's unsuccessful in the fundraising. Then he tells the story of one man, of Job, Eov, and what happened in terms of a father having to bury his children, in terms of what happened to his business, in terms of the terrible, terrible pain that he's suffering and wrenching him. And that moved people to tears, and it moved people to support the cause. What's the point of that medrash? It's this very point. And you see the method of the kalir. The kalir is the one who takes us by the hand. We would not have Tisha B'Av. I'm talking about in a meaningful, powerful way without the kalir. And he does this a number of times, where he does not talk about the macro. He doesn't talk about the global destruction of the nation, of the people. He talks about one individual, one story, one life. And not only does he do that, but we'll see that the medieval Tanim, we're going to get to the 23rd Kinot, the story of the son and daughter of Rabbi Yishmael Kohen Gadol. They do something very similar as well. So let's start with Kinot Yud Aleph. Kinot Yud Aleph, those who have the Mesoras Harav, the Rabbi Soloveitchik, it is page 288. Those who have the Art Scroll, in the Art Scroll it's page 182. Now, let's have a little bit of a backdrop. The longest tenure of any Jewish leader, I'm not talking about modern times. In modern times, it's Binyamin Netanyahu. But in antiquities, Menashe. He was the leader of the Jewish people for 55 years. Understand one thing about Menashe. He was really bad news. Particularly the first 33 years of that 55-year reign. The Avodah Zarah that was perpetrated, that was established, that was sponsored by the government. The breakdown of the judiciary, where you didn't have fair courts. People did not feel that because who was appointed judges, people who paid for it, French, etc. As well, you have a situation where to undermine the efficacy of the Beis HaMikdash, you underfund the Department of Transportation. What happens every year in Israel? You have a rain or a snow season in the winter months, and that beats up the roads. It's not simple to get to Yerushalayim. You've got to ascend those big mountains. See, today, they've changed Highway 1 so your ears don't even crack as much as they used to. But at least in modern times, we have like very nice roads to get there. They've built a train. In antiquities, it was a tough trek up to Yerushalayim. You're ascending the mountains. So they've got to make sure that there are roads that people can bring their animals, bring their children, that elderly can traverse those roads as well, that wagons can make it on those roads. Well, if you underfund the Department of Transportation, people are going to not be able to make it to Yerushalayim. And there you undermine the unity of the nation because you don't have people making Aliyah l'Regel, etc. So with 55 years of Menashe's reign, and then 7 years of Ammon, his son, that's 62 years, of terribly, terribly corrupt leadership. The Jewish people sunk in many levels, both vis-a-vis theological issues, vis-a-vis ethical and moral issues. And after 62 years, you can't just, flip a switch and now everything is going to go back to the time of Chizkiyahu, to Hezekiah the king. It doesn't work that way. So this young man, who's the son of Ammon, Yoshiyahu, you'll have in the Lutheran, the Methodist, the Baptist community, people will name their baby boys Josie. Remember Wales, Josie Wales. Remember the famous film with Clint Eastwood, The Outlaw Josie Wales? Where's the name Josie come from? It's the English of Josiah or Yoshiyahu. So who was Yoshiyahu? He was a young man. His father died early. And he was under the influence of some very great educators, some of the Kohanim. And they said to him, "You're not just the son of Ammon. You're not just the grandson of Menashe. Do you understand who you are? You're the scion of your great-grandfather, Chizkiyahu, Hezekiah. You're the scion of King David, of King Solomon, of King Asa, King Yehoshaphat. You're the descendant of Yehuda and Nachshon. And you were placed in this position by God to make a difference. Not to get rich by taxing your people, but to be a servant of your people, to take care of your people, to give your people the educational opportunities like your great-grandfather did, but they can appreciate the beauty, the depth of Judaism. To be a nation that's a role model, an Or LaGoyim, a light unto the nations, as your other great-grandfather, Isaiah, Yeshaya Hanavi, said. And they challenged him, and they pushed him. And this young man, you want to call it adolescent rebellion or adolescent autonomy and independence, this young man acted very differently than his father and grandfather. And under the nurturing guidance and mentorship of these Kohanim, he started to clean up the country. What do we mean by that? He did a number of things. And where you get a very clear description of all of this is the Haftorah that we in the diaspora say on the second day of Pesach. It's the story of the Jews coming to Yerushalayim to observe Passover under Yoshiyahu's leadership. It hadn't happened for 6 decades because they fixed up the roads, they cleaned up the idols. I mean, he took down all these private altars. You have to understand, that was an incredible business. I mean, I don't mean this to be harsh because it's going to sound the wrong way. I don't mean it that way. Go into a place like Borough Park or a place like Muncie and shut down all the shtibels. I mean, you're affecting a whole industry. It's this Rebbe's business, this guy's the gabbai, you know, this guy's running the catering. You know, you're shutting down a whole industry there. And tell the people, listen, Rov ha'am hadras melech. Come to major shuls, work together as a nation. Don't have everyone mach Shabbos for zich, everyone making their own Sabbath. It doesn't work that way. Well, that's what he did. And when you do that, you clean up the Avodah Zarah. Because if I have my own show and I got my own private Kohen, I'm shtupping him some money, you know, giving him, you know, business on the side to basically appease me and to ingratiate himself to me, it's great. You know, I serve a good kiddush afterwards, everybody's happy. And he shut down all the nonsense, all the Avodah Zarah that was going on throughout the length and breadth of the country. He was not very popular, you could imagine, for doing that. But it was the right thing to do. Something else. He cleaned up the court systems. They only appointed dayanim, judges, who were worthy of being judges, who not only were scholars, but were people of integrity, people who didn't need money, weren't doing it for a job, and people who had shimush, who had actually served under other great dayanim. So now, if I have an issue, a business issue with you, if I have a labor issue with you, now I feel comfortable going to the courts. You can imagine, and this was his mistake, and I want to say this. Think about us as human beings. When we're in our 20s, and that's a function of the development of the mind, the maturation of the mind, the world is very black and white. Think about a kid coming back from a year or two in yeshiva. Everything is clear. Everything, it's black on white. What happens to us in our 30s, our 40s, our 60s, our 80s? The world becomes more nuanced, more subtle, and more gray. And when our kids coming back from Israel, they say, like, how can you tolerate these inconsistencies? How can you tolerate these hypocrisies? I'm not saying we're always right the way we see it, but we see people, you know, with layers. We see 31 flavors within one person. We don't see human beings as black and white. And although the person may talk in shul or the person may not do this, but we see the other aspects of that person and we see the totality. And we realize that people are not simple. They're not all good, they're not all bad, and you have to understand and appreciate the gray, the nuance, the subtlety. Yoshiyahu is a fairly young leader. And he believes that he's turned the world, turned the corner. Now, we're going to read the Kinot, but the Kinot that the Kalir writes uses a medrash and eicha. Because what would the people do? I'll use an analogy. When we lived in Beverly Hills, people came from all over the world. Most people were not born in Beverly Hills. They had moved to Beverly Hills. And you know, people became Californians. There's a certain California mentality. So whether you were from Cleveland, whether you were from France, whether you were from Oregon, you became a Californian. But you know what? The guys from Brooklyn never became Californians. You know that phrase, you can take the boy out of Brooklyn, you can't take Brooklyn out of the boy? You can smell him, you can see him, you can, a mile away. You know what I mean? It's like a reformed cigarette smoker. They can smell the smoke in the air. They've got like the bionic nose, you know, they can smell. With a guy from Brooklyn, you could point him out. You can take the boy out of Brooklyn, you can't take Brooklyn out of the boy. That's just the nature of them. Well, I'll say the same thing here. You can shut down the private altars. You can shut down the Avodah Zarah. But you're not going to take 62 years of culture and heritage out of these people. They're not like putty that they can flip on a dime. That was his mistake. He thought he could change them. Think about, and I'll use two famous immigrations that we have here to America. Contrast the Iranian, the Persian Jews who came after the downfall of the Shah of Iran with the Soviet Jews, the Jews who came, we call them the Brezhnev Jews, the Jews who came in the 70s here. We, meaning through the federations throughout the length and breadth of North America, we spent a fortune of money. We gave those kids free day school education. And we failed miserably acculturating those Jews into mainstream Judaism. I'm not even talking about being Orthodox. I'm talking about mainstream Judaism, just becoming part of the community, observing Seder, Hanukkah, participating in Zionist activities. We failed miserably with them. On the other hand, look at the Iranian Jews. Go to Great Neck. Go to Los Angeles. They've done a much better job maintaining Judaism, Jewish values, and continuing the legacy of the Jews than we, the Ashkenazi community, have done in America. Granted, they came later. We came either before or after the Holocaust. They came in the late 70s, early 80s. But they've done a much better job. You know why? Because in Persia, you had a Jewish community. Your Muslim neighbors let you know that you were Jews. And there was a Jewish family, and there's a Jewish community, etc. So even though they've been uprooted from possibly 3,000 years, not three, but 2,000 years of Persian Jewish history in the case of some of them, in the case of others, 1,500 years of Persian history, they've done fairly well here as Jews. Not so with the Soviet Jews. Because you can take the boy out of Brooklyn, you can't take Brooklyn out of the boy. These was 3 generations raised on that the Bible is a bunch of stupid fairy tales. What rational thinking human being with a scientific background would believe fairy tales about creation, would believe fairy tales about floods and all kinds of nonsense like that? That's how these people were educated. Now all of a sudden, they're supposed to become Jews? Now all of a sudden, they're going to inculcate 3,000 years of Jewish history. Sorry, go back to Avram Avinu, 4,000 years of Jewish history. They're going to inculcate Jewish values of tzedakah. What do you mean tzedakah? You try to shake down anyone and everything because that's what people do to you, and that's what the government does to you. Now you're going to say, no, you should pay your taxes properly. You should be totally honest in terms of how you report your income. You can't do that after 62 years of communism. You should give 10% minimum of your net income to others. What am I, the world's sucker? You understand you can't change people. They don't change on a dime. Why am I saying this? That was the mistake Yoshiyahu made. So the description is the following. Imagine to your home, it's not one door, or it could be one door, but let's say it's 2 doors. So if it was 2 doors, the getchka, the image, the idol, half is on one door, half is on the other. As long as the door is open, no one knows that there's an idol engraved on the back of the doors, meaning the back of the door is facing inside the house. Or let's say you had one door. Half the image is engraved, on the wall next to the door, half on the door. No one knows that. No one can see that when it's open. So when the Frum police come in to check, to make sure, do you have any idols? They don't even realize what's behind them. They don't even realize what's there. That's how they dealt with him. Now, why are we describing this? Because of what's about to happen. Israel, and we see it today, we are in the midst, little Israel, of 2 titanic forces. Shia Islam which has never been as strong as it is today as a function of the mullahs in Iran, and Sunni Islam. And we're in the middle because we're the only ones who have a chance of preventing the Shia caliphate from emerging and taking over Saudi Arabia, taking over Egypt, and taking over Sunni Muslim nations. Historically, we've always been in the middle. What were we in the first half of the history of Israel? We were so to speak, the battleground between the Soviet Union and the Soviet weaponry that was being employed in Egypt and in Syria, and the West, the United States of America, freedom, democracy, Western civilization. Well, it was no different in Teaneck. You always had a great empire. We'll call it the Southern Empire. What was the Southern Empire? Mitzrayim. Now, please, let's define the word Mitzrayim. It doesn't mean Egypt. Egypt is a small country in North Africa that's been living the last 4 decades off of American foreign aid. Before that, it lived 3.5 decades on Soviet foreign aid. Mitzrayim is the northern third of the African continent. Mitzrayim is Egypt, it's Libya, it's the Sudan, it's the Nile River basin going as far south as Black Africa. It goes all the way down towards till you get to Eritrea. That was the great Southern Empire. The great Northern Empire is what we call the Mesopotamian Empire. So sometimes it was Aram. Aram today you and I would call Syria, Turkey. At the time that we're speaking about, it's Ashur, Assyria. What's Assyria? Huge swaths of today's Iraq, Turkey, and today's Syria. It was a massive empire. After Ashur falls, it becomes Bavel, which of course is Iraq and parts of Turkey. So you always had a great Mesopotamian, we'll call that the Northern Empire, and you had a great Southern Empire. What is between those two major titanic forces in antiquities? Tiny little Israel. I'm using the Latin term, the via maris. How do you get from Africa into Asia? How do you get from Africa into Europe? How do you get from Africa into Mesopotamia and vice versa? You have to go via maris. You have to go through Israel. 3 ways. If you're an individual, like Avraham Avinu, like Yaakov Avinu, you can follow the natural little cracks in the mountains. Today, and all of you have been on this road, there's something called Highway 60, right? It goes up to Beitel, it goes, I think it goes through Shiloh, goes through Yerushalayim, south it goes to Bethlehem, it goes to Hebron. That Highway 60, that's a natural crevice that cuts through the mountains. So that's what Avraham did. That's what Yaakov Avinu did. What happens, though, if you're a massive force? If you're an army, you can't use that. You can't get your equipment through there. What do you use? You got 2 choices. Either what's known as Derech HaMelech, what you and I call the Jordan Valley, right? The Jordan Valley, that's flat. Flat you can get through, but here's the problem. The Jordan Valley you cannot traverse with that many people and that many animals half the year. It's too hot. You'll be scorched. You'll be parched. It's not going to work. So what's your other option? What's the only other flat area? All of Israel's mountainous, with the exception of the eastern side of Israel is the Jordan Valley, right? And then the western part of Israel that we call, today they call it the Gush Dan, we call it the Sharon, the Mediterranean coast. Along the Mediterranean, the Gaza Strip, Ashkelon, Ashdod, Tel Aviv, Netanya, that whole area is flat. And there's also water. I'm not referring to the Mediterranean, that's salt water. I'm talking about there's water in that area. So that is the way that a military would take. Now, very nice that I can get from Africa through the Mediterranean coast, I can get north. But eventually I have to turn in, I have to cross Israel to get into Mesopotamia. Where do I do that? Or if I'm coming from Mesopotamia to get to Africa, where do you do that? Well, you're all familiar with Israel. The Jezreel Valley, Emek Yisrael, is nice and flat, right? How do you get in there? Where do you cross? You're not going to cross the Carmel mountain range. That's too difficult. There's something that, to this day, you see the signs when you're on the highways in Israel. It says Megiddo Junction, right? Megiddo Junction. By a show of hands, how many here have heard the word Armageddon, right? Where does the word Armageddon come from? It comes from the word Megiddo. What's at the Megiddo Junction? If you and I today were to go to the Megiddo Junction, there's a really interesting archaeological site there. You know what you see? Horse stanchions. Initially, massive barns were built with stanchions for horses by Shlomo HaMelech. What we see is the expanded version of it under King Achav, under Achav HaMelech. Now, no one got particularly excited when I said horse stanchions, right? I mean, it's one thing if we were dealing, with our friend Mr. Zayat, with special breeding, you get American Pharaoh, but what's the big deal of a regular horse? Here's the issue. You know what a horse was? Ela varecha ve'ela basusim. The horse in antiquities was your tank. That was your implement of war. Why would King Solomon, why would King Achav have thousands of horses stabled in Megiddo? Because that's going to be the point of the battle. That's where, whether it's a African nation like Mitzrayim coming north wants to cut through your land, or whether it's a Mesopotamian nation wants to come south. The junction is always going to be Armageddon, the Megiddo Junction. What does Yoshiyahu have? He gets a message from the leader of the southern empire, Paro Necho. Pharaoh is a generic term. Paro Necho was actually a little bit crippled. He had a Napoleon complex. He was a kind of guy who, as a kid, was never going to be, picked to be on the football team or on the basketball team because he had a hob leg. And those people watch out when they get older. They always have this agenda. They always want to, get their comeuppance, their vengeance for the fact that as a kid they were left out, or they were the shlemiel. That's who Paro Necho was. He was a tough leader. He sends a message to Yoshiyahu Melech Yehuda, the righteous Yoshiyahu, who I just want to mention parenthetically also, with the help of the prophet Yirmiyahu, brought back many of the exiles from the 10 lost tribes. He was able to restore a number of them, to bring them back to Israel, to live in Israel under his leadership. So he sends the following message to Yoshiyahu. I'm coming through your land to attack the northern empire. I have no quarrel with you, but don't you stand in my way, because if you do, I'll squash you. I will not affect you, I will not hurt you, I will not hurt your people, but stay out of my way. Yoshiyahu says, I don't have the luxury of being neutral in this, because if I allow Paro Necho and the Egyptian or the Mitzri military to traverse Israel on its way to Mesopotamia, that is also a declaration of war. You know why that's a declaration of war? Because that's not a neutral statement. That's an acquiescence to being a party with the Mitzrim. And he was of the opinion that the stronger empire was the Mesopotamian empire, Ashur, and that he's going to get squashed when Ashur takes vengeance on the Jews. And he tells Paro Necho no. The Pharaoh, Paro Necho, says, you better get out of my way, or else. Yirmiyahu, at this time, this is the beginning of Yirmiyahu's role as a leader, as a Navi of the Jewish people. He comes to Yoshiyahu and he begs him to stand down. Don't take on the Pharaoh. Now, why was Yoshiyahu so confident that he could do this? There's a famous verse that we'll read in a minute in the Kinot from the first Tochacha, the Tochacha that we read before Shavuos of Bichukosai, where there's a whole description. If the Jewish nation conducts ourselves in line with our nature and we act in a perfected way, what does the Kinot say? Not only does it say we will have shalom, peace, but later on it says, V'cherev lo sa'avor ba'artzachem. The sword shall not traverse your land. So everybody says, wait a second, you just said, the Almighty God just told us we're going to have peace. What are you adding by saying V'cherev lo sa'avor ba'artzachem? What in addition are you accomplishing by saying that? Rashi says, Afilu cherev shel shalom. Even the sword of peace. What's the sword of peace? Imagine the situation. Again, it's not something that's a reality, but just create this fantasy in your mind. Imagine you live in Detroit, Michigan, and coming through the Windsor Tunnel is the Canadian Army. The massive sounds of Caterpillar diesel engines of the Canadian tanks. And those tanks are now going to go on Highway 75, and they're going to travel through Detroit, through Cincinnati, through Louisville, Kentucky, on their way down to Mexico. That's not something that would make us feel comfortable. Even if there's no battle between the United States and Canada, imagine what the citizens of Detroit are going through as tens of thousands of Canadian forces are traveling through their city. The people of Cincinnati, the people of Louisville, etc. That issue is what he felt, since he had eradicated all the Avodah Zarah, at least in his mind, not knowing what was going on privately, since he had changed Jewish education, he had changed the courts, he thought we were on the madrega, on the level that afilu cherev shel shalom. And that's why he did not feel he wanted the Jewish nation to have to suffer the consequences from the great Northern Empire by allowing Paro Necho to go through his land. And he does not listen to Yirmiyahu. Jeremiah, Yirmiyahu, listen. You know, you want to give a drasha at Keter Torah, you'll speak to Rabbi Baum, maybe he'll give you a slot and you can give a shiur. You want to talk to the kollel over B'nai Yeshurun, to the boys, you know, who are learning over the summer? Okay, you know, we'll see. We'll talk to Rabbi Newberger. Maybe he'll give you a slot. But don't engage yourself in foreign policy. Don't sit and think you can determine military policy. It's not your place. You're out of your league. And he stands up and tries to stop Mitzrayim at Megiddo Junction. And it's a slaughter. The Mitzrayim slaughter us. A massive defeat. And they take the king who is leading the troops, and they set him up as a matara. They set him up as a target practice, as a bullseye. And the Egyptian archers, boom, 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 you know, boom. They're pummeling his body with arrows to make a mockery of him. The last words on his breath, you know, he comes to a point where he cannot even articulate anymore. He's like, you know, like you ever have that when you're parched? You talk like this. You can get like a whisper sound out, but you can't get words out. What does he say? Tzadiku Hashem kifihu marisi. God is the one who's, meaning God, meaning what? The nevuah that Yirmiyahu gave me. And I rejected the nevuah of Yirmiyahu, and I told Jeremiah, you know, this is not where you belong. This is not where you should have an opinion. You have no say in this, because I rejected that. It cost me my life, and it cost the life of hundreds, if not thousands, of Jewish soldiers. That summer that he was killed, the summer of that war, was the end of the Shemitah year. It was a Shemitah year. Now, what happens right after the Shemitah year. The famous mitzvah that we do once every 7 years, Hakel. Because what happens? I'm borrowing from Josephus, but just as a proof, not because I think you can understand it logically, the point. Everybody comes to Jerusalem for Pesach because there's an obligation of Korban Pesach. And there's a chiyuv kares for someone who doesn't bring a Korban Pesach. So that's going to be packed. Josephus describes what the city was like, teeming with over 1 million pilgrims coming from the north, the south, from the diaspora. Shavuos, you're not going to get so many Jews, even though it's a mitzvah to come for Shavuos to Yerushalayim. If you live far away, it's not like today where I can get in a car or take the train. If you live far away, to go back and forth, you just were in Yerushalayim for Pesach. Now you're going to come back, especially during the height of the agricultural season, you're going to come back 7 weeks later. So you didn't get so many. Sukkot was like half-half. Because the issue with Sukkot was this. You have a situation where it's the ingathering. So agriculturally, you're very busy on the farms. But on the other hand, it's 6 months since Pesach. So most of the time, you would not get huge crowds for Sukkot. You would get, maybe, let's say, half, 2/3 the numbers you get for Pesach. 1 year, the year after Shemitah, the Sukkot after Shemitah, packed. Why? The famous mitzvah of Hakel. Anashim, Nashim v'Tav. Who needs to be there? After they make Havdalah, they build a platform. They erect a platform in the Ezras Nashim. The Melech, in this case Yoshiyahu was the king, plays the role, so to speak, of Moshe Rabbeinu. And they reenact in each generation their commitment to the covenant. The Melech reads these key sections from Sefer Devarim, what we're going to read this coming Shabbos in Shul, the Aseres HaDibros, the reason that we're Jewish, the sections of Jewish philosophy, the brachos and the klalos, the covenant, the tochacha, various key sections of Devarim are read. And who needs to be there? Not just the adult population, not just anashim b'nashim, but the taf. The kids come there. They've never seen anything like it because it's the one time in their life when you have the mass of Jewish people from the diaspora, from throughout Israel, unifying in one location at one time. So instead of the whole world coming to learn Torah, to reenact Ma'amad Har Sinai, to observe the mitzvah of Hakel, which is what should have happened 2 months later, 3 months later, the whole Jewish world did unite, did converge, but unfortunately for a different reason, to attend the funeral of Yoshiyahu, who was killed by the Mitzri. And it's interesting, many of us know the famous phrase, after Pesach, 3 of the parshios that we read, Acharei Mos, Kedoshim, and Emor. So you know the phrase, Acharei Mos, Kedoshim, Emor? After you're dead, they talk about what a Heilige Tzaddik you were. They'd say how nice a person you were. While you're alive, they just eat your kishkas out. They make your life miserable. After you're gone, that's when they first appreciate you. All the cynics, all the people who couldn't stand this guy taking away their avodah zarah, changing the court system, shutting down their private shtibels, they couldn't stand it. After he was dead, they appreciated what they had. Only then they appreciated who he was. And who was maspid him? Yirmiyahu Hanavi. The Hesped, the eulogy that was said, we actually have. It's the 4th chapter of Eicha. And Yirmiyahu he had 22 ideas. But the way that he said them, he used each letter of the alphabet. It was an acrostic, Aleph, Beis, Gimel, Dalet, Hey. What was the idea that Yirmiyahu was doing in the Hesped of Yoshiyahu? He's saying we can try to describe who Yoshiyahu was. We can try to describe what Yoshiyahu meant for us. We're going to use every letter of the alphabet, and there is no way that we can convey. There is no way we can communicate the deprivation, the loss of not having Yoshiyahu. And Chazal say the following, and we're going to read it again in the Kinot. The 22 lines, the 22 statements of Yirmiyahu that the people cried over, that delayed the Churban Beis HaMikdash for 22 years. Josiah, Yoshiyahu was the one man who could have prevented Churban Beis HaMikdash, could have, under his leadership, turned the Jewish people around. But with his death, with his murder at the hands of the Mitzrim at Megiddo Junction, it was a fait accompli. And 22 years later, we would lose our Yerushalayim, lose our country, lose our Beis HaMikdash, and become refugees. And that's why we mourn one individual. Just an aftermath which is not in the Kinot. No one expected Yoshiyahu to die. He was healthy. He was in his prime. Since there was no succession plan, who takes over? Yehoiakim. Bad news. Bad news. This guy was terrible. I mean, the Chazal say, if it was a function of the leadership, the Beis HaMikdash should have been destroyed right then and there. But the people were not that bad. The people were better than their leader. I mean, just two things about Yehoiakim. First of all, he went and essentially ingratiated himself to Paro Necho and the Egyptians. Basically sold away any autonomy. When Yirmiyahu tried to stop the activities of Yehoiakim and spoke to the people, they couldn't kill Yirmiyahu because he was a Navi. That would have been too far. So what did they do? They arrested him. They incarcerated Yirmiyahu in the Chatzar Matara, in this underground prison. Today it's in the east side of the east part of the Yer Atikah, in Yerushalayim. So he was incarcerated. From his prison cell, what he does is, from his prison cell, is that he writes a scroll, a Megillah, that he sends to the king. Now, what was on that scroll? Chazal say it was a nevuah. The first, the second, and the fourth chapters of Eicha, chapters 1, 2, and 4. And as they're reading the first chapter of the scroll to Yehoiakim, he says, enough of this garbage. And he forces them to burn it. That's a great way to deal with problems. Instead of dealing with it, you deal with the symptom, right? When you have a bacterial or a viral infection, you get a runny nose, or you have coughing, What, I'm going to take a baseball bat and smash my nose because it's running? The running nose is not the cause of my problems. That's a symptom. The cause of my problem is a viral or a bacterial infection. So that's, what does he do? Instead of dealing with the corruption, which is the cause of his problems, he burns the scroll. He doesn't want to hear the message from Yirmiyahu. Now, you don't have to be a Freudian to understand what kind of a character Yehoiakim was, but just one statement of Chazal. He tattooed on his male genitalia the Yud Kei Vav Kei, the ineffable name of God. Nebuch. This is who the man is that's leading the Jewish people. And you can understand that after Yoshiyahu, it was a precipitous downhill collapse. So let's read the Kinot inside. Vayekonen Yirmiyahu al Yoshiyahu. Again, alluding to the fourth parak of Eicha, it was Yirmiyahu himself who said the Kinot. Eicha Eli, konenu me'elav. Meaning what? This should come from the greats, meaning Yoshiyahu himself was somebody who was an ideal Jewish leader. With the exception, by the way, of the Purim story, this was the greatest tshuva movement we ever had in Jewish history, with the exception of the Purim story. So the greats, meaning throughout Jewish history, people have to appreciate who he was. Ben Shmona Shana Hecha Lidrosh Me'elav. He was only an 8-year-old young man when he started to seek out God. B'nei Cham ba'Avram chanu alav, v'lo huzkar lo sigu mifalav. Who's B'nei Cham? Who are the descendants of Cham? That's Mitzrayim, right? As they encamped against him, chanu alav. Unfortunately, the great deeds, the schuyas that he had for turning around the Jewish world were not enough. Gam b'chol hamalachim asher kamu ligdor, lo kam kamo mimosa vigdor. Amongst all the Jewish leaders who stood up to be goder, and to, so to speak, to mend the breach in the fence, to improve the Jewish people. Lo kam kamahu, no one was like him from the time of Avigdor. Anyone who's Avigdor? Moshe. You know that his name was not Moshe. We, the Jewish people, have this profound gratitude to the Egyptian royal princess, to Bitya. She named him Moshe, in Arabic, Musa, or Moshe. Ki min hamayim mishisihu, I drew him out of the water. So we call him Moshe, but his mother and father named him Avigdor. What does that mean? There was no leader from the time of Avigdor. No one as great as Yoshiyahu. Wait a second. What about Shmuel HaNavi? What about David HaMelech or Shlomo HaMelech? We had about Chizkiyahu. The description given in the Gemara about Chizkiyahu, it says Midan ad Beersheva. Throughout the length and breadth of Israel, the school children were not just learned in the basics, but they were learned in the areas of Tumah V'Tara. Tumah V'Tara is abstract, it's esoteric. Think about today. If you have a Jew that really knows Nashim, Nizikin, and Moed well, the Gemaras and the halachic applications of those three areas of Shas, we call that person an amazing Talmud Chacham. In the time of Chizkiyahu, he had an educational system that was so good that you had a situation where children were not only learned in Nashim, Nizikin, and Moed, but children were learned, forget about adults, in Tumah V'Tara. So what do you mean, Mimosa Vigdor lo kam kamohu? What the Kalir is saying is the following statement. The Kalir is saying this. When David HaMelech took over from Shaul and Shmuel, let's say the Jews were on I'm making this up, but let's just say they were an 8. David HaMelech took them to a 9. Shlomo HaMelech took them to a 10. Okay? Chizkiyahu, things were very bad because of his father Achaz. So maybe they were down to a 4.5, a 5. And then Chizkiyahu took it up to an 8, an 8.5. When Yoshiyahu takes over, it's a 2, it's a 1. There's rampant avodah zarah. There's licentiousness. There's corruption. What the greatness of Yoshiyahu is, he may not have been as great as David or Shlomo. We're not saying that. What we're saying is his transformation, where he took the people from where they were at, no one had done that in all of Jewish history since Moshe Rabbeinu. Who did Moshe inherit? Who was the group that Moshe led? These were primarily illiterate pagan slaves. And Moshe transformed them into an educated, thoughtful, sophisticated nation that would be an Or LaGoyim. No one since Moshe Rabbeinu had taken, I don't mean this literally, but like a ragtag. What I'm saying is people at a nation at a very low level, and turned them around. No one had done that. Because what David inherited, what Shlomo inherited, was a far, far better nation than what Yoshiyahu HaMelech inherited. That's why the Kalir describes him this way. And again, until the Purim story, this was the greatest tshuva movement that ever existed in Jewish history, until the Purim story. Davak bo avon leitzanei hador. This is the line we said. What clung to him? The sin of the mockers, the ones who kept their avodah zarah in private. In public, he had his police searching it out. But they mocked him, and they didn't like the fact that he was trying to change their world and change their life. Asher achar hadeles kamu listor, right? It was built into the back of the door. Ha'ochlim ze rashichor kismo hatov pichamu mishchor. Vayigdal avon veheshiv yamin achor. Meaning what? God did not extend his right hand, so to speak. God, kavayachol. The Almighty did not protect him. Va'od lo shalach yado min achor. Zaku amarav kenam das lahakim bitza emraso ba'arur lo yakim. What's this referring to? They had removed, remember, there was no books in antiquities. What did you have? You had people studied and learned from a cloth, from scrolls, Torah scroll, Navi scroll. There was one scroll left in the Beis HaMikdash that Menashe had not rid the Jews of. What was it open to? It was open to Parshas Kisavo. What was written in Parshas Kisavo? The famous covenant that we have when the Jews enter the land of Israel, post Moshe Rabbeinu, under Yehoshua ben Nun, they make their own covenant. The Jews under Moshe made the covenant at Mamad Har Sinai. The Jews under Yoshua will travel to Har Grizim and Har Weil, and they'll make the famous covenant there. What does it say? So there's a whole series of Baruch this, the person that does this, and Orah, the person that does that. Then the last of the 12, Arur asher lo yakim es divrei haTorah zos. Now what's the word yakim? It's the hefil, it's the causative. It doesn't say yikayim, it says yakim. The Ramban explaining that pasuk says it's referring to the Melech. Who is responsible for the nation? Who is the one that implements policies that allow for Jewish education, allow for observance, allow for proper courts? To quote the pasuk about David HaMelech, Melech b'mishpat yamid aretz. That is the role of the Melech. Okay, what's the point? They said, young man, you are going to be in a position where if you fulfill this, Baruch, if not, since you have the power, you have the taxation power, you have the government at your disposal to employ this, you are going to be held responsible. This is your job, is to fulfill this concept. And it shook him, it traumatized him that they found one Torah, and that Torah was open to this part of Parshas Kisavo. And he viewed that as a challenge from the Almighty. He viewed that as an obligation, and that is what he tried to fulfill all of his years. Chashach ta'aro k'niyatzu rechokim. When those from afar, meaning coming from the African continent, they darkened his beautiful perplexion. Bevetza moasei das v'chukim. As a consequence for those Jews who rejected the tshuva movement, who rejected the changes that he was instituting. Tovim reim nikra'u kishalchu malach mali valach hayom l'salach. Meaning the good ones, so to speak, the supposedly the ally that was our friend, sent this message. Yedei ama aretz damim b'malach te'anesh b'vitzias penei pilach. Kila hamonai laleches aram narayim. The Egyptians annihilated the Hamon, the masses of Jewish soldiers, the large volumes and numbers of Jewish soldiers, as they were going through our land, the Via Maris, to get to Aram Naharayim, which is Mesopotamia. Leman, why? Lo sav or cherev kol shehu be'Ephraim. Because as, unfortunately, Yoshiao made the mistake, thinking that cherev lo sav or ba'artzachem, that his generation was worthy of that, but it wasn't. Lo shama lachozeh. He didn't listen to the seer. What's the seer? The Navi. He didn't listen to the Navi Yirmiyahu. Lashuv acharayim, to back off and to let the Mitzrim through. Ki zera gzigzera nigzera l'sachsech Mitzrayim b'Mitzrayim. Mechatos stiras mezuzos. Again, from the sin of behind the doorposts. Chazon ansosi hechelu levazos. The vision of the man from Anatot. Who is that? Jeremiah. Yirmiyahu lived in, today I think you and I would call it Pisgat Zev, the northern suburbs of Yerushalayim. It was part of the beginning of Matei Binyamin. That's where Jeremiah lived. Yirmiyahu was a Kohen. He lived within a fairly close proximity to the Beis HaMikdash, but so the vision of the man of Anatot, Hechelu levazos, na'u anamim lechumo lehavzos, velo hesev panov v'saftu azos. Suru he'ida ad lo she'iyah, v'yemanu sur umat yesod neshiyah, Pnei karav karav velo also lo shehiyah. When the battle took place at Megiddo, unfortunately he was not, his zruyos were not worthy of him being saved. Vayoru hayorim lamelech Yoshiao. That's the Egyptian archers. They sent the arrows into his body. Odenu otseim einav begevyo nochatzim chetz achar chetz morim velochatzim. His eyes had already closed, he was about to die. And they're still sending arrows into his body. Sadu v'samuhu kematara lachitzim. As we said, they grabbed him and they set him up as like a bullseye for target practice for the Egyptian archers. Vayizrechu bo shlosh meos chitzim. They aimed at him and they sent at him 300 arrows. Kalim tzatzitzu acharov ezon motza mefihu. Vad mitzoi nefesh masav hefihu. Ruach sefasav hiftzab mipihu. Sadik hu Adonai ki marisi fihu. This is what we had mentioned. After they stopped sending the arrows into his body, there was a Jew who was allowed to come over to him, and he could no longer get out loud words. He couldn't articulate, but he could just get the breath. Ad mitzui nefesh. What did he say? What was the ruach svasav? What did they say? Tzadiku adoshem ki marisi fihu. Sisi Nof. Nof is, of course, Memphis. It's one of the cities of Egypt. Kikanozam, l'shalem sha'onam ba'avon bitzam, tam kesem hatov, amzu b'pasham. This wonderful, special man, it's because of our sins, he's no longer alive. Vayikonen alav kol echa yuam zahav. Yirmiyahu's hesped at his funeral was the 4th chapter of Echa Yuam Zav. Tam b'mikra echad kos Megiddo lishtos. The bitter, bitter cup that we drank at Megiddo. B'moed shnas hashmita kega hakel le'esos. It was what? It was the summer at the end of the Shemitah year. We were on the verge a couple months later of all coming to Yerushalayim to hear him teach Torah at Hakel. But Tala Esri Mushtayim Meharosh Shasos, as a function of the fact that the Jewish people had Hirhure Tshuva, when Yirmiyahu was maspid him, when the whole Jewish people came together, it suspended for 22 years, Tala Esri Mushtayim Meharosh Shasos, from uprooting the foundations, from destroying the Beis HaMikdash. Ki saftu lo echa yom zav be'esri mushtayim osos. Osos kinos lubata mecholi, eis ki shachachti mecholali, zamosi ki lad yahali, rashati v'nasati v'nuta shahali. Tragically, my joy was transmuted into letters of lament at the time that I forgot the one who created me. I had thought that he would shelter me forever, but I act wickedly, was expelled, and my shelter, the Beis HaMikdash, is now forsaken. The next Kinot we're going to do is also dealing with individuals. It's the 21st Kinot. If you have the Mesoros Harav, the Rabbi Soloveitchik, it's 415. If you have the Art Scroll, it's page 248. 415 and 248. What is the story of the Asar Harugei Malchus? So just a little bit of background. Twice a year, we, the Jewish people, deal with the Asar Harugei Malchus. One is Yom Kippur. Much more elaborate, Eila Eskara. The second is what we're about to read now, Arzei HaLevanon, the Cedars of Lebanon. Yom Kippur is a day of atonement. It's a day of kapara. And we know that what? Misas tzadikim is mechaper. We'll have to explain what does that mean? The death of the righteous atones. I mean, that sounds very Christian. What do we mean when the Jews say Misas tzadikim is mechaper or mechaperes? We'll get to that. But the focus there, which is not discussed here, and understand the medrash of Eila Eskara that we read on Yom Kippur, it's a fictitious medrash. What do I mean it's a fictitious medrash? It didn't literally happen. You understand the first two of the 10 martyrs are who? It's Rabbi Yishmael the Kohen Gadol and Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel, the Nasi of the Sanhedrin. They were killed during the siege of Jerusalem in the late 60s. The other 8 that we're about to read about, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava, Rabbi Chanina ben Teradion, Rabbi Chutzpis HaMeturgaman, Rabbi Elazar ben Shamua, the other 8 were killed when? They defied the Hadrianic decrees. In the aftermath of the Bar Kokhba genocide, which happened, let's say, in the mid to late 130s, the Roman proconsuls, with the support of Hadrian, the emperor, decreed a number of decrees that would hopefully stop Judaism. Because as long, and this was something, let me give the backdrop, the Judeo-Christians were very anti the mainstream Jewish community. They went to the ruling Roman parties and said, look, the Jews will continue and continue to rebel. The Jews will continue and continue to revolt. What you need to do is the following. You got to stop Jewish education, because then the Jews will assimilate. It'll become like America, where there was no Jewish education and the majority of the population assimilates and becomes like everyone else. They won't keep their uniqueness. They will not keep their distinctiveness. And what they did was they prohibited Jewish education. No Jewish education. That's what Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Chanina ben Teradion, as we'll talk about, were killed in defiance of that. They prohibited the smicha, the transmission of ordination. So we know who are the leaders, who we can go to for guidance, who we can go to for psak halacha, who we can go to define for us and teach us what Jewish values are, Jewish principles are. So they stopped all of this. And these 8 were killed in defiance of those Hadrianic decrees. But you understand that's 70-some years later? Didn't happen. With the exception of Rabbi Akiva, none of the other 8 even knew Rabbi Yishmael. They didn't even know Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel. So when you get on Yom Kippur in Eila Eskara, that the 10 have been convened to determine what happens when the Jews, abducts a fellow Jew, and then they sell him. And they respond what the halacha is. It's an explicit pasuk in the Chumash. And the Roman proconsul's response is, that is what's going to happen to you. Because your ancestors did that to your brother Joseph, you will pay for the crime that they committed. Now, of course, what is the point of that medrash? That story never happened literally. It's an idea. What the medrash is teaching us is the following. The sin of the generation of the Jews during the Roman destruction, the sin was the sin of sinas achim. Intra-Jewish hatred, intra-Jewish animosity. We call it sinas chinam, sinas achim. And not that the Chachamim were guilty of it. They were not guilty of it. But as the leaders of the door, the leaders of the generation, they're responsible for the sin of the generation. And they bear the weight of the sin of the generation. That's the idea of there. And what we're trying to atone for on Yom Kippur, it's a day when we're trying to change. It's a day when we're trying to become different Jews, different individuals, a different community. What we are trying to atone for is the sin of sinas chinam, sinas achim. And by the way, We're extremely vulnerable today. What's happening in Israel? And this is not an issue of being able to protest for what you stand for. That's fine, to protest for what you stand for your positions. It's when it turns into personal hyperbole, when it turns into personal hatred, when Jews are ripping Jews apart. That's a very, very dangerous time. That's when the Jews are vulnerable. And that's what we're being atoning for on Yom Kippur. Here, what's Tisha B'Av? We're not at a point of introspection and reflection and analysis and commitments. Right now, Tisha B'Av, every one of us, whether you have parents or you don't have parents that are alive, every one of us is in Shiva. It's not just that we're in Shiva. This is before Shiva. Right now, we're reliving the tragedies. We're reliving the slaughter of Yoshiyahu HaMelech. We're reliving the slaughter of the Kohen Gadol, of the Nasi, and of those who defied the Hadrianic decrees, the Chachmei HaMasorah. We're at the funeral. Their dead body is laying in front of us. The Kinos, whether it started, the Matir came, the license to do this came from Yirmiyahu, through the Kalir, through the great medieval Paitanim. This Chazal use a phrase, Mi shemeso mutu lefanov. The dead is lying in front of us. Right now, the dead body of Rabbi Akiva is lying in front of us. Right now, the beheaded body of Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel, Mi shemeso mutu lefanov. This is an experience of Avelis right now. Yom Kippur is different. Yom Kippur, you have a broader perspective. You're not in the heat and the pain of re-experiencing and reliving the tragedy. By the way, the fact that we do this, and right, I'm alluding to the Minhag Ashkenaz that we have. We're starting with Shiva Asar B'Tammuz. Every one of us, whether we have parents alive or not, go into a modality of Yud Beis Chodesh. We're building up towards Tisha B'Av. Starting Rosh Chodesh, we go into a modality of Shloshim, and we observe the dinim of Shloshim. And not only that, we have Minhag Ashkenaz, there's no meat or wine during that period from Rosh Chodesh Av moving forward. And then today, we go into a modality of Shiva. But before you can sit Shiva, you understand there has to be a loss. And the loss is we relive the tragedies of Jewish history. Why we're going to get to later. Why on Tisha B'Av? What is Siluk HaShechina? It's not the destruction of a building. That's not what we're mourning. But we'll get to that with later Kinos. So that's what's experiencing here. Now, I just want one story that we cannot prove. We don't know if it's historically it actually happened or not, but this is a Jewish legend. When Napoleon, and keep in mind, Napoleon's biggest mistake is he had never lost a battle. You know, he conquered the Middle East, he conquered huge swaths of Italy, of other parts of Europe. He decides he's going to conquer Russia. He conquered good parts of Poland. But now he's getting into Tsarist Russia, that part of Poland. And he starts going into the Baltics, into Belarus. And this story supposedly took place as he's moving forward east of Poland into Belarus, before he gets into Mother Russia. What we call White Russia, where the Soloveitchiks are from. You have Brisk, you have Pinsk, Minsk, these great cities in Belarus. The Chavetz Chaim is from there, from Radin. So it's like a Tuesday morning. It's a weekday. And he goes through a community, a Jewish community. No one's working. It's the summer. No one's out on their farms. They're in the synagogue, and they're sitting on the floor. They're not even sitting like in a respectful manner like you would have in a church. They're on the floor. And they're wailing, and they're saying, he didn't know what kinos were. But he's thinking to himself, my hi, what is this? He sends one of his soldiers in. And apparently there was someone in the community who knew enough French that he could communicate with the officer. And he described, not that we are commemorating the events of Jewish history. He described that each year we go into a state of Shiva, of mourning, and we relive and we re-experience. Just like Seder night, we relive and we re-experience. You and I are in Shiva right now. We're attending the funerals right now. We're reliving the tragedies right now. And that's how this Litvish Jew in Belarus described it to the colonel. And the French colonel goes back and he reports to Napoleon Bonaparte. And the way the story has it, Napoleon purportedly said, and he was, believe me, Napoleon was an anti-Semite. It's not for Tisha B'Av. I can prove that to you. I can tell you the story of his creation of the Sanhedrin, what his goals, what his agenda was. Napoleon supposedly said, a people that relives and re-experiences Jerusalem and their tragedies, that it's not a figment of their memory, but it's a reality. People like that does not forget, that continues to relive, ultimately that people will return to their Jerusalem and re-experience and relive their Jerusalem. Now, if the story is true, that's the one time Napoleon Bonaparte said something nice about the Jews. You know? I mean, that was a nevuah. And that has been the secret to our history. That's why we have survived these 4,000 years. Just like we relive our liberation, we relive our independence, we relive what shaped us and made us into a people, likewise, we never forget what brought about our flaws, our downfall, our destruction. And that's a reality. And that's Tisha B'Av. So what happened? Think about what the Germans did when they came into Poland. The Holocaust in Poland did not start September 1st, 1939, when the Wehrmacht and then the SS entered Poland. The Holocaust in Poland started in March of 1942. It was laid out in Wannsee on January 20th, 1942, but it started in March in Belzec, in Sobibor, and in Treblinka. Treblinka, I don't think, started operating till June or July. But one thing did happen in Poland starting in 1939. When the SS came into certain cities, they would ask for the rabbi, they would ask for the president of the community, and they would take them out and publicly kill them in front of the townspeople. They didn't kill the Jews. That annihilation started in 42. But they would kill the leadership because that's important. You want to break down, you want to undermine a people, you cut off the head of the snake. That's how they viewed us, as a snake. You cut off its head. And that's what they tried to do here. Who were the two religious leaders of the nation? The head of the Sanhedrin, the Nasi, and the Kohen Gadol. You have the educational branch of the government. Not that it was a government because the Romans really controlled us, but you have the educational institutions, you have the legislative institutions, and you have the judicial institutions. Because the Sanhedrin is the judiciary, it is the legislator. And the kahuna is the educational branch. Ki mitzion teitzei Torah udvar Hashem Yerushalayim. And they executed the two of them. Now there's an interesting mechilta. I think it's not the mechilta of Rabbi Yishmael, I think it's a different mechilta. And on the pasuk of what happens, that if we afflict the orphan and the widow again are someone who doesn't have someone championing their cause, and they feel all alone, then what happens? Our wives become widows. Our children become orphans. So, Rabbi Shimon Gamliel, as they're waiting to be executed, says to Rabbi Yishmael, how can this be? How can this happen, the way that we're being killed? I want to know, in terms of doing tshuva before I die, what did we do wrong? So the Kohen Gadol says, let me ask you the following question. The Rav used to quote this. Let me ask you the following question. I'm sure you never ever afflicted an orphan or a widow, not willingly. But you were a very busy man. You're responsible for the nation. Everyone in anything is coming to you. Is it possible that there could have been someone, who knows, in your waiting room where the secretary told them to sit and wait, who had an issue? And you were dealing with other issues. You didn't even know they were there. But they sat and they thought, gee, if I was a somebody, if only I were someone, he would take my case. Instead, they sat all alone, waiting and waiting. And Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel responds to the Kohen Gadol. He says, yes. He says, not only is that very possible, that thing could have happened. Where unwillingly, I was the cause of pain and hurt of a forlorn widow or a forlorn orphan. He says, you've consoled me. Now I understand. So what happened? Page 415, page 248. Arzei HaLevanon. Why are they called the cedars of Lebanon? By the way, what are the cedars of Lebanon? That's the structure of the Beis HaMikdash. This is the Beis HaMikdash, because what's the purpose of the institution of a Beis HaMikdash? The purpose of the institution of a Mikdash is it's an institution that conveys the knowledge of God, correct? It's where we come to know the ways of the Almighty. Who better is a living, three-dimensional Beis HaMikdash than the Chachmei HaMasorah? Adirei HaTorah, the masters of the Torah. Balei Teresin b'Mishnah v'Gemara. Why are they referred to as Balei Teresin? So Rav Kook has a line where he says the following. If you and I are attacking each other, let's say it's MMA, right, or UFC. My goal is to get you down, to defeat you, right, to hit you, to attack you. If you and I are arguing about a point and it's about my ego or your ego, it's not l'shem shamayim, it's about our ego, then it's all about, me winning. But if the purpose is, what's the truth? To determine what is the emes, if that's the goal, then if I come up with a thesis, and I think it's a true thesis, and you challenge my assumptions, you seem to poke holes in it. So my job is to defend the thesis, if I think it's a true thesis. That's Balei Teresin, shield bearers. My goal is not to attack you. It's not to one-up you. My goal is to defend the truth. That's why they're called Balei Teresin. What's the difference between Mishnah and Gemara? Mishnah is the data. That's the data of the Torah Shebaal Peh, the facts. What is Gemara? That's the analysis. That's inductive reasoning. That's linear analytical thought process. That's application. Okay? Giborei koach. So these were, what does it mean, mighty in strength? Ezehu gibor hakodesh es yitzro, as we say in Pirkei Avos. What does it mean that these were giborim? What it means is these were people who were incredibly in control of their instinctual nature. What enabled their intellectual perfection, I'm borrowing a term from the Rambam and the Moreh Nevuchim, what enabled for their intellectual perfection, the sine qua non, was their psychological, their emotional perfection. These were extremely, extremely moral people, refined, perfected people. The description the Rambam gives to you in Hilchos Deos, that is who they were, and that's what enabled for their greatness. Amaleha B'tara. They toiled in a very pure way. Damam nishpach kamayim, their blood was spilled like water. V'noshasa gevura. Hinam, who are they? Kedoshe haruge malchus asara. These are the 10, and we'll see it was many more than 10. We're actually going to spell out 8 of the Balei HaMasorah. On Yom Kippur we spell out 10, but here we're going to spell out 8. These are the 10 that were executed by the Roman government. Val ela ani bochia. It is for these that I cry, ve'eni nigra. Again, crying. The Rav used to quote the Rambam in Hilchos Avel, and just to build upon the point that we said in the introduction. It says that someone who is misabel yoser midai hareze tipesh. Someone who is too excessive in their mourning, they've allowed their emotions to get the best of them. Hareze tipesh. They're not functioning rationally. Why? The Rambam says it's minhago shel olam. Every one of us, although we deny it, I go through my whole life trying to deny it, but when I'm honest with myself, we were all born to die. We're all going to die. Whether we die at 40, 60, 80, 100, that is the nature of the human condition. From the time, after the sin of Adam and Chava, we were born to die. And it's a tragedy when anyone dies. Every human being, if they've led a life of thought, of sensitivity, of chesed, so that human being is a living Sefer Torah. And we mourn it. And there's a time for Aninus, there's a time for Shiva, there's a time for Shloshim. And then there's a time when we take their loss and we take their memories and we use it as a catalyst, as a springboard for how we lead our lives. When we think of our parents, when we think of our grandparents, we think of the role models they were to us and what they've done for us and how it's made us who we are. And we use our life as their continuity, as their legacy. But a person who has excessive mourning, what tipesh means is a person who's controlled by their emotions. That's a person who may be in depression and may need pharmacological help, may need a therapist. But what about here? Here, what does it say? We never get over the loss of the slaughter of Rabbi Akiva, the burning of Rabbi Hanina ben Teradion, the execution of Rabbi Eliezer ben Shammua in front of his family when he was making Kiddush on a Friday night. Every year we come back. We're going to read it in the 23rd Kinot. Miyamim yamima. Each and every year we come back and we cry, and that's it. Avaker, to quote the phrase from Yirmiyahu. Not only do we cry, we get others to cry with us. We mourn out loud, we scream, we moan, we mourn. Why? What about Hareze Tipesh? Because go back to the other language of the Rambam. The Rambam says when it's minhago shel olam, it's the nature of the world. Some of us die, it may be from cancer, some from cardiovascular disease, some from other reasons, okay? It's not minhago shel olam to be wrapped in the Sefer Torah and burnt to death for teaching Jews Torah. It's not minhago shel olam to be taken to the Grand Colosseum in Caesarea, and have iron combs wrench your flesh, cut open your nerves, shatter your frail bones when you're over 100 years old. That's not minhago shel olam. That's sick. That's a corruption of all morality. That's a corruption of anything that is defined by human ethics. That's a corruption of humanity. And for that, we don't get over. That's not something we can get over. That is something we come back and we cry again and again and again, and we relive and we re-experience again and again. That's what is a theme that comes out in these kinos. And that's what we're re-experiencing now. Zos bizachri, even mentioning this, even talking about this, ezak ze'aka gedola umora. That's a paraphrase from what Mordechai did when he heard about the impending annihilation and genocide of the Jewish people throughout the Persian Empire. Ezak ze'aka gedola umora. Now what is ezak? Not just that I am crying. I evoke others to cry with me. Chemdas Yisrael, the most precious of the Jewish people. Klei HaKodesh. What does it mean they're Klei HaKodesh? Meaning their very persona was transformed. It wasn't like a regular human body. They were transformed into a chefza of Kedusha. That's how perfected they were. Nezer v'atara, they were our crown. They were our pride and joy. Tahorei leiv, all their intentions were pure. Kodshei kadoshim, these were the holiest of the holy. Shchitasan b'misa chamura, but yet their slaughter was a horrific, vicious slaughter. Yadu goral mi rishon lecherev berura. The two, the Nasi and the Kohen Gadol, neither of them wanted to see the other be slaughtered. Each of them would rather have preferred to die first than watch their peer, their friends, be slaughtered. Kinfol goral Rabbi Shimon, so the Nasi, Rabbi Shimon Gamliel, the lottery ends up that he's the first that will be slaughtered. Pashat savaro bacha kenigzor gezerah. This is why he cried. We talked about that. That was what the Rav was alluding to in the Mechilta. He wasn't sad that he was going to die. He wasn't afraid to die. He was sad that what did he do? What sin did he commit that he didn't know that he would have liked to do tshuva for, that allowed for such a horrific, a guillotine, a decapitation like this. Pashat Savaro extended his neck, ubacha genigzer gezerah. The Rebbe Shimon Chazar Hegmon, lahargo benefesh netzura. Mizera Aaron sha'al bevakasha livkos al ben agvira. So the descendant of Aaron, the Kohen Gadol, Rabbi Yishmael, he was crying over this. Natalis Rosho, he took, now by the way, how can a Kohen do this? Pick up the decapitated head. What about Tumas Mace? So the answer, what's the obvious answer to this question? This is a Mace mitzvah. There were no other Jews there. This is a Mace mitzvah. And not only that, by definition, he's becoming Tamei Mace because he's in the same room of the decapitated dead Nasi Rebbe Shimon ben Gamliel. Natalis Rosho, he takes the head. Unasano al arkavosov, he puts it on his lap. Menorah hatahora, this pure, precious menorah. What did he mean by that? What did he mean by that? This is the Nasi, the head of the Sanhedrin, who is articulated, who has been teaching the principles of Judaism, enlightening Jews throughout his life. Pitom, like that. He was here 1 second and now he's gone. Pitom, niknasa alav misa meshuna v'chamura. I apologize, I skipped. Some einav al einav. The Kohen Gadol puts his eyes towards the dead eyes of Rabbi Shimon. Upiv al piv, his mouth to his mouth, ba'ava gemura. Ana v'amar, he calls out and he says, Peh hamisgaber b'Torah. This mouth that was so great in Torah, pisom, immediately, like he was here just a minute ago, now he's gone, he's left us, niknas alav. And he was killed with such a misa meshuna, such a terrible, horrific death, v'chamura. Tziva lahavshit es rosho hamelech b'sar haschira. You know the background. And when we read the 23rd Kinot, we'll see this genetically continued through the generations. The Kohen Gadol was an incredibly handsome. Like those women's magazines, Cosmopolitan, they would have had a picture of him on the cover. Incredibly handsome man. The daughter of the proconsul, in a sort of erotic, disgusting way, she was just enamored with the good looks of the Kohen Gadol. And she asked her father, I would like a bust for me to look at, and get excited about. So they peeled the skin. I mean, this is horrific. They peeled the skin layer by layer off of his face, and they're going to take that skin and put it on a bust that she can look at and get her excitement over. I mean, this is the death of the Kohen Gadol. Siva lahafshit es rosho hamelech. The melech here doesn't mean the Roman Caesar, it means the proconsul. Bisar haschira, with a sharp razor. Kiyam ba'oro amru l'nafshech shchiva navor. Shchiva navor is a nevuah from Yeshaya Hanavi. And it was fulfilled horrifically through this Kohen Gadol. Rasha HaPoshet, the executioner who was peeling off his skin. Eis higia limkom tefillin mitzvahs bara. When he gets to the part on the forehead where the tefillin was worn, Shima tza'aka v'nizdaza olam ve'eretz hisparara. He didn't cry out from pain, because if he would have been crying out from pain, he would have been crying long before this. But he yells out, and at this point he realizes he'll never be able to wear the miniature Sefer Torah that we call the Tefillin Shorosh, that special Shem Hashem, the miniature Sefer Torah that we wear on our own body in service of the Almighty. He won't be able to do that. And literally the earth shook from that cry. Ta'amod zechuso ledoros v'kol Hashem bahadara. So the heavenly voice, the Baskol says, may his merit stand for generations. I have to tell you, we who read the 21st Kinot every Tisha B'Av, I just have in mind when we put on tefillin, what an incredible schus it is to be able to wear a miniature Sefer Torah on our own body, on our own mind, that our mind should be driven by these values of Yichud Hashem, the knowledge of God. What an incredible mitzvah that is, in opportunity and blessing we're given. And you see how the Kohen Gadol appreciated that. Me'acharav. Now when we say Me'acharav, we don't mean the next. We mean 60-some years later, 68 years later, comes Rabbi Akiva. Oker harim v'tochanan zu v'zu b'svara. The description of Rabbi Akiva, what does it mean in Oker harim? His incredible analytical mind. I have the blessing of listening to the recordings of Rabbi Soloveitchik. I have the blessing sometimes of learning with people, a Rav Aaron Kahn, a Rav Yudi Bakst. There are certain people, their mind is so razor sharp. There are many people who have very good minds, and they organize things well, and they know the data, and things are clear. But when you get those of you who had the chance to learn by Rav Parnas, you have a mind that is so analytical, that is so clear, that has a certain linear analytical ability. Just the Torah becomes three-dimensional. The Torah comes alive. It's no longer words. It's profound. The Rav had that ability to do that with his mind and his ability to communicate. That was Rabbi Akiva. He could literally uproot mountains. He could uproot mountains with his mind. And he would take what was garbled, what was confused, what was gray, what was a cloud, and he would grind it up and come up with the finest of flour. That was Rabbi Akiva. And what did they do to him? As bisaro misarkin, bimasrek habarza lihishtabra. This was not a one-time thing. He was an old man. And every day, and they forced the Jews to sit there in the many of you have been to that Colosseum. They would take these iron combs, they would wrench his flesh, break it up, crush the bones. We know the story of the very last time they did it because he expired, he died. But they did this for a number of days. These were, there's a reason Chazal referred to Rome as Malchus HaRasha, the evil empire. Before President Reagan, we had that term. When you think about what they did in the aftermath of the Bar Kokhba revolt, it was so horrific, the Romans themselves did not allow they didn't allow this to be recorded. This is not a history they were proud of. When they defeated the Jewish people the first time in the war that started in 66 up in Gamla and the Golan Heights, came through the Galilee, the 3-year siege of Yerushalayim from 68 to 70, the final battle where the Jews committed suicide in 72 in Masada, they had their own chronicler. Yosef ben Matisyahu a Kohen, Josephus Flavius, he was the chronicler. They were proud of this, the war against the Jews, the Jewish wars. What happened after they defeat Bar Kokhba? There is a genocide. Let me repeat that again. It is a genocide. We don't even know. The Psichta, the introductory medrash to Eicha, claims that there was 800,000 Jews who were butchered and slaughtered by the Romans. Okay? Imagine what 800,000 people was at that time in history. That was the large majority of Jews living in Israel. I'll use an analogy. If you're Polish, you pronounce it Poznan. If you're German, you call it Posen. That was the city, the famous city where Rabbi Akiva, what made it famous? Rabbi Akiva Eger was the Rav of Posen. Okay, he was the Gadol Hador. So in 1943, Heinrich Himmler, the head of the SS, the head of the Gestapo, he takes the various officers of the SS who have been engaged in the annihilation of the Jewish people on the European continent. The head of the SS in Lithuania, where there's no Jews left, because in 41 they went town by town, village by village, with the help of the Lithuanian Free Army, creating mass graves. There were only 3 communities where even a ghetto was, but they'd all been murdered: Vilna, Shavel, and Kovna. But the Jews of Vilna were taken out to Panari Forest and murdered there. And what happens when the Soviets controlled that part of Lithuania, they built storage tanks for petroleum storage tanks. So the Jews were murdered there. There were 90,000 people murdered. 70,000 of them were Jews in Panari Forest in these petroleum pits. Those of you who've been to Kovna, there were a series of forts that when the Russians, when it was part of Tsarist Russia, they built around the city. And most of the Jews were taken out to the 9th fort and murdered. Some were taken to the 7th, I apologize. Some to the 7th, that's where Rabbi Chonan Wasserman was killed. Most to the 9th fort were taken out and murdered. In Shavel, so there's no Lithuanian Jewry. There's no Latvian Jewry. They were taken out to Romulus Forest. About 6 kilometers from Riga, they were marched there. From Dvinsk, Dagvespil, they were taken and murdered. They killed off all the Jews in Latvia. One of the very few Latvian Jews who survived was Mort Friedman's father, our own Mort Friedman, who was a member here, who's president of AIPAC. His father was a Latvian survivor. They'd killed them all off by the end of 41. They had to bring in literally thousands and thousands of Jews from Germany and in Austria because they needed slave laborers. They couldn't use the Latvian Jews because they were all dead. They were all murdered. So they brought in Germans and Austrians. My great aunt is one of them. She ends up, one of the ways that she survived is she was the cook for a man by the name of Edward Rauschmann. You ever hear of, it's not worth seeing, but it's a fictional story based on his life. It's called The Odessa File. You ever hear that movie, The Odessa File? He was the commandant of Kaiserwald, a camp outside of Riga, Latvia, and it had other sub-camps, Salaspils. And so the Latvian Jews were dead. In honor of Hitler's birthday, they had annihilated, there were not a lot, but all the Estonian Jews in 41. The Polish Jews had all been killed by mid-43, I apologize. It started in 42, but already by the spring and summer of 43, there were no Polish Jews alive. The only ones who were alive were Jerry Weinreich's parents. They were slave laborers in the Lodz ghetto. And a few Polish Jews who they were babies who were being raised as Christians. That's the only ones who survived. They were all dead. They'd almost killed off all the Dutch Jews, and they take them to a place called Westerbork. Westerbork was a train station. It was a camp. It was basically you were held in Westerbork for usually about 3 to 7 days. On Tuesdays, from Westerbork, there would be a train that would go to Sobibor, where they would murder the Dutch Jews. And on Fridays would be a train that would go to Auschwitz, to Birkenau, where they would murder them. So they were all killed. The French Jews under Vichy, they didn't take those who were native French, anyone who was not native French, meaning Germans, Polish Jews who had fled to France, the French who supposedly stand for egalitarianism, liberty, and fraternity, the people of liberty and fraternity, sent their Jews to Auschwitz. So they were dead. The Italians, after the revolt against Mussolini and the fascists, the Germans came in. Many of you have seen the film, The Garden of the Finzi-Cantinis. All the Italian Jews were sent to Auschwitz. The Greek Jews already in 1942 had been sent to Auschwitz. The only ones alive in Europe at this point were the Hungarian Jews. The Hungarian and some of the Slovakian Jews. So Himmler brings, brings the various leaders. Odilio Glabecznik, who was the head of the Lublin section of Poland. What was his name? The Mossad got him in South America. I'm forgetting the butcher in Latvia. The one who oversaw Lithuania. All the heads of the SS. And he gathers them, the leadership. They meet in Posen, or the Polish call it Poznan. This is October of 1943. And he says the following to them. We have done the holiest act. We have done something that history will thank us for the next 1,000 years. But it's an event that we can never tell or talk about for 1,000 years. Of course, referring to the annihilation of the Jews of Europe. And he says we have to eradicate, we have to remove every trace of what we have perpetrated. And at that point, any Jew who was alive, slave laborers, they were sent to Panari Forest to burn the remains of the 90,000, 70,000 of them were Jews who had been buried in Panari. They were sent to Romulus, the same thing in Latvia. They were sent to Babi Yar when, during the Aseret Yemei Tshuva in 1941, during 2 days, 33,400 Jews from Kiev had been rounded up and been shot to death in the ravine that we know as Babi Yar. They were sent to Treblinka. In fact, the last remaining prisoners of Treblinka, and that's why there was a revolt in Treblinka, their job was to exhume and burn and remove any trace of the 892,000 Jews that were butchered, were gassed to death in Treblinka. The same thing in Belzec, and the same thing in Sobibor. Now, they weren't able to do this in every little village in the Ukraine, every little village in Lithuania. That they weren't able to do. But the major sites, they removed, and they removed all traces, all remnants of the worst crime in the history of humanity that they perpetrated. But never a word shall be said of this. That is exactly the attitude the Romans had in the aftermath of the genocide of the Jews of Israel. Now, please understand, that Roman genocide in the aftermath of the Bar Kokhba revolt was the worst crime ever perpetrated against the Jews in our history until the Holocaust. What I'm trying to say is, if you and I did not live today, let's make up that you and I lived somewhere in Europe or somewhere in North Africa or somewhere in Iraq in the 18th century, in the 16th century, and someone approached us. They woke us up in the middle of the night from our sleep, and they asked us the following question: what was the greatest tragedy in Jewish history? So today the answer obviously is the Shoah. But if they asked us that before the Shoah, no one would disagree. Leisman de Polig, no one would disagree. The greatest tragedy in the history of the Jewish people was the Roman genocide of the Jews in the aftermath of the Bar Kokhba revolt. And that is where the Romans get the term that Chazal ascribed to them, Malchus HaRasha, the evil empire. They slaughtered men, women, and children. I have, my problem is I don't have cassette players anymore. I have a lot of cassettes at home. I have hundreds of cassettes of Rabbi Soloveitchik shiurim, of other shiurim. I just need to find a tape recorder that can actually play them. You have, Tzvi, you have one that works, good. So there's a shir that the Rav gave to the Balabatim in Boston at the Maimonides School in May of 1970. And he was talking, he says, you know, look at the Gemara. It describes the 24,000 students of Rebbe Akiva. It says they died of ascaria. So what do we assume? Ascaria we translate as diphtheria. Diphtheria is a pulmonological disease. The Rav says that was Lashon Sagi Nahor. It was euphemistic language, because the Jews cannot write down and record this history, not just the Romans. No one can record what happened. The 24,000 students, Migeva ad Antipras, which is another way of saying throughout the length and breadth of Israel, from the northern Galilee down to the southern Negev, those 24,000 students of Rebbe Akiva did not die of diphtheria. They were amongst the 800,000. They were the Balei HaMasorah. They were the Balei HaMasorah, but they were amongst the 800,000 that were slaughtered by the Romans in the aftermath of the Bar Kokhba revolt, in the Roman genocide. And I found other Achronim subsequent to hearing this from the Rav Zatzal. Samech Chaf Reish in Aramaic is like cherev in Hebrew, it's a sword. So it was a euphemistic way of saying that they were butchered, they were slaughtered by the Romans. And in the aftermath of this comes the Hadrianic decrees against that was catalyzed by the Judeo-Christians and by the heretics, Elisha ben Avuya amongst them. Now comes the slaughter of the leadership of the Jewish people. Those Jewish leaders who are going, I'm talking about religious leaders. When I say leaders, I mean religious leaders who are going to defy the Hadrianic decrees. Rabbi Akiva Ashrecha, Gufcha Tahor Bechol Minei Tara. Rabbi Akiva, fortunate are you that you were no longer, it's like a different quality of human being. Your very body, you know, we said before, they're Klei HaKodesh. Your very body is Tahor, B'chol Minei Tahara. Ben Bava Rabbi Yehuda Acharav Heviu. Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava at the time, and we'll see, was 70 years old. B'shivron Lev Ve'azhara. It was an incredible Yirei Shamayim. It was a person who used to fast all the time because of the tzaras of Klal Yisrael. Nerag, he is executed at the age of 70, Bidei Risha Arura, at the hands of the cursed, wicked ones. Yoshev B'tanis, he would fast. Naki v'chassid b'malach l'mara. What did Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava do to get executed? Remember, if you don't have smicha, if you don't have a transmission of ordination to the next generation, then there's terrible ambiguity. There's terrible ambivalence. Who is the leadership of the Jewish people? You don't know. Because any quack, I mean, think about what Rabbi Yaakov Weil did in the aftermath of the Black Death, of the bubonic plague. They instituted smicha, not the real smicha. I'm talking about our modern smicha. What was the goal? If someone gets smicha, you know two things about them. You actually know three things about them. Number one, they actually understand and have knowledge of Judaism. And if you ask them a question, they can give you a thoughtful, appropriate answer. They know the halacha and they know how to apply the halacha. Number two, they're not a psycho. They're emotionally and psychologically healthy. And number three, they're not a quack. This is not the Kabbalah Center that's looking to manipulate you and play on your weakness and your frailties. And that's very important, because in the aftermath of the Black Death, you had all kinds of people claiming to be Jewish leaders and claiming to be the ones who will help rebuild the Jews from the devastation. And they had to institute a smicha so that you won't have amaratzim, and you won't have manipulators, and you won't have disturbed people, no matter how bright they are, claiming to represent Judaism. That's our modern ordination, or smicha. The real smicha, ish mipim ish ad Moshe Rabbeinu, the real smicha, that is a person who's a master of Kol HaTorah Kula. It's different than our ordination. Much more difficult, much more complicated. much deeper. And you're going to lose who is entitled to be called a samuch, who is entitled to be called a rabbi. Because one of the decrees, and the Romans would have never thought of this on their own. This decree came from Jews who wanted to undermine Judaism. This decree came from a Rabbi Elisha ben Avuya, or from the Judeo-Christians who knew this is the way to undermine the mainstream Jewish community. So Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava, and this is the Gemara at the end of the first parak of Sanhedrin, Masechta Sanhedrin, because the Romans said, not only will we kill the masmich and the samuch, not only will we execute the person that gave ordination, the person that received ordination, we will destroy the town that the ordination took place in. He took a number of young men from out of the town into the hills of the Galilee, and he gave them smicha. Somebody ratted him out to the Romans. Whether it was one of the Judeo-Christians, whether it was an apostate Jew, someone ratted them out. And the Romans came to kill. Now they're all young. Who is in that group? Rebbe Meir. Why is Rebbe Meir getting smicha from Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava? Because if you remember, in the aftermath of the 24,000 students of Rabbi Akiva being killed in the post-genocide of the Bar Kokhba revolt, what does Rabbi Akiva do? He goes, Eitzo Rabosenu Shebadaram, he goes to the south, and he takes 5 young men, pious, righteous Wunderkind, bright, outstanding young men, Rabbi Yossi ben Chalafta, Rabbi Shimon bar Yochai, Rabbi Yehuda bar Ilai, Rabbi Meir, and Rabbi Elazar ben Shammua. So Rabbi Elazar ben Shammua, as we're about to read, he's actually executed by the Romans. But Rabbi Yossi bar Chalafta, he's the one who writes the Seder Olam. So the Masorah of Jewish history is recorded thanks to Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Meir, Stam Mishnah ke Rabbi Meir, the essence of the Torah Shabbal Peh, is recorded through Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Shimon, so if you believe that the Zohar, the essential Zohar goes back to him, he's the one who records the esoteric knowledge, the Kabbalah. He's also the author of the Sifrei and the Sifra, the Midrashim, on Bamidbar in Devarim. Rabbi Yehuda bar Ilai, he is the author of the Torah's Kohanim, the Midrashim on Vayikra. Did I leave anyone out? We said Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Yossi, right, and Rabbi Elazar ben Shammua. So the point is that through these 5 men, Judaism survived. Rabbi Akiva had every right, after seeing his 24,000 students slaughtered and butchered, to die a broken, depressed, die of malaise as a broken old man. He didn't. He started from scratch with these 5 young men, and Judaism survived through these 5. Now, Rebbe Meir was probably the greatest of the 5. He was the youngest. People didn't call him Rabbi. They couldn't respect him as a Rabbi. He looked too young. It's funny, you know, when I was a Rebbe at Frisch. I was the 12th grade Rebbe at Frisch, and we were recruited to be the rabbi in Detroit. So, you know, whatever, they had other candidates. Probably because of my wife, Yael, not because of me, they took me. But they said, you know, this guy is so young, he looks so young. I looked young at 28, you know, it was, I think, 27 or 28. I looked young at that age, and, you know, and he looks so young. How can, you know, we're in our 80s, we're in our 70s. How are you going to look up to a 27, 28-year-old? So one of the guys says, don't worry about it. When we're through with him, he'll be as gray as we are. Don't worry about it, you know. Rebbe Meir, he was young, and they didn't see him, you know, as that. So Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava gives him smicha a second time, so that people will call him rabbi, and they'll know that he is one of the Balei Masorah. So as the story is recorded in Masechta Sanhedrin, the Romans are coming after them, and the Romans are looking to slaughter them all. They're young. They have enough gap and space between them and the room they can run away. But they don't want to abandon, they don't want to leave the Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava, who's frail, who's, today, 70 years old. Look, between Botox and plastic surgery and Viagra, at 70 years old, you're a spring chicken. You can become a new father, you can be anything, today at 70 years old. There's a time when 70 was 70. And put it mildly, in the time of Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava, especially you've been fasting all the time for years, 70 was 70, okay? And he can't make it. And he says to them, the whole reason I'm risking my life, the whole reason I'm doing this is so that there be a future, a continuity to Yiddishkeit, that the Mesorah will continue. You have to leave. Let me go. You have to flee. You have to escape, and you have to continue the Mesorah. They flee, they escape. And Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava is brutally murdered. Now, we have the spot, there's an ohel with, it's very nice. It's, what do you say? How do they make like the material on like a tombstone? This isn't the tombstone, this is on the ohel. It's like plastered. The Gemara of Sanhedrin that tells this story is there. Now, twice in my lifetime, the Muslim Arabs in the Galilee, these are our, supposedly they're supposed to be citizens of Israel, they're supposed to have a respect like we respect them, they're supposed to have respect for us. So twice they've destroyed the ohel of Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava. It's been rebuilt and reestablished. So the ohel that you'll actually see if you go through the Galilee is very new. The reason it's very new is we had to rebuild it when the Muslims, with their disrespect, destroyed it. Like what they do in Shechem, the Kever Yosef all the time. But we know where he was killed, in those mountains in the Galilee between the towns. Naki v'chasid b'malachto lanara. What does it mean, Naki? He was an incredibly man of impeccable integrity, and he was a chassid. What does that mean? He went above and beyond. Whenever it came to anything, he went above and beyond the law. A tzaddik is someone who observes the law correctly, properly, appropriately. A chassid is someone who goes above and beyond, and that's who Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava was. Chananya ben Terad yon acharav, makil kehilos b'tzion shara. It says he would gather together to people to learn in the gate. Unlike today, think about New York City. What if you're the leadership of New York? What do you want from a business perspective? You want people to come in the Lincoln Tunnel, come through the George Washington Bridge, come in the Holland Tunnel, and you want them to experience 42nd Street. You want them to experience Soho. You want them to walk Fifth Avenue and walk Madison Avenue and shop the streets on Madison Avenue, right? You want that. You want them to be shopping in Soho, not online on Amazon, but to experience New York. You want them to eat the Chinese food in Chinatown. You want them to taste the Italian food, in Little Italy. That's today. In antiquities, it was just the opposite. You don't want to expose the innermost parts of a city, because then people can come and attack, and they'll know where to attack and how to attack. What would happen? In the morning, they would open up the walls or the gates of the city, the Sha'arei Ha'ir. And the business people would take their wares, take them outside the gates of the city, and they would set up shop there. The court would conduct its business there. There would be a place where the Beit Din would be. What was the point? Everything took place at the gate of the city, because you didn't want outsiders and strangers coming into the city. So all the action was outside at the gate of the city. So he would go there, that's where the people were, makil kehilos b'tzion shara, in the gates of Zion, to get people to defy the Hadrianic decrees, to get people to continue Jewish education. That's what he would do. Okay? Yoshe v'doresh v'sefer Torah imo. Well, what does it mean he's Yoshe v'doresh? You don't have books in antiquities. What text do you have? You have scrolls. We've said it before. You have cloth. You have the scrolls of the Navi, the scrolls of the Torah. That's what he would use to teach. V'hikifu b'chavile zemora. They envelop him with the Sefer Torah. They take kindling wood to start the fire so that his body, the Torah, will burn with him. Es ha'ur hitzitzu bahem ukrachu b'sefer Torah ubaru vo havara. Lelibo sefogin shel tzemer hinichu shelo yamos mehera. And in their sick cruelty, instead of him burning to death quickly, they took sponges of wool and they soaked them in water so it would slow down the fire, slow down the burning, so he would die an even slower, more horrific, painful death. Chassid Rabbi Yeshev of HaSofer. Why were the Romans doing this? This is to make a statement. This is what happens to anyone who defies the Hadrianic decrees. You think you're going to do this? Now, by the way, this totally backfired. What do I mean by that? Instead of the Jews being scared to death from the horrific murder of Rabbi Yehuda ben Bava, the horrific murder of Rabbi Chanina ben Teradion, of Rabbi Akiva, of Rabbi Eliezer ben Shamua, you know what happened? And this is an incredible, this is a positive to being a stiff-necked people. Am Keshe Oref, the stiff-necked people. We said Rabbi Akiva's death should not be for naught. Rabbi Chanina ben Teradion, he's going to be our role model. We're going to follow in his footsteps. And we're going to be Makil Kehilos Betzion Sha'ara. Let their death not be for naught. We say, what do we say? David Melech Yisrael Chai V'Kayam. Rabbi Akiva, the Melamed Torah Yisrael Chai V'Kayam. And that was their rallying point. That was, so to speak, the flag that they bore. And there was an incredible revival despite the slaughter, despite the murders. And it only started to subside post-Hadrian. First under Rabbi Yehuda bar Eloi, who actually is able to reestablish the Sanhedrin, and then to even an even greater degree under Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, who had a clandestine relationship with Rabbi Meir's greatest student, Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi, Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi. So the fact that they kept defying these Hadrianic decrees, ultimately it enabled Judaism to survive, the Masorah not only to continue, but actually to have one of its greatest growth spurts in our history. And we'll talk about other examples of that as we go on. Next, Chassid Rabbi Yeshev of HaSofer Haragu Amamora. That's how they equate the Romans to Sodom and Gomorrah. Ziraku v'ishlichu lekavim v'lo hukbar b'kvura. Think about, the vicious German shepherds. Think about these pit bull terriers the drug lords have. If somebody doesn't pay, they sick the pit bull terrier on the people and they eat them alive. That's what they did to Rabbi Yeshev of HaSofer. Kol bas yatsa alav. There was a heavenly voice that went out. Shelo hiniach klum mitaras Moshe l'shamra. There was nothing of the Torah. What does it mean, l'shamra? What does l'shamra mean? It has two meanings. One is, it means there was no area of Judaism that he didn't study and really have a very capable controlling knowledge of. L'shamra. Like we say in this week's coming parsha, what does Rashi say? V'asisem ushmartem. Asiya is the observance of the mitzvah. Shmira is the learning, the understanding, the method, the axioms, the postulates, the system, the methodology of the mitzvah. So there's Asiya and the Shmira. So one is the learning. Another idea of the Shamra is what? To ensure that the Jewish people would observe. Think about what happens in the aftermath of devastation. And let me use the analogy of our world. Today, if you exclude the Orthodox community, you have close to 75% intermarriage. I mean, it's horrific. It's something that's our worst nightmare that we're living through right now in American Jewry. How did that happen? In 1952, there was 3% intermarriage of American Jews. How did it go from 3%? I don't know what the full percentage. If you pull out the Orthodox, it's 75%. So maybe it's 60-some percent. How did it go from 3 to 60-some percent? You know how? Because you have 3-4 generations of no Jewish education. You have Jews in America that become products of Western civilization, that are at the cutting edge of Western civilization, that don't have barriers to entry, that you have a Gentile community that for the most part likes having a Jewish son-in-law, right? Whether it's true or not, the reputation about us is that we support our families, that we want our children to be more educated than we are, that we don't have a high percentage of alcoholism or spousal abuse. I mean, that's the reputation we have. I'm not here to say it's true or not true. We all know there's alcoholism in the Jewish community, there's spousal abuse in the Jewish community. There are Jews who suffer from these flaws just like there are Gentiles. But that's a perception. So you have a world where we can make it in every dimension and aspect, and we're accepted in every dimension and aspect, and Judaism is lost. Outside of the Orthodox community, we're losing our people. It's a tragedy. It's an indictment of us being irrelevant and not having an impact on anyone outside of our ghettos, like Teaneck and the Five Towns. People say Lakewood's a ghetto, Teaneck's a ghetto. People say Muncie's a ghetto, the Five Towns is a ghetto. They're all ghettos. And shame on us. It's a terrible indictment of us. But I'm trying to explain, how did we lose the majority of our people? That's what would have happened here. These people would have been lost. They would have become citizens of a greater Roman Empire. Their Yiddishkeit would have been lost had it not been for this defiance of the Hadrianic decrees. And what does it mean, Shelo hiniach klum mitoras Moshe l'shamra? L'shamra means the following: that he ensured that areas that people were weak in. Think about it in America. Did you know anybody who kept shatnez until like the 1970s? A few people. You get a couple of guys. They make it their life's mission because we're all buying Italian suits. Even if you don't buy an Italian suit, you buy a German suit, Hugo Boss, they all have shatnez. Even good American suits today have shatnez. So you get people observing shatnez. Observing shatnez. Other areas that were not observed. How many people you think went to mikveh? The mikvehs were disgusting. They were decrepit. You'd shiver. You wouldn't want to go in. Not because of the cold, because of the algae and the filth. And then you had people that made an issue of mikveh. They made an issue of mikveh, so that we're going to have nice mikvehs that are respectable, that our women can feel proud in observing the mitzvah, can feel good about themselves and feeling the mitzvah. We'll encourage young women to do them. Maybe then their mothers will follow in their footsteps. This is what it means, Shelo hiniach. He didn't leave any area of the Torah l'shamra. That's what he did. I don't know the examples that he did because we don't have it recorded, but I'm using modern examples to appreciate the kind of things he did to a generation whose whole foundations were undermined, who was on a road to assimilation. That's who Rebbe Yeshevov was, and that's what we lost. Es Rabbi Chanina ben Chachinoi, v'acharav Rabbi Chutzpitz. If you want to know about Rabbi Chanina ben Chachinoi, look at the Gemaras in Megillah and Sota about him. Who's Rabbi Chutzpitz? Rabbi Chutzpitz, you don't see him very often in the Mishnah or quoted in the Gemara and the Brisos. There are certain people, and I apologize for using this term, but I want to convey what he was. We call them retailers. I'll give you an example. Most Gedolim were not great orators. They were incredible Talmidei Chachamim, but they were not great orators. Rabbi Soloveitchik is the exception to that rule. You sit and listen. Now today no one can get away with that because we're all ADHD as a function of the iPhone and the Samsung. But you listen to, I listened to the shiurim the Saturday nights in Boston. You know, he had people coming from MIT and Harvard and Tufts. He had people with no backgrounds. He had big Talmidei Chachamim. He had a very eclectic audience. And you know what his competition was? The movies and Howard Johnson was his competition. So it's a Saturday night, you know. People are tired already. It's not like it's Saturday morning where they just woke up and got out of bed. It's Saturday night after a long Shabbos. In Boston in the summer, Shabbos gets out pretty late. It's north of here, latitudinally. He gave a chumash shir. I'm telling you, and I never attended them live. I'm just listening to a cassette recording, until my tape recorders don't work anymore. I listen to these cassette recordings. You feel like it's a symphony. You feel like it's a philharmonic, with 18 clarinets and 14 saxophones and the timbrels, and you feel that there's the string instruments. It's incredible. And there's the tuba, the trombone, the French horn, the bass. It's a symphony listening to him. That's the rare exception. The rare exception. Okay? Not every Rosh Yeshiva is a Rav Aaron Khan. They're not. What did they have? They had someone who played the role of the Meturgaman, who the wholesaler, the massive Talmud Chacham, the Meturgaman was the retailer, would take their ideas, take their words, and articulate them and stimulate an audience. And remember, they didn't call it ADHD, but in antiquities there also were people with ADHD. Would stimulate an audience of people who didn't have the same background, who didn't have all the tools to appreciate it from the Gadol, from the Tana himself, and would make the Torah come alive, and would engage the students, and would excite the crowd and get them thinking and wrestling with the questions and with the issues. That's Rabbi Chutzpitz. And look at this description of him. I'm just getting to the place. V'achar Rabbi Chutzpitz b'yom Evra, the day of wrath, miyad of haporeach bechavel piv nisraf kivimdura. You know what it was like if a bird would fly over when he was teaching the Torah, when he was presenting the ideas and the concepts and stimulating the audience? If a bird would fly over, it would be burnt up. It was like fire. It was dynamic. What I use the word of philharmonic, they use the word it was fire. It was passion. It was exciting. That's who Rabbi Chutzpitz HaMeturgaman was. Tzaddik Rabbi Eliezer ben Shamua, who we mentioned, Ba'achrona Ne'arag Kimat Kira. When was it? It was Friday night. Yom Erev Shabbos Haya. Zeman Kiddush Vayikadesh Vayikra. Cherev Shalfu Alav. V'lo hinichuhu b'chaim l'sayim u'legamra. He was saying, Vayichu lo shamayim v'aretz v'chol tzva'am. While he's saying, that's a very old minhag, to say those psukim before the actual bracha of the Anshe Knesset HaGadola. It goes all the way back at least to the time of the Tanaim. We see that here. While he was saying that paragraph, surrounded by his family at the Shabbos table, they took out the sword and they stabbed him to death. Yatzasa nishmaso bebara Elokim. We say in Vayichu, Asher bara Elokim la'asos. Saying the words bara Elokim, he was stabbed to death. Yotzer Tsar V'Tzura. Hine Chahena V'Chahena. Chahena V'Chahena is the story of Nasan HaNavi to David HaMelech. They enumerated 6 wives. You could have like these and like these, meaning that's where Chazal get up to 18. Chahena V'Chahena. Don't think it's just the 8 names that we spelled out this morning. Chahena V'Chahena. Many, many others who we did not spell out were murdered, were executed in defiance of the Hadrianic decrees. Hosifu b'nei avla la'anos b'ga'ara. B'skila, sreifa, hereg, v'chenek, miyucha l'shara. They murdered them every which way possible. Noseres mimena yochlu arayos sev bezura. The remnant of the scattered flock of Israel has been devoured, has been torn apart by the lions of the forest, Rome. Yochluhu b'makom kadosh kachatas v'chasham la'abed zichra. Chazei hatnufa v'shok hatruma tarfu aryeh v'hakvira. It describes these Balei HaMasora, these Tanaim, describes him as like Kodesh Kadashim, as a korban. This was an ultimate sacrifice that the Jewish people made, losing these tzaddikim. Their slaughter was not just a murder. It was a korban. And again, what is the idea of mises tzadikim mechaper? So you can feel free to disagree with this. I'm not saying this is the only explanation. When you and I lose a Rebbe Akiva, let's assume we lived in that generation. There's a huge, huge sense of achrayus that we feel. Since we'll never be Rebbe Akiva, we can never replace him, but we at least owe it to his Mesiras Nefesh that we have to continue his legacy. And if we view that we have a chip on our shoulder, that we have a certain destiny to continue his legacy and not let his death be for naught, that in itself is a kapara. What does it mean, a kapara? It means we've changed. We've become something better than ourselves. Just take a step back. You know, the Rav used to talk about, think about when Rabbi Chanan Wasserman in the Kovna Ghetto in 1941, he was taken out to the 7th fort with his Talmidim and murdered there. He says, you know, speaking in the late 40s, who should be the ones who are Malamei Torah L'Amo Yisrael? The Rabbi Chanan Wassermans. Who was the head of the greatest yeshiva in Poland, the Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin? We call him the Kosher Klavagon. Reb Tzvi Aryeh Frummer. Eretz Tzvi was the sefer of his. Tzvi Aryeh Frummer. He was the Kosher Klavagon. He was the one who replaced Reb Meir Shapiro as the Rosh Yeshiva in Lublin. He died al Kiddush Hashem. Reb Chaim Brisker had a grandson, a cousin, a first cousin of Rabbi Soloveitchik. His name was, I think his name was Yeshayahu Glickson. Massive Talmud Chacham, the Rav used to say. His mother was Reb Chaim's daughter. So it was literally like, whether it was the end of the Sheva Brachos or it was just shortly after the Sheva Brachos, the Germans came into Warsaw and they took him and his wife. They tied each of them to automobiles and then they drag raced through the streets of Warsaw. That's how they murdered the Rav's first cousin and his wife. They were a young married couple. He says he would have been one of the future Talmidei Chachamim, maybe Gedolim of Am Yisrael. The students of Baranovich, the students of Volozhin, the students of Telz, the students, not the Slobodka branch that moved to Israel, but the Slobodka branch that remained in the suburbs of Kovna. Think about the Sheris HaPleita. Who came out of the Slobodka yeshiva? Rav Aaron Kotler, who more than anyone is responsible for the rebirth of Torah. Rav Yaakov Kamenetsky. Rav Ruderman, who established Ner Yisrael. Rav Hutner, who established what he did with Chaim Berlin. These are the Sheris HaPleita that survived. And look at what they did. Could you imagine if we had the full complement of who the great White Russian, Lithuanian, what we call the Litvische Rosh Yeshiva that were the heart of Torah? And what about those boys in Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin? See, Poland never had the kind of quality yeshivas that you had in Lita, in White Russia and Lithuania. And he was a Chortka Varav, under Meir Shapiro. Most of those boys who went to Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin, they came from Polish Hasidic families. He did something that the Poles never did and the Galicianas never did. They never created a serious educational institutions. It was, the Chasam Sofer did. In Pressburg, you had a serious yeshiva there. In that area, under the Chasam Sofer and his Talmidim's influence, you did. You had it in Germany. Under the Aruch LeNer, under Rav Hirsch, you had it in Lita. But not in Poland and not in Galicia. And you know who changed that, who stemmed that tide? Was Reb Meir Shapiro with the Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin. Chachmei Lublin was an incredible institution because it provided a dormitory for the boys. It provided a hot meal for the boys. To get into Chachmei Lublin, I don't care how smart and how good many of us are, because many of us, let's be honest, many of us, when we think about our Jewish learning, we're late blossomers. We blossomed later in life. Either you got into learning in Eretz Yisrael when you were 18 or 19 years old, or, as you got older, you had a different perspective on life, or, you got over the fact that they probably started you too young on Gemara and you got turned off to Gemara because they were, throwing it down your throat in 5th grade. You weren't ready for it developmentally, whatever. But many of us are late blossomers. How many of us are superstars at the age of 11 or 12? So I had one son who I could say that about. All my kids learn, okay? All my kids learn very seriously. But that was a superstar at 11 years old? Come on. They might have been a superstar in sports trivia, that they may have been, but not in the Masorah, not in the Rishonim. Who got into Chachmei Lublin? You had to take a bechina. You had to know, depending on what year, whether it was 200 or 300 blot with Rashi Tosfos. Cold. The pin test, you had to know this. We don't know this. You're talking, we just are not trained at that age to be that good. We're not. We might get that later on in life, we're that good, but not at 12 years old, not at 14 years old, not at 15 years old, not at 13 years old. That's who these guys were. Now, do you understand what the goal of Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin was? To produce the future leadership of the most important Jewish community on earth, Polish Jewry. Polish Jewry in the early 30s had 3.5 million people. In 1939, when the Germans entered, it was 3.3 million. But these products of the Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin, they would become the Russia Yeshiva. They would open up yeshivas throughout Poland. They would become the Rabbanim of Poland. They would become the Rabbanim, for that matter. They'd be imported to Germany, to Hungary, to other parts of Europe. They would be the future leadership of Klal Yisrael. They would be the Balei HaMasorah. That was all annihilated. In America, no one had television in the 1930s. In America, what you did was, if you wanted to see the news, you went to the movie theater. There was always a double feature. Look, in those days, you got something for your money, It's not so anymore. But there was a double feature. And in between the two movies, they showed movie tone news. That's how you would see what was happening in America, what was happening in the world. You watched the movie tone news at the movie theater. In Germany, Hitler, there was a whole presentation of that at Yad Vashem about 5 years ago, about how Hitler took all of the equivalent of the German Hollywood, and he basically co-opted them, and they played a major role in the indoctrination amongst the population of National Socialism. They were very evil. They got paid a lot of money, they got ahead, they got great honor for doing this, and in the meantime, they poisoned a generation of Germans. So in the movie tone news of Germany, they would have sick stuff, terrible stuff. They would have these pseudoscientific experiments showing how basically a Jew is like a rat. Jews have similar noses. There's an Aryan nose. Look at the spine of an Aryan. A Jew has a bugle. They have like a hunchback. Look at the fat gut of a Jew. When these genes get into your blood, they're going to poison pure Aryan blood. You know all of that. But one of the most famous German movie tone news was when they take over the yeshiva in Lublin. Remember, Odilio Globachnik, one of the world's greatest thieves and one of the world's greatest murderers, who heads the Lublin district. He is such a freaking thief that after a while, the Nazis themselves remove him because of his wayward ways. They come into the courtyard outside the Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin, and they make the Jews, they oversee it. It had the greatest sifriya, the greatest beis medrash in all of Poland. When people died in their will, they donated their svarim to the Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin. It was an incredible beis hamedrash. Today, thank God we have a really great printing press. We have all kinds of svarim, and so there's a lot of beautiful batei medrash. It was very expensive. It was incredible. Nobody had batei medrash like that in the 1930s. So they take it all out, and the Nazis make a bonfire. They're burning this thing. It's a massive, massive bonfire. And this is what they show. They show the Jews crying over it, and they were proud of this because with the shutting down of the Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin, they now have stopped the future of the Jewish people of Poland. This is before anyone's being killed, right? This is before the genocide. But they've shut down the very faucet. They've shut off the spigot that produces the rabbinical leadership, the future the spiritual leadership of Klal Yisrael. They've shut it all down. And they celebrate with the bonfire of the burning of the most important library or Beis Medrash in all of Poland. These are the korbanos. Yitav be'enei Adonai velo Yosif od liyasra. May it be fitting, may it be pleasing in God's eyes that something like this should never ever happen again. We should never suffer this again, the loss of our Balei HaMasorah. Ametz birkayim koshlos. Strengthen the weakened knees of your people. Chelik Yaakov, the portion of Jacob that remains, Moshiach Beis Sarah. Save us in our time of dire straits. Litzedek yimloch melech, v'shalmu yemei avlech, la'oro nisav v'nelech. Please put an end to the days of our mourning and to the light of your Torah that's been snuffed out with the death of the Balei HaMasorah. May we have that light as a path of how to lead our lives. Next, also talking about an individual, we're going to skip to 34. The 34th Kinot, page 541, in the Art Scroll, page 320. Just to explain for 10 seconds, what I do is I keep like the list of what the Kinos we learned in the previous couple of years. So the ones that we didn't get to till the end of the previous years, I try to do at the beginning. So that way, for people who only stay the first few hours each year, at least they get different Kinos every year. That's why, that's the logic behind the order. But we will try to cover at least, 17, 18 Kinos over the 6 hours. Okay. Again, an individual. So I want to go back to the Haftorah of Parsha Shkolim. Remember the story of Yehoash? There was a woman that I think probably Shakespeare used as his model for Lady Macbeth, a terrible shrew of the Bible. Her name was Atalyahu. Atalia, or Atalyahu, is the daughter of Jezebel, of Izebel, and of Achav. She marries the Melech Yehuda. She marries the king of Judah. So now she's no longer the princess from the 10 northern tribes, a shrew like her mother Jezebel. Now she's the queen. Well, he dies. With his death, she's in power. What does she do? She starts killing off every last descendant of the Davidic lineage. Every scion of David and Shlomo, she starts killing off. The Kohanim see this. And what they do is, they take this little boy, Yehoash, and they hide him. They hide him to protect his life. After a while, the people cannot handle the terrible, terrible evil of Atalyahu. You know, through passive-aggressive, she didn't fund the construction or the maintenance of the Beis HaMikdash. The Beis HaMikdash is a building that's used by many people all the time. It has wear and tear. She lets it fall apart. She doesn't fund the Department of Transportation to prevent people from going to Yerushalayim for the Regel because the roads are in bad shape. She does a number of things that we'll call passive-aggressive. And the people actually catch on to her after a while. And they execute her. There's a revolt and they kill her. The Kohen Gadol, I forgot what his name was, Yehotzadok. Does anyone remember the name of the Kohen Gadol who was the regent? He was like the mentor for Yehoash. So he takes care of Yehoash. And as long as he's alive, the Navi says, Sefer Malachim says, Yehoash is guided and steered in the right direction. And he repairs, that's the story, the whole collection of funds. He does Beta Kabayis, he repairs the Beis HaMikdash. He repairs the highways so that now people come to the Beis HaMikdash and they learn from the Sanhedrin and they learn from the Kohanim. And he does incredible things as long as that Kohen is alive. Once that Kohen dies, now he doesn't feel like he needs to be mentored by anyone. He doesn't have awe or reverence. He's a very powerful man. He's a popular man, you know, he can do what he wants. And that Kohen is replaced by his son, Zechariah. When we use the word Zechariah, it's not Zechariah Hanavi from the Bayis Sheni. It's not that Zechariah who's one of the 12 prophets, who is one of the engineers of the second Beis HaMikdash, who gave us the midos, you know, to how to build the second Beis HaMikdash. The Zechariah Hanavi, who has the famous eschatological visions, many of his haftorahs we say throughout the year, on Shabbos Chanukah, the eschatological wars of Gog and Magog, you know, the preachers every Sunday morning to get up, Gog and Magog, right? The wars, you know, and they give different descriptions of who it is, the Soviet Union, is it Iran, is it North Korea? You know, that's the famous Zechariah, the Zechariah of Bayis Sheni, one of the Nevi'im of the Bayis Sheni. We have 14 prakim in his Nevuah, which is part of the Treyasar, the 12 minor prophets. We're not talking about him. We're talking about the same name, but a different person. He is the Kohen Gadol. He is the Navi during the time of King Yehoash. And as things are becoming corrupted, meaning inappropriate avodah zarah, inappropriate judicial system, where you don't have proper people being able to have their cases heard in court, laxity in this, laxity in that, impropriety in this, impropriety in that. Zechariah responds, and Zechariah engages, and Zechariah challenges. And what happened? They couldn't handle it, because Zechariah obviously hit a few raw nerves. He was obviously correct in what he was saying. And what do? I apologize for the crudeness of this analogy, but you know in baseball there's something called hitting for the cycle? That's when one player in the same game hits a single, a double, a triple, and a home run. That's called hitting for the cycle. This was a sin for the cycle. They murder the Kohen Gadol, who is the Navi of the generation, on Yom Kippur, that falls out on Shabbos in the Beis HaMikdash. Now, if you're going to sin, that's a way to sin. But on a more serious note, can you imagine? Can you imagine? You murder the Kohen Gadol on Yom Kippur in the Beis HaMikdash? And you know what the worst part of this was? The nation was not shocked. Olam kiminhago noheg. It's the problem with us, by the way, being exposed to the news the way it's presented in modern times. You know, there's horrific murder, there's a horrific rape, there's a tragedy, you know, and then we get to the sports, and then we get to the Oscars, and then we get to the weather, and then we get to, you know, the commercial for the candy bar, and the commercial for the beer, and the commercial for the vodka. You know, it's all one thing, right? The horrific murder, the sports, the Oscars, the beer, the vodka, and the candy bar. There's no sensitivity. There's no sense of being shocked and saying that we have to change as a society. This is preposterous. This is sick. There's something wrong with us. No. Doesn't mean most of them wanted him killed, but like no one did anything. Okay, you know, it was a mistake. Probably shouldn't have done this. Too bad. And then they all went on with life. You don't do that. You don't do that. But they did. And there's a consequence. There's not only a consequence to the sins of commission, but there's a consequence to the sins of omission. Look at what this says. 34. So again, it's page 540, and those have the art scroll, page 320. Yom achbi hichbadati. The day of my oppression, from the word kaved, it weighed heavily on me. Vayikaflu avonai. And my sins geometrically magnified. Literally, it means they doubled. What was the magnification of the sin? As we said, Bishalchi yad bidam navi, b'chatzar mikdash Adonai. When we took the blood of the prophet, where? In the courtyard of the Beis HaMikdash of God. V'lo chisasasu adama ad bo cherev monai. And they could never, ever clean up that blood. It was never, ever, that stain they couldn't remove. And that's on many levels, but physically, they couldn't remove the stain. Velo shakat adehu kam, v'gam hifli peliyah. So the way that the Gemara describes it, it's like there was a boiling of blood on that spot in the Beis HaMikdash. It wasn't quiet. It never subsided. Vayerev bivas Yehuda ta'aniya v'aniya. As a function of this is a quote from Eicha, the mourning, the suffering of the Jewish people exponentially magnified. Because what happened? Hayaholech v'soer. It was that blood on that spot, we couldn't remove it, we couldn't clean it. It was like a tempest boiling. Until when? Ad bo Rav Tabachim. Until the chief butcher. Who is Rav Tabachim? Who is the chief executioner? That, of course, is the word Chazal used for Nebuzaradan. Nebuzaradan was the general. Nebuchadnezzar stayed in the capital. He stayed in Iraq, in Babylonia. And he sent Nebuzaradan and his troops and his colonels, and they're the ones who defeated Israel. Until the chief butcher comes into the temple on Tisha B'Av. Uba el mikdash Adonai umatza damim roschim. He sees the blood boiling. Vayisha levav urzeh lakohanim azofim. He asks, what's the story? He asked the Kohanim there. This is sort of strange. What is this? Vayanu. They answered him. They lied. They said, Ein ze ki im dam hazvachim. You know what this is? This is some of the blood that was spilled from one of the korbanos that we slaughtered this morning. Okay. Gam hu zavach lachakor. So he says that's strange. He says, what kind of animals do you offer as a korban? Well, there's three kind of animals. There's the bovine species, there's lambs, there's goats. So they tried shechting, calves, goats, lambs. And this is not similar. This blood that's boiling doesn't look like goat blood, doesn't look like lamb blood, doesn't look like ram blood, doesn't look like cow blood, doesn't look like bull blood, doesn't look like heifer blood, doesn't look like calf blood, doesn't look like any of that. Gam hu zavach lachakor mazev al mahaya va'omar lenafshi zeh chotosech v'zeh pirya. And I said to myself, this is the Jewish people speaking in the singular. This is your sin, and this is the fruit of your sin. Uv'chol zos lo shakat. It did not subside. V'odo kayam nigrash. It was like a tempest, like a tossed sea. Vayivukash hadavar. The matter was sought out. Vayimatzei meforash, and it was found. What is this? Kidam ish Elokim. They had to admit what it was. This is the blood of the man of God. Alo chamas sharash. For no sin at all, for doing nothing, he was murdered, he was uprooted. Vayomer Nebuzaradan. V'gam damo hine didrash. You know what? So his blood will be sought out. He was murdered for naught. There's got to be a comeuppance. Isfu li hakohanim v'hotziu mibeis v'lo eshkot ad yishkot dam hanavi Zechariah. So what does he do? He first starts taking the Kohanim. Dakar yeshishim lemeos u'bachurim leribaos. He starts killing the older Kohanim. Yeshishim means those who are elderly, by the hundreds. And the young by the tens of thousands. By the way, you see here the asymmetry? The elderly by the hundreds, the young by the tens of thousands. This is a theme you're going to see many times in the Kinos. This is very important, and I'm going to give you a couple of examples. Those who hate us, the most important thing, the sickest thing, the most important for them is the murder of the young, is the murder of the youth. Because the youth and the young, that is the future. We're going to see this in the 17th Kinot. We're going to see this many places. You know, the Rav, one time he mentioned, he met with survivors. There are very few survivors of Vilna. One of them was Rav Aaron Kahn's father, that Rabbi Kahn, incredible tzaddik, a Talmid Chacham. Very few people survived Vilna. I have a cousin who married. He was a German Jew who went on the Kindertransport, and he fought for the British against the Nazis. And he liberated a few Jews, and one of them was a woman from Vilna, and he married her. She became my cousin. Very few survived in general from Lithuania. But the commandant, the SS leader who oversaw the Vilna ghetto, he had two loves in life. He loved playing classical music on the piano, and he loved murdering or butchering young Jewish children. And they would bring to him, he would play with one hand. He'd play Mozart, he'd play Chopin, play Bach with one hand. And in the other hand, he had a pistol. And he used to shoot as they'd bring him Jewish infants and Jewish children. I mean, there's a sickness to that specifically the children. And I'll give you, we've quoted this before, but the one who told this to me was the famous Gabriel Bach. Gabriel Bach was the assistant prosecutor of Adolf Eichmann. He eventually becomes the Attorney General of the State of Israel. He was a Supreme Court Justice in Israel, a German Jewish survivor who immigrated to Israel. Incredible man, and I would say maybe 4 or 5 of the most interesting hours of my life were interviewing him. And he said, you know, Eichmann claimed that what was his defense? It should be those who gave the orders that should be put on trial. But why should he be acquitted? And why is he innocent? Not because it's a mistake to say, because he said I was just doing my job. That was not his defense. His defense was more than that. He says, I took an oath of loyalty that I would fulfill in my duties as a government official the wills and the dictate of my country. And I swore, it was a solemn oath that I took. And I had a solemn obligation to abide by that oath. That was his defense. And his attorney, Robert Servatius, that was the whole defense. That he's not the one that should be put on trial. And I'm going to get to the point of the Jewish children in a second. But the chief prosecutor, his name was Gideon Hausner. He's no longer alive. I had the blessing of interviewing his son Amos is in his young 70s, and his daughter-in-law. I interviewed them about their father and about the trial. And Gideon Hausner said to Eichmann that throughout this trial, you, and it seems not just you, but others, your defense is that you took a solemn oath, that you would fulfill your holy duty of fulfilling the mandate and the dictate of your government. So let me ask you something. You in your own words have said that you executed 5.5 million Jews. Another 500,000 Jews you believe died of starvation, malnutrition. But you executed 5.5 million. And amongst that 5.5 million, there were 1.5 million Jewish children. What sin did Jewish children do? What sin did these people commit that you slaughtered them? But yet you said you had an ethical, moral duty to abide by your solemn oath that you swore to uphold the dictates and mandates of your country. What is a greater violation of ethics and morals? Butchering 1.5 million Jewish children? 5.5 million Jews? to the best of our knowledge, of which none of them did anything that deserved to be executed, or violating your oath, your duty to your country. And Eichmann, without pausing, without hesitating, without flinching, said, that is obvious. It would have been a greater moral violation for me not to fulfill the solemn oath that I took to uphold the dictates of my country. That's who Adolf Eichmann was. But that's not why I brought this up. What Eichmann claimed is that he would not have killed anyone, would not have done anything had it not been that he had a responsibility to fulfill his solemn oath. Okay? The prosecution, and by the way, that was the moronic stupidity of Hannah Arendt. She came up with this term, the banality of evil. It was a thesis that was so corrupt. This is a woman who was the lover of Martin Heidegger, who originally was actually a Hitler sympathizer. He's the only professor at the University of Berlin who didn't give Rabbi Soloveitchik an A+. It was an anti-Semite, Heidegger. And he was a Hitler admirer, but when things turned, then he turned. She was his lover, this woman, Hannah Arendt. And she had this book, the phrase, the banality of evil. She just had no clue, just stupidity and arrogance in the way that she dealt with that, with Eichmann and with, in general, with how to understand Germans. So, Gabriel Bach said to me, he says, many of you are familiar with two things. The first is, we just went there this March to the piers outside of Copenhagen in Denmark. The rabbi got up, and this was, I think, Shabbos Shuvah, after the Shabbos Shuvah drasha. It might have been even Rosh Hashanah. No, it was Rosh Hashanah. He got up because he couldn't speak honestly and openly. But he says, this Shabbat, we won't be having services here. This Shabbos, we won't be having services here in the great synagogue. Well, our services will be by the seashore. Now imagine Rabbi Shalom Baum getting up and announcing to all the minyanim here in Romer, we're not going to be having Shabbos services here at Keter Torah. We're going to go have Shabbos services. We're going to daven by the bridge, where George Washington crossed. People would be scratching their heads, saying, what is he talking about? What's going on? Well, that was the whole point. And word secretly spread that the Nazis' intent is that the following week they plan on rounding up the Jews and deporting them from Copenhagen. I believe, I have to look up my notes, but I believe it was something like over 7,000 Jews were transported by Danish fishermen. Rabbi Malchior was the rabbi, the grandfather of the Rabbi Malchior, who was a member of Knesset. They transported them to Sweden, to Malmö, and saved the Copenhagen Jews. They saved their lives. Eichmann went crazy. He was furious. Now, I've spoken to, he's really probably the preeminent American Holocaust historian, Professor Michael Birnbaum. Michael Birnbaum lives in Los Angeles. He's the one who created the museum in Washington. He's the one who created the memorial at Belzec. He started for Steven Spielberg. He's the one who started Survivors of the Shoah. Michael is an incredible treasure to the Jewish people. And Michael said that it's not clear whether the head of the SS in Copenhagen knew about the plans of the Danish to save their Jews. It could be that it was at a point in the war, he just didn't want to fight. He didn't think the Germans were going to win the war. He didn't want to make this his battleground. If anything, this guy saved him work. Now he doesn't have to round up the Jews. There is a theory that he knew that the Danish were trying to get their Jews to escape, to help their Jews escape and flee. That is one theory. One theory is that he didn't know anything, and it was really an incredible act of chesed, of kindness, of compassion. But one thing you see, the Danish didn't suffer, and the head of the SS didn't suffer for standing up and protecting the Jews. So Eichmann went crazy over that, which shows the theory that Eichmann was as invested and as passionate about the annihilation of the Jews as Hitler was. But here is where the real story comes in. And this goes back to the Jewish children. The SS, and I say curse the French for this, the French police separated the adults from the children. They shipped the adults in 1942 to Auschwitz. And they locked up, and when I say children, I don't mean high school age students. I'm talking about little kids, babies, toddlers, as well as other age children. They locked them up in Drancy. Drancy was where they deported the French Jews to Auschwitz, in Drancy. And they left them there for a couple of days till the trains would return. And then they shipped these kids, without proper water, without proper food, they shipped them to Auschwitz. So the commandant of Auschwitz, his name was Rudolf Höss. You know, it's H-O-E-S-S, but with an umlaut over the O, it's pronounced Höss, Höss, like E-R. And he's caught after the war. I think it was a Polish tribunal. It was either a Soviet, it was in Poland, I'm not sure if it was a Soviet or a Polish tribunal. They put him on trial and he's condemned to execution. While he's on death row, he was hung to death actually in Auschwitz. In Auschwitz I, they hang him to death. When you go to Auschwitz, you can see where they hung him. But while he's on death row, he writes an autobiography about himself. Now keep in mind, you have to take with a huge grain of salt a biography that this guy's writing about himself, because obviously he wants to make himself look good, look on, innocent, etc. But there's a lot that we can glean from that biography. And he writes the following. Hold on just one second. He writes the following. He describes, there was 2 times that Adolf Eichmann visited Auschwitz. One of the times was when they killed these kids. And he says, I apologize, I forgot the term in German. There's a term in Deutsch, in German, that's like this. If you look at my knees for a second, shaking at the knees. It makes you shake at the knees. That's the term. So he describes these kids are crying and pleading with them. And they're shoving the kids into the gas chamber. And the kids are begging, you know, could we have water, Wasser, Wasser, could you help us, you know? And he says, we became so sensitized. He says, we were usually cold or immune to feeling anything. But this was all children. And he describes this to Adolf Eichmann as they're slamming the door shut on the gas chamber, you know, about to annihilate these French Jewish children. And Eichmann says to him, shut up! Shut up! Are you crazy? He says, these children, the Kinder, the Jüdische Kinder, this is the most important job. What? We should kill their parents? And that these little bastards will grow up and take vengeance on us? Huh? He says, this is the most important. He says, when you kill these, you slaughter these little bastards, you put an end to the future of the Jewish people. Are you stupid? What do you mean you're shaking of the knees? Shaking of the knees for the children. This is the most important job you are assigned to do. Now again, we were not there. We have to take Rudolf Höss's word for it. But that's how he describes Eichmann. And Gabriel Bach is the one who tells me this. Yeah. the greatest joy or the greatest mission, the greatest sense of purpose that these people feel they have is to butcher and slaughter our children. And by the way, you see that with the Palestinians today. You hear it from the Palestinians. When they kill young Jews, that's the best. And that is what we mourn today. The murder of our children. You know, my father, you know, in terms of his persona, my father was a religious man. You know, when he prayed, he talked to God. A lot of times when we daven, you know, our mind is somewhere else, or we're thinking about the next thing, or this or that, you know, or we're running through it fast. My father davened, he actually talked to God. He was a sincere human being, a sincere man, much more than me. You know, grew up, the way he grew up, if I lived 5 lifetimes, I would never experience what he experienced. And that's true in general of that generation, of the generation of the survivors. And he was, you know, but he said, you know, the one thing, because his cousins, they were the ones, and they were little kids. They were the ones on March 20th of 1942, there was a shipment from Würzburg of the Jews of what we call Unterfranken. So that's where all our family members, the others, they were shipped. The Nazis actually have impeccable records. So I got the German records. They were shipped to Lublin, and they were not killed in Majdanek. They were shipped from Lublin to Izbica. So in Yiddish, we say the Izbica Rebbe, the Mei Shiloach, but in Polish, Izbica. And then from Izbica, there was a camp there. The Jews were either taken, my family, these Jews were taken to Belzec. They were gassed with carbon monoxide in Belzec. Some of the Jews from Izbica were shipped to Sobibor, and they were killed with carbon monoxide in Sobibor. But you know, he said, I can't understand, I can't explain what sin did these little kids commit? He said, these were sweet, fine, young jüdische Kinder. What did they do wrong that they had to be killed? You know? And the pain, you know, when he would, my father was a tough guy. But you know, when you could see when he asked that question, he was back in Unterfranken. He was back in Lower Franconia in Germany with his cousins. You know, and the pain on his face of, you know, just imagining what happened to his cousins and the horrific death they had with no answer. That's the pain we feel. Again, we can't fathom 1.5 million Jewish children. It's a number. We can't fathom that. But that's the pain we feel. One of the pillars of the yeshivas in Los Angeles, the Hillel School, the Eula School, his name was Oscar Schoenfeld. He was a product of the Hebrew Gymnasium in Munkach. Incredible, a lion of a man, an incredible man. Really a builder of Jewish institutions in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles. It's interesting, he named his baby boy after his brother. You know, usually you'd name after the father. He said to me, this is a man who with forged passports, he saved the lives of some 20 different Jews. He was an incredible person. You know, what he did, the bravery, how he risked himself to save Jews' lives. But he looked at me, and this is a lion of a man, not a patsy, by no way, shape, or form. A man who's tougher than I'll ever be. And he says, you know, my father asked of me one thing in his life. He says, you've got to look after your baby brother. Look after your little brother. Save him, protect him. And here I was, I saved, you know, this life, that life, 20-some lives. And the one thing my father asked of me, the one thing, one request he asked of me, and I couldn't save my brother's life. You know, the guilt he had, he never ever got over that guilt. that he couldn't save that survivor guilt. He couldn't save his innocent baby brother's life. And that's the story of the Jewish children. And these Babylonians, they killed the elders by the hundreds, but the young by the tens of thousands. There's a certain bloodthirst in killing the young. You put an end to the future of the Jewish people. Vayored latevach kohanei Adonai tzvaos. V'tinoko shel beis Rav, the school children. Ve'enei avos raos, and the parents are watching as they're murdering their children in front of the eyes of the parents. Ve'ein sheket l'dam navi. The blood of Zechariah HaNavi, it continues to boil. It is not assuaged. It does not subside. Vayihi lemofes ulaos, v'cherev tsar nokemes v'hakirya homia. The sword of the oppressor is taking its vengeance, and the city is in a state of perplexedness. It's in a state of astonishment. B'chol zos lo shava po v'od yado netuya. Who is this referring to? God, is it referring to the Almighty, Od Yado Netuya, or is it referring to Nebuzaradan? The simple reading of this is, it's Nebuzaradan. He did not subside. His sword kept killing. Hosif laharog nashim im yom shadayim. Who does he kill now? The mothers with their nursing children. Vidam ole benehem kedam yor mitzrayim. The amount of blood that was slaughtered during the destruction of Jerusalem at the hands of the Babylonians is like the blood of the river of Egypt, the blood of the Nile. Adei nasa Nebuzaradan einav l'shamayim. Until finally Nebuzaradan looks up to heaven. Vayomer, he says to the Almighty, Ha'ein dai ledam bivnos Yerushalayim. See, even this sick murderer comes to a certain point. He says, God, how can you allow this to continue? Hachala ata oseh sheiris hashivya? Is it your will, God in heaven, that I should annihilate, there should be no sheiris, no survivors, no remnants? Should I kill them all? Va'az, at that moment, shakat damnaki. The blood of the innocent prophet who was murdered in the Beis HaMikdash on Yom Kippur that fell out on Shabbos. At that point, it subsided. It was assuaged. V'cherev nakam revaya. After the sword of vengeance had been satiated. L'cho chatanu Elohim. To you, God, have we sinned. Not just have we missed the mark of chatanu, but havinu v'hershanu. We have sinned in a brazen, premeditated way. V'haragnu neviecha. We've murdered your prophet. Rishenu yadanu. Only now do we appreciate the wickedness of what we had perpetrated. Yehi chostecha lenachamenu. Please, God, will you comfort and console us? Ki mishol shivanu. We cry out from the depths of the grave, from the depths of hell. We cry out and plead with you. Umipri ma'alalenu. The fruit of our dastardly actions, the fruit of our corruption. Only now, zekama savanu, has it been satiated. Rachem lo ruchama soraniya. This is quoting from Yeshaya. Please comfort the one who cannot be comforted. The tempest and storm-tossed, afflicted one. Eineha lechosisa. To you, God, does her eyes turn towards heaven. Vezrascha tzofia. And for your help do we yearn and long. The next kina is the kinas for the Shoah. We're going to go to the 48th kina, which in the Rabbi Soloveitchik is page 626. In the Art Scroll is actually the 47th kina, page 384 in the Art Scroll, 626 in the Mesoras Harav. Rabbi Shlomo Halberstam, the bub of a Rebbe, was a survivor. His father had a sefer called Kedushas Tzion. His name was Rabbi Ben Zion Halberstam. Now Halberstam, you know, like the Sanzer Rebbe was a Halberstam, the Shinova Rebbe was a Halberstam. It was a famous Polish Hasidic family that produced great, great leaders, the Halberstams. The Kedushas Tzion, Ben Zion Halberstam, was taken out together with, I'm not sure, I apologize, it's something that someone could Google, whether it was 2,000 or 20,000 Jews of Lvov. You know, today it's Lviv. Initially it was called Lemberg by the Austro-Hungarians. Lemberg, they built, it was the Vienna of the East. It was a great Jewish center. Rabbi Yosef Shaul Nosson was there. The Beis Yosef was a famous posek. There are many great Rabbanim, there were many great Jews from that city of Lemberg, of Lvov. Lvov is Polish, Lemberg is the Austrian or German, and Lviv is the Ukrainian name for the town. And he was there, the bub of a Rebbe, and the father was murdered. I believe that they were burnt alive, and they were placed in a room. I'm not sure if it was a synagogue. If somebody wants to Google Ben Zion Halberstam, you know, it'll be there about his story. But the father was killed. The son, Shlomo, survived. And the son continues. He comes to America, first starts on the west side of Manhattan, and then eventually from the west side of Manhattan, they moved to Borough Park, and he rebuilt the Babar Hasidus. And his Hasidim asked him, they said, look, what you have lost in terms of your family, the majority of Babar Hasidim were annihilated in 1941, 1942. You know, because what we call Eastern Galicia, today is Ukraine, they were killed by the SS Einsatz Group in D, went through that part of the Ukraine and annihilated everyone in 41. And whatever else was not under Ukrainian control but was under Polish control, these people were deported in 1942 to Belzec, and they were gassed to death in Belzec. Belzec is an incredible story. 452,000 Galician Jews, from the western Galicia, places like Auschwitz and Krakow, to central Galicia, places like Tarnów, to eastern Galicia, places like Tarnopol, Lvov. Over 450,000, now they think it was 500,000. The old numbers used to be 450, but they think now it's 500,000 Galician Jews were murdered there. There were only 2 survivors of Belzec, only 2 survivors. One, his name was Chaim Hirschman. He was murdered by Polish Catholics in 1946 as he was going to trial to testify about what happened at Belzec. And the other, his name was Rudolf Redder. Rudolf Redder is the only survivor, only Jewish survivor. He was going with some Germans. They had to go get some supplies to bring back to the camp. And he escaped while he was out of the camp with these German guards. He escaped. They were talking to some Polish women, and he gave a testimony. We have it. It's translated into English. He eventually settled in Canada and died in Canada, Rudolf Redder. Most of what we know about Belzec is actually from Germans who worked there. There was a chemist who was taken there to see if he could create a more efficient way of gassing the Jews to death in a more quickly and efficient way. He wrote a testimony. He was actually murdered by other Germans because he testified against the Nazis. He was going to testify. And there was another one that another German guard, talked. So there's very little we know about Belzec, but that's where most of Galicia was killed. What was the story, Chaim?
20,000 and 82 years tomorrow.
So Chaim Weichner looked it up, and he said that it was 20,000 Jews of Lvov. They were burned to death. They were gathered together.
They were shot and murdered exactly 82 years, July 28, 1941.
July 28th, 1941. So that is where Ben Zion Halberstam, the father, was killed. The Hasidim go to his son, the survivor, who's trying to rebuild the Babaver dynasty, the Babaver Hasidus, who's in Borough Park, Reb Shlomo. In Rabbi Herbst, he's a famous Babaver Hasid, a very fine man. Rabbi Herbst told me the story that unlike the Kinot we're going to read next, Rav Schwab, who put, really months of thought in writing this, the Babaver Rebbe he sat down and he wrote this very quickly, very briefly. It's a very small Kinot, but if the Hasidim felt they needed on Tisha B'Av to say something, he wanted to give them something to say. And this is that Kinot. Zichruna v'konenu kol Yisrael. Always remember, always be mindful, and the Jews should always say this Kinot. Kolchem yishama berama. Your voice should be heard on high. Ki hishmida Germania esamenu b'meizam hamilchama. The annihilation that the Germans did to our people. B'misos mishunos achzarios. The most cruel and sick and perverse deaths. Birav u'v'tzama. And many who died as a function of, there was no caloric intake. Many, why did people in Mauthausen, I'm going to be leading next week a trip, the Jewish history on the Danube River. We're going to be going to Mauthausen. Those of you, when you go to Europe, if you go to Austria, you should go to Mauthausen. It's one of the few camps that there's a certain sense it's intact. The average life expectancy in Mauthausen was 6 weeks. They worked you to death. I mean, in Auschwitz, the average, if you were not sent to immediate death, the average life expectancy was 10 weeks. How does it that people die in 6 weeks or in 10 weeks? Because with zero caloric intake, if they're giving you some basic gruel that they call soup, you get very little protein, you get very little fat. How do you expect to survive? That's how people die in 6 weeks. They worked them to death. What about the Warsaw Ghetto? There were 400, probably somewhere between 425 and 450,000 people in the Warsaw Ghetto. Not all of them were shipped to Treblinka and murdered in Treblinka. Close to a quarter of them, and there's 2 mass graves. When you go to Poland in the Warsaw Cemetery, you'll see 2 mass graves. Close to a quarter of them died of starvation and malnutrition. How anybody could survive on that nutritious intake, on that kind of a diet, is a miracle that anyone could survive that. So they died b'misos mishunos achzarios b'rav u'v'tzama, due to famine, due to thirst. Al tishchechu b'chol hadoros adei tizku leros benechama. Please never ever forget this. Never ever forget what happened to them. Until the time when the Mashiach comes, when ultimately everyone is brought back, until that time we must never forget this. Tza'akasam u'bechiosehem. Their yells, their shrieks, their cries, tzvufim uskurim bekronim, cramped into the cattle cars. Think about the Hungarian Jews and the deportations of the spring of 1944. Think about that for a second. I'm sorry. It was 3 days. If you're being shipped from the Carpathian Mountains or you're being shipped from parts of Hungary, you have to go through Hungary, you have to go through Slovakia, you have to go through Poland all the way to Western Galicia. That's a 3-day trip. Think about the Greek Jews. They were rounded up in 1942 from all these islands, Corfu, Rhodes, Santorini, the various islands. They're brought onto mainland Europe, taken by rail from Greece all the way to Western Galicia, Poland. Do you understand how difficult that is? How do you survive, being cramped in like worse than cattle in a cattle car without any drink? You're urinating, you're defecating on each other. The stench. There's not room to sit. The only way there's room to sit is when someone died, so you end up sitting on a dead body. The air. This is what they went through, and he describes this. Kol shavam yizacher tamid lifnei shochein ma'onim. The voice of their cries should always be remembered before the one who dwells on high. Bikoram, as they called out Shema Yisrael, Masru nafsham la'adonai hadonim. They maintain their integrity as Jews. They maintain their faith to the very end. Roshei yeshivos v'talmideim. We talked about that. When the Germans came into a town, they didn't start annihilating Polish Jews right away. That didn't start till 42. But they would take the rabbis out, they would take the heads of the community, and they would murder them right off the bat. They took Roshei yeshivos v'talmideim. We gave the example of Rabbi Chanan Wasserman, the students from Baranovich who were together with him in the Kovna ghetto. The Hamonei Amcha Shama, in the masses of your people. 6 million. Ha'avidum bi'inuyim kashim. They worked them with horrific working. You know, think about, we talked about Mauthausen. It was a stone quarry. You know what it's like carrying those massive stones up those big steps of the quarry? And then if you didn't work fast enough, they would shoot you to death into the quarry. That's how they got their fun, the SS. The SS would shoot you because you were holding up the line. You're like, like in a golf course, you get frustrated because the guys in front of you, the foursome in front of you is going too slow. Well, the attitude was if you're going too slow carrying the stones up the quarry steps, they'll shoot you off the quarry, off the steps, into the pit, into the quarry, so that they can keep the so to speak, the line moving fast. Ha'avidum bi'inuyim kashim, v'haragum biyad ramah. The blood of those tender little children crying out from the ground. Tarnov is it was a beautiful city. It was a city that of the 65,000 residents, 40,000 were Jewish. Almost 2/3. You had every kind of Jew in Tarnov. Tarnov is central Galicia. You had Gerer, you had a Gerer Stiebel, you had Alexander, you had Mizrahi, you had Agudas Yisrael, you had all types of Jews, all types of tunes, all types of foods. And before the Jews of Tarnov were taken to Belzec to be annihilated, they took 800 children, Dimei Yeladim Rakim. They took them out to a forest and they gunned them down. They murdered 800 children from Tarnov. We go there every year. We do FIDF, we do a mission to Poland, from Holocaust independence to Poland and Israel. And that forest, which has these mass graves, we go to, in particular this mass grave of 800 children. Nikom nikmas tam v'nafshim. Please take vengeance for the death of the children and the women. Lo sichaya kol neshama. Do not spare any of the enemies. Al sarefas alfei midrashos bate kinesios. Listen to that phrase. Thousands of batei midrashos and thousands of shuls. Malcolm Hoenlein, who's really one of the greatest treasures that American Jewry has had, and all the good that Malcolm has done, of the myriads of projects, he was involved in a project which is called, it's 2 volumes, it's called Pogromnacht. They recorded the history of the over 1,200 shuls, synagogues, in Germany, in Austria, in the Sudetenland, that on November 9th and November 10th of 1938 were destroyed. Most of them were burnt to the ground. Some of them, if they were too close to Gentile buildings, were not burnt to the ground, they were just destroyed internally. One of those was a shul from our town, the town where we lived for close to 300 years. It was too close to the other Gentile buildings, so they couldn't burn it down, but they destroyed it. And the Germans of the town of There's no Jews. I go back every couple of years, take some of the kids with. We go back, my cousins from Brazil, from Israel. We meet there because otherwise, it's an empty building. At least there's someone to go back. Every couple of years they have a program on Kristallnacht. And they redid the mikveh. They maintain to a small degree the cemetery. So, we keep going back because if not, who else, who are they going to maintain it for? But that was one of the synagogues that was destroyed, but at least it survived. Most of these synagogues never survived. They were burnt to the ground. In credit to Malcolm, to Mr. Hohenlein, and to those who were involved in this project, at least there's a legacy to these houses of God, where Torah was learned, where tefillahs were said, where brisses took place, where communities came together to engage and rendezvous with their God, to deal with crisis, to deal with issues. And he describes thousands of batei midrashos and shuls were destroyed. Rivivos sifrei Torah v'lomdeha, tens of thousands of Torah scrolls and those who learnt those Torahs. Nikonin b'she'iyos. Shulchul va'esh mikdashei el. It's like a fire was sent from heaven that destroyed the houses of God. Hitzisu ve'inenu tzufios, and all we could do was watch. Yishalem amavir be'era. Please pay back, take vengeance on those who did the destruction, did the destroying. Yadin bagoyim malei givios. Amongst those nations and amongst those perpetrators, may they be filled with corpses. Za'aku shamayim v'adama. The heavens and the earth should cry out. Not just we, the Jewish people, but cosmically this should have a huge impact. Al alfei ayaros mivtzarei Torah. On the thousands of cities that were strongholds of Torah, that were Torah communities. Artzos Europa kiloseha. The various countries of Europe and its various communities. No chaleo makaime Masorah. Those who inherited and then fulfilled and passed on the Masorah. Tzadikim, the righteous, the Kanim, the learned, the Hasidim, those who went above and beyond. Deveke Emunah Tahora, those who clung with an incredible sense of conviction and faith in God and in His tradition. Miyom galinu me'artzeinu lo haya kazeh ki lo yonora. From the day that we were exiled from Jerusalem, meaning through the long history of the Yiddish Agulus, of the 2,000 years of exile, there was nothing like this, nothing compared to this. Rachem al she'eriseinu. Please have compassion on us, the remnant. Habeitna mishamayim. Look down from heaven. Lamachanos hakedoshim. At the holy camps. Pi eser ki yotze Mitzrayim. 10 times those who were killed, 10 times those who left Egypt. Komem beis kodshenu v'nachamenu b'chiflayim. Please, God, reestablish our holy Beis HaMikdash. What's Nachamenu Kiflayim is alluding to the famous verse from Isaiah, Nachamu, Nachamu Ami. That God, not just basic comfort and consolation. What we have suffered, we need exponential comfort and consolation. Romamenu, lift us up, rebuild us, V'havienu L'Tzion v'Yerushalayim, and bring us to Zion and to Jerusalem. The Kinot from Rav Schwab is on page 620 in the Masoras Harav, and in the Art Scroll, page 386. Rav Schwab, as you know, was a successor to Rabbi Breuer. He grew up in Frankfurt am Main, Germany. His father was a businessman. He needed 2 of the sons to work in the business. 2 of the sons he sent to the east to learn in the Mir Yeshiva. One of those sons, Shimon, who became the famous Rav Schwab, he survived. He was a rabbi in Baltimore. There was a German community of Sheris HaPleita in Baltimore, and he was a real role model. Did a good job with them, rebuilding these young people and rebuilding their families. And then he was brought to Washington Heights. Now, Rabbi Breuer lived into his 90s, so Rav Schwab didn't actually take over as the Rav of the community, probably till he was, I'm guessing, till he was late 60s or early 70s. But he was the assistant rabbi there, and then he became a member of the Moetzes Gedolei Torah. He was the Rav of Kahal Das Yeshurun, the successor to the Hersheyan community of Frankfurt am Main. Hazocher maskirav. Those who are concerned with those who are concerned with God, meaning the one that remembers those who are cognizant of God. Dor Kadoshav, each generation in its holy ones. Me'es asher az bechartanu. From the moment that you chose us to be your partner, to be your people, to be your nation. Yiskor deira'on shel dor acharon. Please, God, take into account that which befell the latter generation, the generation of the Shoah. Oya meha yalanu. Woe, what has befallen us. Shtufe mabul dam. Literally, a deluge of the blood of the slaughtered Jews. Shemasru nafshosam, to sacrifice themselves. Kol shkue imke habacha, into the deep, deep valley of tears. Yifkedeim Elohim, please God, always be cognizant, always remember them. Bartzos hachayim, in the eternal life. Va'de'ad zichram livracha, and may their memory be a blessing for us. Se'u elav kapayim, we turn to God, we lift up our hands to Him. Aha e shamayim, where God, where is the heavens? Hoy al meitev shiftei Yisrael, the best of the communities of Israel, the best of the tribes of Israel. Eidos, the communities, Kehilos, smaller communities, Arim, the big cities, Galilos, the small towns, Chavuros, the societies, the groups that would get together to learn, to do chesed, to take care of the dead. Mosados, the institutions, the educational institutions. Kol Moadeel, all the various places where we did the work of God. We learned, we davened, we did chesed. Miyitain palge mayim. Oh, that my tear ducts would be a Niagara Falls, would pour out the water. Teiradne einayim, coming out of my eyes. El ashtos nachale adamos, to be joined into the rivers and rivers of tears. Ale alfei alafim, over the thousands and thousands, the thousands times thousands that were killed. Gufim nisrafim, the bodies that were burnt to death, that we don't even have a kever to go to visit. B'mo'esh ha'churbanus va'os, amidst the fires of terror and destruction. Al sarei ha'torah, those who were the masters of the generation. Umachzikei mesora, those who may not have been the masters, but they are the ones who abided by the Masorah, who learned the Masorah, who passed it on. Al pirchei kahuna tzirim, the young people that were our future, that would have been the future Gedolim, the future Talmidei Chachamim, the future leaders, the future husbands and wives. Al chofshei midrashos, over the various educational institutions. You know, in Europe, not every country was the economy that good that you could afford to send your kids to school. Only, one or two in a town would go to Velage on their tells. Where did most of the kids do? Starting 10, 11, 12 years old, they went to work. And then what would they do at night? They would come and learn. After a day's work, they'd come home, have their dinner, daven mariv, and they would have three things. It was called a chevra mikra, a chevra mishnah, and a chevra shas. The chevra mikra, they would learn the psukim. They would learn whatever they were learning in the chumash or the navi. The chevra mishnah would learn mishnayos. Someone would teach, and they would learn mishnayos, and the chevra shas would learn gemara. So most of the learning was done in a local institution, local shul, whatever it may be. Kids were not afforded the kind of education that we can give our children today. So those are the chovshei midrashos, the morim, the moros, the teachers, tinokosh beis rabban yakirim, the school children that were slaughtered, albanos bodchos, savim v'savos, the elderly, the grandfathers, the grandmothers, the bubbies and zadis, al zaram v'tapam sheyaldu v'gam l'rabos, over their progeny, their young, that they gave birth to, that they wanted to raise. Rivivos, tens of thousands of them. Ne'ahavim b'chayim b'mosam lo nifradu. Beloved during their lifetime and their death, not departed, not separated. We still remember them. Es damam derosh, ki tisa kol es rosh. God, seek out. There has to be consequences for the slaughter of their innocent blood. Shall kol nidaf le'alim hatrufim. Every wind-tossed leaf that was destroyed. Kol nafshos meis. All of them, bimei shever v'sheish, shisha alfei pa'amim alafim, 6,000 times 1,000, shlishi yeshia levaer, 1/3 of the Jewish population of the earth annihilated, bivrak za'am soer, with a lightning and with an attack and a tempest, mikarmei hachemed ahavta. They were from the vineyard. You know, the Jewish people described as the vineyard, and God is the vine keeper. It was a vineyard that you loved. It was a precious vineyard that you loved. Goel Hadam, you God who are the Redeemer of blood, no zecher tzaram. Please remember how they suffered. Al timchem misefer kasafta. Never, never erase from the book that you have written. Zechor hana'akos, remember the shrieks and the shrills. Rash tza'akos, the heart-rendering screams as yuvlu l'retzach, as they were brought to their murder. Ye'orei demehem, the rivers of their blood. Dimos al panehem, the tears going down their face. Lo tishkachna lenetzach, please God, never ever forget. Kol chil u'negicha u'ne'i tzaricha, every moan, every cry, every shrill, every shriek. Mishtude lahakos haklavim. You know, the German shepherds barking at them. Zechor u'safor, please remember and please count and inscribe in your book. Benod chatzoror, and the tears that were shed, please keep them in your container, your vessel. Ad eis nekom el bon aluvim, until there has been proper justice and vengeance for the humiliation, the pain that they have suffered. B'machanos hapraim, in the camps of those wild barbarians, ke'ev u'negoyim, pain, diseases, pake nefashos agumos, anguish of the ravaged souls. Charafos u'tzchok, the blasphemy, they were mocked, the mocking of them, the klimos varok, the humiliation that they suffered, the being spat upon, pitze hakos ayumos, the beatings that they took, the horrific beatings that they suffered. Ra'avon, the famine, simaon, the lack of water. Shigaon, how many of them became crazy, were driven into craziness. Itzafon v'kilshon nechalashoim belikoach. The sadness, the depression, the lack of strength that they suffered is a lack of, their weakness is a lack of caloric intake, a lack of sleep. Please, God, do not forget any of that. V'simros ashan, the smoking pillars of fire, the fire of the consumption of the bodies of the Jews that had been asphyxiated. V'kitor mikivshan, that smoke coming out of the ovens. Tile tilim atzamos v'gidim, the thousands and thousands of piles of bones and dead bodies. V'chadrei haral, the terrible, terrible fear in the darkness of people being put into the gas chambers, cramped in there, and then whether it was the carbon monoxide of Sobibor, of Treblinka, of Belzhitz, whether it was the Zyklon B that was used in Ashvenshin, in Birkenau, that was used later on in Majdanek, and the people choking to death, literally coughing and choking up their lungs, gasping for air, that horrific death. Kol sha'agos mikahal, the voice of the screaming from the people, hanechnokim toch to'edim, that are choking to death in the gas chambers. The sirchon gufos, Givios gufos, gilal domen admas noatzim. Their bodies, their human bodies that were entwined in horrific ways and then were sent, in to be burnt. Eich hafchu torfeim leboris chelbehem. How our torturers turned our flesh into soap. V'or ish li kishute nashim, and how they took this human skin and used it for adornment purposes. Now, understand the intention initially was to produce soap. Soap bars always came from the fat of animals. So the idea was we'll make soap bars from the fat of the Jews. But by the time the Jews came to places like Auschwitz or Belzec or Treblinka, we were so malnourished. There was no fat, there was no meat. We were skin and bones. And even though the intention initially was to make soap, in the end they produced many things. They used human hair, they used human skin, human fat. In the end they didn't use because there was no fat to be used. Ukritzas espos, the snap of the fingers, shall rashe paros of the commandants. Liyamin, when they got, think about it, you come on a 3-day journey in a cattle car, whether it was from Greece, whether it was from Hungary. And then, they open the doors, the German shepherds barking, the screaming. To the right, liyamin shibud perach, backbreaking work. Tzalmavas the small, and death if you were pointed to the right. Ve'ech yaru yiriros al chofrei habaros. What about those who were not killed in extermination camps? What about, as we talked about, the Jews of the Baltics, the Jews of White Russia, the Jews of the Ukraine that were shot into pits? B'yisure chibot kever horidum sha'ol, with terrible pangs and frustrations. In the end, after all that suffering, then you put them into those pits to kill them. Eich inu achiosenu. How many of our sisters were raped, were violated? V'serso benosenu. What about our sisters, our daughters, who were chosen to be the object of the medical experiments of the Nazi doctors, of Mengele and the SS doctors? How many of them were, what's the term I'm looking for? With a man, you say castrated. With a woman, you say, is it neutered? What's the word that they use to make a woman impotent? Through those experiments, these women were neutered. I mean, I want to just digress for 30 seconds. I don't know if I've ever mentioned to you the name of, he's a brigadier general. He's actually in high tech. He's a reserve general. His name is Benzi Gruber. Benzi Gruber he married Rabbi Reuben of Kushner Academy, of the Rosh Yeshiva, the head of the school of Joseph Kushner Hebrew Academy and the Ray Kushner Hebrew Academy. His daughter, Tair, is Benzi's wife. So Rabbi Eli Reuben is his father-in-law. Benzi, he lives in Efrat, and he oversees a base. It's called Se'ilim. Se'ilim, what they did was they recreated Gaza City. They train Israeli soldiers in trench warfare, not trench warfare, what I'm saying, urban warfare. Thank you, Chaim. Urban warfare. They call it the Gaza subway, meaning you've got all of the tens of millions of dollars of relief fund from Europe and America. The Hamas has taken it, and they've built an underground city that we call the Gaza subway, and that's how they fight Israel, because they hide in that underground subway. So if we ever have to go and deal with urban warfare, you have this base, Elim, and that's how it trains the soldiers. Benzi is the one who trains the reservists. He, at this point, is a reserve brigadier general, and he trains the reservists. Benzi, and I've had the blessing of going with him to West Point, every year he's invited to give an address at West Point Academy to the graduating cadets, as well as in Colorado Springs to the graduating cadets of the Air Force. And he talks to them. His topic is what we call the ethics of asymmetric warfare. Look, Israel, since the Yom Kippur War, has not fought a symmetric war where the enemy is wearing a uniform. The enemy wears civilian clothing, is dressed like you and I, and hides in Red Crescent ambulances, Red Crescent hospitals, and UN schools. That's what they fight out of. You know, so that he talks to the cadets about what it's like, both from the air and on land and ground. What are the calculations that Israel does, when to strike, when not to strike, when to call off. So it's an incredible, incredible talk, because here you've got 1,200 people in an auditorium in West Point, and they're giving this man a standing ovation who's wearing a kippah, who's representing the IDF. But what's interesting is that at the end of the presentation, he puts up a slide of a frail older lady. He says, "You think you're tough, you graduating cadets now? You've graduated West Point, the best, the creme de la creme of America." He says, "You think I'm tough, an Israeli general?" He says, "We're patsy cakes. We're nothing." He says, "That's the tough one." I said, "Who is that lady?" "That's my mother." And he describes how his mother and her sister were actually not twins, but the Germans thought they were twins because they were so close in age and they looked similar to each other. And the Germans did experiments on his mother and his aunt. And when it came time for the death march, his mother would not allow her sister to die. They had been through so much, that would not allow his sister to die. And she carried her sister, a good part of her, was under her arm and making sure that she kept walking, and saved her own sister's life through the death march. But he said, as a function of the experiments that were perpetrated on his mother and his aunt, his mother never got a period. His mother didn't have the ability to have a child. And she just assumed, she told her husband before marrying him, was also a Hungarian survivor, and they were going to live as, each had lost the majority of their families. They were going to rebuild their life in Israel, but it would not be with biological children. Maybe they'll adopt. Maybe there's orphan children they could get. And in her young 40s, a miracle happens, and she conceives. He says, and that conception is the guy standing in front of you. He said, so when it comes to ethics of war, and it comes to strategies of war, and it comes to strength, and it comes to this, and it comes to that, he says, that lady up on the screen, that's the real brave one. That's the real tough one. And you gotta watch. I'm looking around the room, and you got generals, you got colonels, you got majors, you got lieutenants, you got cadets, and the place is tearing, the place is crying. This is just not too far, 2 hours from here, up in West Point. Very powerful experience. But that's the issue that Rav Schwab is talking about here. These German doctors, even if they survived, Kosos tar'ela midei rofim achzarim, they drank the poison that neutered them from these wicked, horrific doctors. Upleitei hasridim b'mechilos astarim v'timyan yildanim b'batei shmad kamarim. How many Jews became lifelong Catholics, not knowing they were ever Jewish, because they were raised either in a church orphanage, or they were raised by a Catholic family who said that they would give them up after the war, but never did. Look, in our own community here, the story of Abe Foxman, the fight that his mother and father had to do just to get back their child who was going to be raised as a Christian, as a Catholic. What was his name? He found out he was Jewish. Cardinal Lustiger, right? He said Kaddish for his parents. What? He always knew. He knew, so he was a kid. So Lustiger knew that he was Jewish. Many of them never knew. Many of them found out, and it was too late. We met a woman 2 years ago. We met in Krakow, Poland, and she found out in her 70s. She already had children and grandchildren. She found out that she was actually a Jewish child that was given up. Parents never survived. Most of them never found out. Se tamim, the last paragraph on 623. Se tamim la'ola, this pure lamb to be a korban ola. Dam b'nei hagola. Hoi Ariel minivlas chasidecha. Ariel is a term for the mizbeach that the Nevi'im use. The altar on which the corpses of your pious ones have been offered up. Tzon kadashim miyimneh. You can't even count of your flock, the holy ones of your flock. Asher isham lo sichbeh. The fire that burned them, that consumed them, that fire will never ever be extinguished. It should never be extinguished in front of you, God, and it should never be extinguished in front of us, the survivors, the continuity of the Jewish people. Bichunecha hayu mikadshe shemecha. The chosen ones who sanctified your name. Bikol Shema Yisrael masru nefesh lakel. With the sound of Shema Yisrael, did they what? Did they give their life, their bodies, their very souls to God? Shu yasfeim, only God will gather them in. Va'od yom acharon hitztiku din. Va'afa nimamin anu v'sharu shiras bitachon. What did they do at the very end? They didn't question God. They didn't give up on God. What did they do at the very end? They sang ani mamin. Everybody knows there was that tune. I don't know if was it the Majnitzer Rebbe or it was a Majnitzer Chassid. You know, he came up with that tune in the cattle cars. You know that it's sort of a sad, haunting tune. Ani mamin, ani mamin, ani mamin. That tune was shared by a survivor of that transport. It was created in that cattle car. Uvechein nisharam. What remains of the people? Ki yasom nitam. Bili kvarim lishtateach. We don't have a grave that we can go say Kaddish and say Kel Mole. There are no graves. Lo matzevos. There's no tombstones. Efa livkos. Where are we going to cry? Yevavos levav roseach. A burning, raging heart. Rak. All that's left is nischei hadam. The libations of the blood that was shed. Askarosam. The memories, the names that we have. Tosasim bili shocheach. Never to be forgotten. Vare efarei akedasam. The ashes of their akeda, of their binding and their sacrifice. Terumos dishne mizbeach. Mi yamalel. Who can articulate this? Tsar Yisrael. No one can even articulate the pain that the Jewish people have suffered. It's not something, if we observe Tisha B'Av every day of the year, for 1,000 years we could never articulate it. Asher dato mikaev nitrefes. Usheris hape'er, the remnant of the glory of God, kimat mizer. We're limited, it's a small fragment. Ve'ech komasa hayom nichfefes. El Chai Mirachem, living God, please have compassion. Adas Chanasem, console your people, console your community, the Jewish people. Asher Lecha Ma'od Nichsefes, who yearns for you, who needs your comfort, who needs your consolation. Or Chadash Tazriach, shed a new light upon us. Karnei Hod Tatzmiach, V'ruach Elokim Merachefes. Give us a new light, give us new insight. And return your providential, your intense providential relationship to us. The next Kinot is 31. Yosef, do you know that tune? By the way, 31 is page 515 in the Rabbi Soloveitchik Kinot, and page 304 in the art scroll. Yosef, do you know the tune? You want to lead? No? Is there anyone who's got a better voice than I would? Would you lead? Yeah. Come on up. Yeah. Please. Soloveitchik, it's 514, 515. We're going to sing it first, and then afterwards we'll explain it. Yeah, come on. Yeah, just so that the people at home can see you and sing it with. Okay.
One more time.
Yeah. Afterwards, after we finish it. Vikini ma'ira laman askira b'tzeisim. Just go a little bit slower. Go slow. B'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim vayikonen Yirmiyav v'naniya b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. B'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim v'chamas b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. B'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim zlonim shatavu v'alo shitavu b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. V'alo Yerushalayim Mitzrayim b'tzeisi Mitzrayim Mayim amarim b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. B'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim Korei alei el al na'aros ba'avel b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. Kisha comes the fire, b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim v'cherev v'tusha telach v'tusha b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. B'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim siglas al-kufa k'tzol v'tifra b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. B'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim anis el adov ha'el b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. Tohu b'olim v'na'arbalim b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim v'olei Yerushalayim v'chanu zarelim b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. Yehovah b'shkita ha'eretz shkita shkita b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim v'chol b'tzizus v'chanu b'tzivas b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim. Mitzrayim v'abnei Yaakov v'im aronim v'shivim zakenim b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim monim mochrim v'korim b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim Yireim v'aron amchenim b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim Adonai Shama b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim Racha b'mei b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim Tzizrei baruch b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim Chemon v'tat b'tzach v'alai zochat b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim Olos v'achavishei v'chochim b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim v'cherev v'lukak v'nukarim v'leitzion v'nukarim b'tzeisi mi Yerushalayim B'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim hushlah v'uah chvod Adonai nira b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim Shalayim Rina v'shua v'chazah b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim b'tzeisi mi Mitzrayim v'soi v'v'soi Thank you. You know what, we're going to maybe, there should be no, hopefully there never will be another Tisha B'Av, but we'll save the explanation of that Kinot to if there is another Tisha B'Av for next year. And the reason why is, I see we only have 2 hours left and we have quite an agenda. So I'm going to ask everyone to turn to the 19th Kinot. In the Rabbi Soloveitchik, the Masoras Harav, it's page 393. In the Art Scroll, it's page 240. 240 in the Art Scroll. In the theme of this Kinot is, of course, the theme of gratitude. Unfortunately, the Jewish people, we moan and we complain to God, but we've been an ungrateful lot. And what this does is, quoting the pasuk from the Navi, L'cha ad Hashem hatzedakah, the various acts of kindness that God has done for us, what He's given to us, and how we've taken those institutions, corrupted them, trashed them, and treated them in a terribly inappropriate way. L'cha ad Hashem hatzedakah. Ba'osos asher hiflesa, the various signs and wonders that you gave us that were an absolute pella. They were wondrous. Me'az varata. And this is not just in the biblical history of the 10 plagues of Egypt. This is not just in the war at the sea, which took the most powerful military, and I would say the equivalent of their nuclear weapon. You understand what happened at the sea. The Egyptians had something called the wooden chariot. The wooden chariot changed all warfare. Because until that time, you know what warfare was? You had bows and arrows, you had spears, you had shields, you had slingshots. The whole notion of a wheel and its first and specific application was military application. The idea of a chariot. You could hunt down and you could slaughter thousands having those chariots. And you have your riders in the chariots, and they can shoot from the chariots. They can use the horses to trample. You can carry materials. You can carry weapons in the chariots. It changed all of warfare. And the Mitzrayim used those chariots to hunt down the Jewish people. With the slaughter of those chariots and the Egyptian military in the sea, what that did was psychologically it liberated and emancipated the Jews. Our legal liberation was when the Pharaoh said, the game's over, I had enough. And he gave us and he let us go. That was, of course, Pesach, the 15th of Nisan. But when you take into account that for the rest of their life, they're going to have nightmares about their former captors hunting them down, chasing them down. When they saw the Mitzrayim, Meis al Sfas Hayam, that in itself was a miracle. Because according to the laws of physics, when you're weighed down with metal, you're going to sink. It's going to sink to the bottom of the sea. The fact that they floated, the dead bodies with the metal on them floated to the seashore, and they saw that the Egyptians didn't come out the other side, that we came out one side, they came out the other side. No, they saw the Jews, the Mitzrayim were actually dead. That's when psychologically they became free. They would never ever be haunted again by the ghosts of their captors hunting them down. So that's one of the wonders. But vilanu boshes hapanim, we, the refrain says, are humiliated, embarrassed. Bivchina sher nitzrafnu v'osanu tiafta. What did we do? We took all those gifts and we rejected you. No one ever escaped Egypt. In this week's Parsha, Egypt is referred to as the Kur HaBarzel, the iron cauldron. What does it mean, the iron cauldron? That's where you forge something, Here in broad daylight, Goy Mikerev Goy, God extricated a whole nation from Mitzrayim, something that individuals couldn't even do. Vilanu boshes apanim bedofi asher nimsa banu k'maasei masos. What happened? We end up observing and perpetrating the same abominations that the Mitzrayim, the very captors, what's that called? The Stockholm Syndrome, when you start associating and relating to the people who persecute you? So Nebuch, instead of rejecting what they stood for, we end up perpetrating what they, following in their ways. The very Yamsuf that God saved us, we ended up doing what? We ended up rebelling against him. L'chod anoy tzedakah b'zecher v'atem eidai v'ani Elohim. This is not the church's use of the witness people. That's a very terrible use. When the church says the witness people, they had to deal with a theological problem. If the Jews had been rejected by God, if the Jews had been abandoned by God, if there's been an abrogation of God's covenant with the Jews, then why are the Jews doing so well? Why are the Jews succeeding? And they run many industries, and they have wonderful communities and wonderful families. So the church said, no, the reason the Jews survive is because they have to live to be able to witness the second coming of the carpenter of Nazareth. And by being able to witness the second coming, they will acknowledge the waywardness of their ways, the flaw in their ways. That's the church's notion of a witness people. This witness people that we're talking about is what? Who attained nevuah? Who perceived the God and perceived the Almighty? It was the Jewish people at Har Sinai. V'atem eidai, you are my witnesses, v'ani Elokim. And what does it say? V'lanu boshes. Howard, can the people sit now on chairs? Okay, everyone, it's chatzos. It's chatzos hayom already. Feel free to be able to sit on a regular seat. Okay? And you, okay, atem eidai. V'alanu boshes apanim. How embarrassed are we? How humiliated are we? B'charfenu b'sin kum asei lanu Elohim. That very Mount Sinai, what did we do? It was at that location that we turned around and we made a golden calf. We turned around and we ended up engaging in avodah zarah. Luchod anoy hatzedakah betam shehi tamta kitzapiches bidvash. V'lanu boshes apanim biyom hikravnu lefanav solesh v'shemenu dvash. Of course, what happened? We were given, now I'm going to go back to this line in a second. L'chod anoy hatzedakah bechilkul manu be'er v'amud anan v'lanu boshes apanim belechem haklokal avosenu ba'alehem rognan. God gave us the man. What's part of the beauty of the man? You don't have to go and defecate. You know, it's a place, the midbar does not have outhouses, doesn't have, designated toilets. So instead of everyone having to go and defecate, what happens? It gets totally absorbed internally into your body. You get the nutrition. You don't, it's not heavy. It doesn't weigh heavy on you, so you don't have to sleep. Think about Shabbos afternoon. You have a really good geschmack meal, right? You can't even have a nice Shabbos afternoon. You're so tired between the single malt scotch, between the cholent, between the rest of the Eastern European schmaltz that we imbibe. God knows how we live as long as we live. That's also a miracle with that kind of a diet. But what happens? Your parasympathetic nervous system kicks in, and you're just so tired and you fall asleep. With the man, you got the taste of the single malt scotch, you got the taste of the cholent, you got the taste of the London broil, the Chateaubriand, and you taste of the roast, delicious, wonderful, and you were not lethargic. And it absorbed in your system. You didn't have to go and defecate. And what did we do? We twisted it and perverted it, and we refer to it as lechem haklokel. The lechem haklokel, this light food, this weak food. Who wants this stuff? The previous said it had the taste of tzapichis dvash, like wafers and honey. It could taste like anything. And what happened? Sure enough, we didn't appreciate it. There's another way of learning that line also that the Rav says, that it's referring to what we offered to the golden calf. He gave us man. Physically, he provided for us. Spiritually, God provided for us. He gave us a Torah. And what did we do? We rejected the values of the Torah and created a golden calf. And what did we do? Instead of, our wealth, instead of which we were going to be able to keep because the man took care of everything. You didn't have to spend your wealth on nutrition and on feeding yourselves. We took our wealth and we offered it up to the golden calf. That's the way he understood that line. And what happens? We called it lechem haklokel, and we mocked it and we attacked God. L'chad Hashem hatzedakah b'midbar lo chasarnu davar. We lacked nothing in the midbar, as we said. We were protected from the elements. You think about today. It's this beautiful day. Newark supposedly is going to get 101 temperature. We're supposed to get like 96 temperature. So what did God do in the Midbar? Instead of them going in those living a hot life where they'd be exhausted, they'd be parched. Remember in that scene, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly? When Eli Wallach takes Clint Eastwood out to the desert, and look what happens to his skin, He's literally going to become parched and literally dehydrate and die out there. And no, God provided for us the Ananei HaKavod, a whole system of clouds that would protect us. Where are you going to find an oasis in the desert? You're not. God gave us the Be'er, the well. So lo chasanu davar, we lacked nothing. But what did we do? Velanu boshes hapanim, b'ni atzus lavan v'chatzeros v'di zahav kim dubar. That is a phrase taken straight out of Parshas Devarim. Before Moshe Rabbeinu dies, he goes through a travelogue of what the Jews did at this place, at that place. Here we did Avodah Zarah with the Egel HaZahav. Here, we rejected the land of Israel and we wanted to head back. Here we rejected the love and all the gifts that God gave us, how we corrupted them, perverted them, and rejected them. L'chad Hashem hatzedakah b'sichon v'og v'chol mamlechos Canaan v'lanu boshes apanim ba'achan asher mal b'cherem b'li mitzom ma'an. Do you understand that Moshe Rabbeinu, land-wise, he conquered almost as much as the Jews did under Yoshua? Most of today's Jordan, half of today's Syria, was conquered. The whole east bank of the Jordan River, the Golan Heights. What is the Bashan? The Bashan is Ramat HaGolan, it's the Golan Heights. All of this was conquered, and we were so wealthy. The spoils that we had from the Amorites who lived on the east bank of the Jordan, we did not need anything. You ever see these people, they have so much wealth, they don't know what to do with it? I mean, I'll give you an example. Imagine somebody, maybe it's not a good example, but imagine someone who appreciates good cigars, but they're expensive. A good Cuban cigar, a good Padron, a good a Byron, an Opus X, and then imagine somebody coming with a truckload of high-end Cuban cigars, top Padrones, Opus X's. You don't know what to do with it. You could live 4 lifetimes, you're not going to smoke all those cigars. Now you don't need cigars. It doesn't mean anything to you. That's the kind of wealth that we accumulated from the Amorites, first with the conquest of Sichon, then with the conquest of Og in his country. So now we get to one place. The first place they're going to conquer in Israel is Yericho. It's the Truma, it's the Rashis, it's the Bikurim, so to speak. And for that first city, there all of the assets are consecrated to God. Not any other city is going to be that way, not the cities that we conquered on the east bank of the Jordan. There's a phrase, I don't know if any of you've heard that phrase. In investing, bulls make money, bears make money, in chazerim get slaughtered, pigs get slaughtered. Do you have to be a pig? You have all this wealth. You have to take from, we had to take from the spoils of Yericho. The one place that was consecrated, because it's the first city in Israel, the first conquest, that's consecrated to the Almighty. And God gave us a miraculous victory. We blew the shofars, right? We blew the shofar, and the walls of Jericho, it's not just they came crumbling down like the song goes. They actually sunk into the earth, and the city was ours. And we couldn't keep our fat hands off the wealth. Shame on us. Shame on us. That's a corruption. That's boshes hapanim. L'chad Hashem hatzedakah, b'foal asher pa'alta ba'arba asar moshim. Every sefer is wonderful to learn, but certain svarim, they're a little bit easier and they're even more wonderful because it jumps off the page. One of them is the Navi Sefer Shoftim. Fascinating topics, fascinating issues that are addressed in Sefer Shoftim. But what do you see? In a world where there was no unity, Ein Melech b'Yisrael, Ish kol hayashar be'enav ya'aseh. We did whatever the heck we wanted. Right? We couldn't unify. You know, when Yiftach is going to be fighting, you know, to defend the Gilad, the other people don't come. When Devorah is fighting, and Barak are fighting to defend the Galilee, the people from the south don't come. The people from the east bank of the Jordan don't come. I mean, there's a real lack of unity. It's a tragedy. But every time we get in trouble and we fail, God provides for us a salvation. One time it's through Gidon, another time it's through Shimshon against the Pelishtim, another time it's through Yiftach when it's the Ammonim, another time it's through Devorah, Devorah, Barak, and Yael when it comes to the Canaanim of the northern Galilee who are tyrannizing the central Galilee. And when it's the Moabites, Eglon Melech Moab, who's the salvation through? Ehud ben Gera. 14 different times, God provides us a salvation. He provides for us. But what happens? V'lanu boshes apanim b'tzelem micha bo anachnu poshim. Throughout that period, what existed? An avodah zarah that Jews worshipped clandestinely. What's called the tzelem of Micha, the pesel or the tzelem of Micha. Shame on us. Shame on us. That through all the grace and chesed that God gave us, we were ingrates. L'chad Hashem hatzdaka b'kimas shilo v'no v'givon u'beis olamim v'lanu boshes hapanim b'resh asher nimsa banu shechervu uvan anu nichlamim. Mishkan Shiloh lasted almost 370 years. Nov, Givon, the first base of Mikdash, the second base of Mikdash, all of these institutions were given to us for educational purposes, for unification purposes, for spiritual growth purposes. And what did we do? We corrupted these institutions. Shame on us. It's not just shame on us. We're embarrassed. On Tisha B'Av, we come before God not just complaining and crying over the tragedies, but we're humiliated that the very institutions He gave us, we perverted and we trashed and we destroyed. We corrupted. God, you gave us those two Beis HaMikdashes, but you not only did that, you gave us another chesed. I apologize. I think it's the 73rd Psalm. I may be wrong. I think it's the 73rd Psalm. The Psalm is Mizmor LaAsaf. If you read that Psalm, it's a dirge. It's a kina. It's not a Psalm. It's not a Mizmor. So the Gemara asks, why did David call it, or, when he edited the Tehillim, why did he call it Mizmor LaAsaf? Call it Kina LaAsaf. So they explain. One of the greatest chasadim that the Ribono Shel Olam gave us is that He destroyed the Mikdash. Let's quote this. Listen, look at the language here. Shecharvu b'vitzenu v'anu kayamim. He destroyed the temple, but we survived. Now just stop for a second, everyone. I'm going to go on a very important tangent that we probably should have done 2-3 hours ago, but we must say every Tisha B'Av. This idea the Rav said a number of times. How come we don't fast on the 10th of Av? The large majority of the destruction of Ba Yesheni, of the second Beis HaMikdash, was the 10th. They only torched it the afternoon of the 9th. We fast on the 9th. Question number 1. Question number 2. The most acute, intense Aveilus of Tisha B'Av is last night and today. In the afternoon, we actually say Nachem. We ask God to comfort and console us. In the afternoon, we'll have a Kaddish Shalem, Tiskabel. We're at a point where, once again, we have the right to say, God, accept our prayers. We don't do that the night before, the morning. Why is it that if Nothing happened the night before. Nothing happened in the morning. Titus enters the Beis HaMikdash the afternoon, and that's when it first gets torched. Shouldn't that be the most intensive, most acute Avelis? But just the opposite. What happens in the afternoon? You can sit up. You don't have to sit on a low bench. You can sit normally. We say Nachem, we say Kaddish Tiskabel. What is that? So the way the Rav explained it was this. There's two ideas. What we're mourning on Tisha B'Av is not the destruction of a building. Look, real estate is very important to us, right? As Jews, real estate means a lot, but that's not what we're mourning. What are we mourning? We're mourning, and I'm using the term of Chazal, Siluk HaShechina. The removal, the ascendance of the perceived presence of God. Let me say it in English. The intense providential relationship. That intense providential relationship, that a manifestation of that is a Beis HaMikdash, is what we're mourning. The moment that Titus brings a woman of ill repute into the Holy of Holies, he slashes the paroches, he takes a Sefer Torah, rolls it out in the Holy of Holies, and he fornicates with a woman of ill repute. At that point, God has abandoned his home. To say it in English, that intense providential relationship, which is reflected through the Beis HaMikdash, is gone. God has absented himself, removed that intense providential relationship. The covenant is still there. The bris between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the Am Yisrael is an eternal covenant, but that intense hashras hashchina is gone at that point. That is why the day we mourn is the 9th of Av, not the 10th of Av. We mourn Siluk HaShechina. Let me elaborate. We hopefully will have time to get to it. If we don't, the 25th Kinot. When it says there, V'chi ein lahosif moed shever v'tavera, zulasi la'achara. When the Jews in the aftermath of the destruction of the communities of the Rhine River, of the Balei HaMasorah that lived in mines and worms, were destroyed in 1096 by the People's Crusade, many things were instituted. We say Av HaRachamim was instituted, a prayer in their memory. What else was instituted? We changed the minhag of Avelis. Unlike the Sfardim, now the Ashkenazim observe Avelis for the Balei HaMasorah from Rosh Chodesh Iyar until Shavuos, until Shlosh Yemei Hagbala. We don't do the first 33 days like we used to, which is what the Sfardim do. We commemorate our loss of the Balei HaMasorah to line up with the destruction of the Jews of the Rhineland in 1096, Taf Taf Nun Vav. What else did we do? I'll tell you what they wanted to do, but they decided not to. They wanted to establish a day of mourning for Bnei Ashkenaz, an eternal day of mourning for the Ashkenazic Jews. But they said, no, V'chi ein lahosif moed shever v'tavera. And we're going to observe it on Tisha B'Av. Why? Why? Because all tragedy, what enables Hezbollah to do what they're doing, what enables Hamas to do what they're doing, the Iranian mullahs to do what they're doing? The lack of hashras hashchina, siluk hashchina. It's what enabled the Cossacks in the Ukraine to do to our people in 1648 through 1653 what they did under Khmelnytsky. It's what enabled the People's Crusade in Germany to do what it did along the Rhine River in 1096, Taf Taf Nun Vav. All of that is a function of the fact that we don't have the hashras hashchina. That's why all mourning is Tisha B'Av. That's why Rabbi Soloveitchik pleaded with Menachem Begin to move Yom HaShoah to Tisha B'Av. Because all tragedy stems from Siluk HaShechina. And that's what we mourn. That's answering the first question. The second question that has to be answered. So why the 9th and not the 10th? So that we answered. And why is the afternoon lighter? And you could also, this also answers why not the 10th. Because we are not mourning the destruction of a building. The destruction of a building is a symptom. It's a manifestation of Siluk HaShechina. We're not mourning the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash. We're mourning the Siluk HaShechina. Once there's Siluk HaShechina, what could have happened had it not been for God's incredible Rachmanis and Chesed? What could have happened? We could have been annihilated. Instead of all those Jews from Yerushalayim being taken in chains and shackles to be sold on the Roman slave market and survive ultimately, they could have all been slaughtered. You could have had a genocide. The wrath, shafach chamaso al eitzim va'avanim, he poured out his wrath on stones and sticks, meaning on a construction material, not on the Klal Yisrael. So one of the great tzedakahs, l'chad Hashem HaTzedakah, was destructions of the Batei Mikdash, the Anu Kayamim, and the survival of Am Yisrael. V'lanu boshes hapanim, b'shuveinu elecha b'chol lev, shetashuv eleinu barachamim. And we come to you broken, we come to you embarrassed, begging you to please reestablish a third Beis HaMikdash. L'chad Hashem HaTzedakah. Now there's two possibilities of how to read this last phrase. B'teisha meo shana shehayis hasina kavusha milehi shama. There were 900 years where you suppressed the animosity, the punishment that we should have received. What are the 900 years? Two possibilities. Possibility number one is the 900 years that the first and second Beis HaMikdash, at least in the count of Chazal. In the count of Chazal, first Beis HaMikdash was 420, the second Beis HaMikdash was 480. That adds up to what? 900. That's possibility number one. From the time Shlomo HaMelech married the Egyptian royal princess, which was not the most ideal of convert and not the ideal of shidduch, he did it because he wanted to save the Jewish people from having to put soldiers on the Egyptian border, from having to have a potential war. He thought the best peace treaty you could ever make is marrying the Egyptian royal princess. And he was l'shem shamayim. What he did was wrong, it's criticized, but he did it for sincere reasons. But from that moment on, it's not clear that we deserved a Beis HaMikdash. And it was a chesed of God that we had 900 years in which a Beis HaMikdash existed. That's approach number one to this line. And the Rav takes that approach and he quotes a second approach, which I think is fascinating. It gets into a historical bait. When did Rabbi Elazar HaKalir live? If you assume, not like the Tosfos that quotes that he was one of the Rabbi Eliezers of the Tanaim, but if you assume, like some of the Kinos, and like the Rav did, that he lived in Israel, when the majority of the Jewish world lived in Bavel, there were some great, great Jews living in Israel who are the ones that actually are responsible for our Tisha B'Av, our Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, and for those of you, who say the piyutim, for a lot of the liturgical material we say on the holiday. Think, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur would, first of all, you get home a lot sooner. You'd be home much quicker, you know what I'm saying? But Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur wouldn't be what it is without these Israeli paitanim. Yes, we have some medieval paitanim of French and German scholars, but it's the Kalir and it's Yanai. Like, for instance, the most famous of them all, Unasana Tokef, was Yanai. When it was brought to Europe, when the Rav Amnon of Mainz asked if they would say it and include it in the Rosh Hashanah Musaf, originally it was only said the first day. You know why? Because Yanai and the Kalir, they lived in Israel where they only had one day Rosh Hashanah. They probably lived in Jerusalem. So their piyutim are primarily the first day. That's why the davening is longer on the first day of Rosh Hashanah. There's much more piyut there than there is the second day of Rosh Hashanah. So he was an Israeli payatan from the 10th century, in the 900s. Now go back and read this line, the last line. L'chad Hashem HaTzedakah, b'tisha meo shana shehayis hasina kavusha milehi shama. The Beis HaMikdash took place in the year 70. For 900 years, from the year 70 through his life, he lived almost 900 years, the Jewish people had not been eradicated. Despite the rise of Islam, despite the terrible animosity and hatred of the Byzantine Christians, despite all of the issues, God has kept the Jewish people alive and well and enabled them to continue building the nation. That's the second explanation. Because this piyut, if you assume the Kalir lived in the 900s when he wrote this piyut, then that would make sense. Velanu boshes aponim kitava ish chamudos v'shiva hatei elokai oznecho shema. And we who pray to God, quoting the famous verse from Daniel, please God, incline your ear, hatei elokai oznecho shema. Okay. The next Kinot we're going to say is the 16th, and that talks about some of the points we mentioned in this last Kinot. The 16th Kinot can be found on page 360 in the Masoas Harav. The Rabbi Soloveitchik Kinot is 360. If you have the art scroll, page 226 in the art scroll. Just I want to make sure, is the time around 1:30? Is that what people have on their watch? 1:28, okay, so we still have good. We have quite a bit of material. See, with the Kinos, we could go till midnight tonight, but we're going to stop at 3, so. Zechor es asher asat tsar bifnim. Please, God, be cognizant, take into account what the oppressor did in the Holy of Holies. Shalav Charbo, he took his sword, referring to Titus. You all know the story, right? Vespasian is a general. He conquers the Golan Heights, the famous Battle of Gamla. He conquers the Galilee because there's not much fight other than Yudfat, there's not much fight. He comes and he surrounds Yerushalayim. In the years 68 and 69, there's a siege of Yerushalayim. After the death of Nero, the Roman Senate votes that Vespasian will become the next Caesar. They vote on Vespasian to become the next Caesar of Rome. Okay. The fear that Vespasian has is, I spent 3 years of my life, 66 through 69, almost 3.5 years of my life on this. This is not going to go for naught. I want to make sure that what I started gets finished. So he brings in his own son, Titus, to finish the job for him. Okay? And Titus is the one that finishes the job, and we know that story. They conquered the Antonia fortress, which is to the north of the Beis HaMikdash. It's north, think about the Jewish quarter is west of the Beis HaMikdash. Mount of Olives is east of the Beis HaMikdash. The Antonia fortress was like north of the Beis HaMikdash. And he enters the Beis HaMikdash on the afternoon of Tisha B'Av. He enters it from the north. That's how they break through, and we talked about who he brought with him into the Holy of Holies. So you have the following. Nachalaseinu, our heritage, B8. He's shocked. He did a number of things. He was mitame the lechem upon him, right? When you get into the Heichal, the part that's actually roofed, when we say the Beis HaMikdash, it's actually the part that's roofed, that only Kohanim can enter. What's in that part? There's two parts. There's the Kodesh, which is 2/3, and the Kodesh Kadashim. So in the Kodesh, you have three things. You have the incense altar, the Mizbeach Hazav, the golden incense altar. You have the menorah, and you have the Lechem Hapanim, the showbread. I apologize, I'm going to sneeze in a minute. You have the Lechem Hapanim, the showbread. So he was mitame, the Lechem Hapanim. Then Vigider Paroches Bala Shtei Panim. He goes and he slashes the Paroches. Yisomim Gil b'magein ma'adam v'yimaded kav b'mare adamdam. Now the description they give is that what happened was there was a certain The description is that, so to speak, blood spurted out, a fountain of blood spurted out of the paroches that he slashed, and he draws that blood with him. Meimenu dalach v'hishkir chitzav midam. And don't think the only thing that bled was the paroches. The Romans slaughtered thousands of Jews. Their arrows became satiated with blood. What is that referring to? Let me ask you a question. I'm making an assumption that everyone in this room has been to the old city of Jerusalem, has been to the Kotel. Is that fair? When you enter the old city of Jerusalem, most of you probably enter through Shar Yafo, the Jaffa gate. Maybe some of you are a little gutsier than I am, you enter through the Shem gate, right, the Damascus gate. But from the time you enter the old city, how long does it take you to get to the Kotel? So if you go through the Shuk, those of you who are pretty good shape, spry, 12 minutes, 10 minutes, 13 minutes. Those of you who go around the Armenian and through the Jewish quarter, it might take you 17 or 20 minutes to get to the Kotel. The Romans broke into Jerusalem on the 17th of Tammuz. Okay? From the 17th of Tammuz to the 9th of Av is 21 days. Am I right? Is it 21 or 22? Depending on how much of the 17th and how much of the 9th. It's either 21 or 22 days. Can I ask you a basic question? How in the world did it take the Romans 21 days what takes you 12 minutes or 15 minutes? You want to tell me, well, the Romans didn't know? They didn't know they got lost? It wasn't such a big city, Jerusalem, to get lost, number one. Number two is they did know. Jerusalem was laid out very simply. There's an east-west corridor, and it's like Manhattan, right? You know, you got Broadway going north-south, and then east-west, you got 59th Street, 42nd Street, you know. Jerusalem wasn't that complicated. So the answer is, as you're saying, the answer is what? The Jews and the Romans in hand-to-hand combat were killing each other. It was a bloodbath. They were fighting for every inch of Jerusalem. The Jews of Yerushalayim were defending the Beis HaMikdash with their very lives. There were rivers of blood in Yerushalayim, rivers of blood, Jewish and Roman blood. So, you know, it's not like, you know, imagine the football game. We got Shuki's here, you know, let's say after the Titans play the Bills, right? What's Ryan's last name? I forgot his name. What? Tannehill, yeah. So Ryan Tannehill and Josh Allen, after the game, they're going to meet at midfield. They're going to take each other's jerseys off, right? They're going to trade jerseys. They're going to sign the jerseys. And they're going to take a picture. You know, if it's on Monday Night Football, then it's going to be ESPN. If it's on the afternoon, it'll be CBS or Fox. And they're going to take a picture for the cameras, right? No, that's not what happened in Yerushalayim. The Romans didn't say, hey, guys, you know, you put up a really good fight, you know? Nice, nice. That's not what's going to happen. They're going to either kill or they're going to take as slaves anybody that they don't kill. And that's the description here. The Romans were what? I want to use that phrase again. Hishgir chitzav midam. Their arrows, their knives became intoxicated with all the Jewish blood that they consumed. Ki yatsa min habayis v'charbo malei adam. His own sword was filled with blood. Al hagoso havos gaver, you know, his arrogance, his machinations in his mind, this mere mortal. V'nata el yado, he sticks up his sword towards God. Lemulo lihiskaber. He says Mitzrayim v'cholom, from the time of the Egyptians and from that point on in history. Asher bam gavar, when people have tried to defeat the Jews, no one's been able to do it. Va'ani, but I, however, besochivu, not only did I defeat the Jews, I came into God's own abode. Arutz elav b'tzavar. You know, this was part of the pagan mind. I've obviously killed the God of the Jews, and in that corruption was only supported and enhanced when he slashed the paroches and when he could get away with doing what he did in the Holy of Holies. Avoseinu, our progenitors, this is referring to the famous story of Nadav and Avihu. Zara ki hichnisu bachuru v'achla eish. They came to worship God, and they brought, the word I'm looking for? A non-commissioned, a non-commanded eish, meaning they brought ketoris that they weren't supposed to offer up, that weren't allowed to offer up. What happened? They were consumed by fire, Nadav and Avihu. That's Avoseinu, Zara keichnisu bachurav achla eish. V'zeh, and Titus, on the other hand, Zet soa zona hichnis, he brings in a prostitute, v'lo nichva ve'esh, and nothing happened to him. Avadim chitu besuko labas eish, v'al ma beveis eish mimarum shalach eish. Theologically, the Romans are not the cause, the Romans are the symptom. Meaning what? The fact that the Romans could destroy the Beis HaMikdash, this is something, it's really the fire came from God. The fire descended from God. It wasn't the Roman fire that burnt it. That's how we view it theologically. Binafshenu tavanu. Our nefesh, our spirit sank. Kahotzi kleishares. V'samam ba'ani shayit bam lehishares. Today, we have the Jaffa Gate. When you go out the Jaffa Gate, you go towards Highway 1. The modern Highway 1 is built upon that natural crevice. And that natural crevice takes you where? So today we say Tel Aviv, but originally the natural crevice took you to Jaffa. Why Jaffa? They had a port there. Today the Jaffa port, you can barely get a little fishing boat in because there's something called silt. Silt is when there's a difference between the climate of water and the climate on land. Like all the dust in the air just sort of drops down. So if you look today at Haifa or Ashdod, Haifa and Ashdod were the very first Israel bonds projects. They were 24/7 dredging of the port. Why did you have this 24/7 dredging of the port? The goal was to have a deep sea port that Israel could export and import, that cargo ships could come in and get out of. That's probably what Jaffa port looked like in the time of Yonah, in the time of the Beis HaMikdash Sheni being destroyed. It probably was not what we think of it today, which is very shallow water and basically you can get a little fishing boat in. At that time, it was probably much deeper and much more significant of a port. So the Roman ships, were there. And what did they do? They took all of the clay shares from the Beis HaMikdash. All of you have seen the Arch of Titus, right? I'm not here to tell you that was the menorah that the Kohanim lit every afternoon in the Beis HaMikdash, but it was one of the menorahs that was used. And they took all of those kalim of the Beis HaMikdash and they shipped them back to Rome. And you can imagine they had a heck of a ticker tape parade. They had a major parade there showing off all the spoils of Jerusalem. Oreinu namak ki hishkim mishares, v'lo matza tishim ushlosha klei shares. The deprivation of the 93 different types of klei shares of the Beis HaMikdash. Nashim kisharu kiva aritz. The women, when they saw these Roman soldiers, bekarka habayis ne'alav hecharitz. What's unique about that phrase? Bekarka habayis ne'alav hecharitz. You're not allowed to wear shoes in the Azara. In the Beis HaMikdash, you have to take off your shoes. You have to be sensitive. You have to feel every little thing. There has to be a place of sensitivity. These guys come in their combat boots. They're wearing their combat boots. No problems, because it's the time of Siluk HaShrina. Sarim lupasu bevo paritz, beveis kodesh HaKadashim tzachanaso hishritz. As we said, he came into the Holy of Holies, with the woman of ill repute, and he did a terrible, dastardly act there. Bachurim mi bachutz tzagu mechuzakim. The young people, think about the events leading up to the Beis HaMikdash. You had a group known as the Bir Yonim, the Zealots. And you know what? They were real cocky. They're real arrogant. They think they can defeat the Romans. And in fact, what they did was horrific. The majority of the population wanted to try to assuage the Romans and be able to live another day and continue living as Jews. And there were three great philanthropists who had stockpiles, silos and silos of stockpiles of grain, of oil and of wood. Wood is the fuel, grain is to eat, oil is to cook it in. And what happened? Tragically, what happened? These guys said, no, we would rather die free Jews and live as Roman vassals. Who are you to be God and to make that determination? And they go and they burn everything. They burn all the stockpiles. So now, people are literally dying of famine. There's no stockpiles. You can't wait till there's a new administration that maybe will, new Roman administration that will change the policy, or maybe we can assuage the Romans. And people either die of famine or they're forced to fight, and there's a huge, massive slaughter. This is the Bachurim. They're confident. Zekeinim nivasim. The older Jews, they have more humility. They're wiser, they're smarter, and they realize this is just false Jewish pride. Ki hirshusu mishchakim, asros ritzono v'hu asur bazikim. Meaning what? The Romans are basically fulfilling God's will, that there's going to be a Churban Beis HaMikdash. And it's as if God is enchained or incarcerated. We use that with trepidation when we say that. But the Almighty is not going out and acting. It's as if he's incarcerated and enchained and unable to defend his people. Shavas Sotain. The ramifications of Nebuchadnezzar and Nebuzaradan's destruction of the first temple have ceased. We rebuilt the second temple. But unfortunately, Vayavo Admon, the red one, meaning Rome, whose descendants from Esav, they have come and they have destroyed that. V'yasabev Choma, they surrounded the wall, Vayaves Hamon. Nafla Evra al Nine Pitzo Lach Luz Varmon. The wrath of God, meaning the Roman wrath, which God has tolerated, is what? We say in the Haggadah, B'chol dor vador omdim aleinu lechalosenu. In each and every generation, you have people who want to annihilate, who are threatened by the Jews and want to annihilate the Jews. It's only God preventing them from doing that. There's a miracle in every generation. We know the miracle of the Yetzias Mitzrayim, of the liberation and our emancipation from Egypt. We're just not always aware and appreciate the chesed of the Almighty in each and every generation. So what? The very people who descend from Yaakov, Nine, the descendants of Pitzel, Lach, Luz, Va'armon, the descendants of the one, what's Luz, Lach, Va'armon? Remember 100 times, Aseres Monim, 100 different times that Lavan changed the deal, that he manipulated the agreement with Yaakov? But the Almighty was working, defending Yaakov, because every time there was a new agreement, Yaakov was able to survive economically, and the sheep that would be born would have the new conditions, the new details. And it enabled Yaakov to not only amass wealth, to support a family, and then when Lavan wants to annihilate Yaakov, he's willing to murder his own daughters, his own grandchildren, because he can't stand the fact that they've become of the religion of Yaakov and they've rejected his value system. What happens then? Again, God protects him, protects Yaakov. So where is that providential protection? The providential protection that you gave to our ancestors from annihilation, where is it? How come it's not happening now? That's what we say. Ad ki nutash midok armon. It's as if God has abandoned his palace. He's removed himself. He's not there defending us. Al Pesach har habayis heichal lavo, biyad arba roshei tafsarav lahacharivo. Al tzad ma'aravi lezecher hisrid bo, v'tzag achar kaslenu v'lo rav rivo. Titus appoints 4 generals, each of them to take down the eastern the western, the northern, the southern walls that protect the Holy Temple. 3 of those walls are destroyed. One of them is not. Just read it inside again. Biyad arba rashi tafsarav lahacharivo. However, al tzad ma'aravi lezecher, God stood up, so to speak. God prevented the 4th wall from coming down. Now, we just explained that as referring to the 4 retaining walls of the Temple Mount, the 4 walls of the Har HaBayis. That is a possibility. Another possibility of reading these words, it's not referring to the 4 walls of the Har HaBayis, which is probably the pshat. I mean, if I had to put, I'm not a betting man, but if I had to put money on it, I would think that's the pshat. Another possibility is it's referring to the 4 walls of the Heichal, right? The only part of the Temple Mount that's actually a building, what we call the Beis HaMikdash, is the Heichal. As we've said, the Heichal has the part with the Kodesh, that's the menorah, the shulchan, the incense altar, and the lechem aponim, the table with the showbread. That's 2/3. And 1/3 is the Holy of Holies. So the Heichal has 4 walls. It could be referring to the western wall, the wall that is next to the Holy of Holies of the Heichal. That is a possible way of reading this. I'm not sure what the Kalir meant, but it's one of those 2 possibilities. He stood, so to speak, behind that wall and did not allow that general to bring it down. What's the point? The Almighty may have abandoned his house. The Almighty may have had misalek shchinaso, but he left a remnant to say, don't think for a second that there's been a violation of the covenant. Don't think for a second that God has abandoned the Jews. It's not true. The covenant is in full force and God's relationship is in full force. Ata kitzafta v'hirsheis lefanos. God, it was your ketzef, from Eicha, right? Ketzef. It was your midas hadin, your wrath, that allowed this. Yiladim asher ein behem kolmum misham lihipanos. What about all the innocent children? Those who were not killed in the battles were taken as slaves, as Roman captives. Lama ragshu goyim v'lo shatel mincha panos. Why is it that the nations roar and rage and you have not turned to their prayer, to the mincha that we offer? V'shulchum le'eretz utz b'shalosh svinos. Instead, they were taken out to the Jaffa port, put in the ships, and shipped across the Mediterranean to be sold as slaves on the Roman slave market. Hashivenu shivu kivol kinivchem yam. They pleaded with God, please God, and we'll see what they did. They committed suicide. The question is, why did they commit suicide? One possibility is they didn't want to be forced to worship Avodah Zarah in Rome. The other possibility is, which you get from the Gemara, reading the Gemara in Perek HaNizakin, is that they would have been basically sold as sex slaves. And the women didn't want to lead a life where they're going to be violated like that. The men did not want to lead a life where they're going to be violated as homosexual sex slaves. And what they did was, they said, we know that suicide is suicide is self-murder. It's an act of murder. But on the other hand, we know with Shaul HaMelech, under certain circumstances, there's a matir, there's a license. Whether it's Avodah Zarah or whether being sold as sex slaves, is this a matir? Is this a license? Is there an allowance for us under these conditions? And the answer is that there was under these conditions. There was an allowance. There was a matir. That's the Gemara. We're not going to read the Gemara inside, but it's a Gemara in Perek HaNizakin. I believe it's either Daf Nun Zayin or Nun Ches in Gittin. Hashivenu shivu kivol kenivchem mayam, v'shitfu atzmam yachad. They together they unified in this cause. Limpol bayam, that they're going to dive into the ocean, into the Mediterranean, commit suicide. Shir v'sushbachos shoraru ka'al yam, Ki alecha horagnu bimsulos yam. You know, when we were redeemed from the depths of the sea, the Yam Suf, we sang Az Yashir, we sang Shir V'Shiros. They sang Psalm 44 to bring us back, Mi Mitzulos Hayam, Mi Meshiv Bashan, Hishiv Mi Mitzulos Yam. Ki Alecha Horagnu Kol Hayom. God, for your name, not to desecrate your name, whether it's not to commit avodah zarah, or not that Jewish young women and Jewish men, Jewish virgins should be violated and treated as prostitutes, whether by women by men or men by men. You know, this is what they said, Ki alecha horagnu kol hayom. And they jumped into the sea and committed suicide. Ki tahomos bo at nafshan. The depths came up to their nostrils. Kol zos ba'asnu lo shechachnuha chilu limamshan. And they say, God, under the worst of circumstances, our families were killed, everything was lost, and now we're going to lose our own lives. We still have not forgotten you. We still do this in your name, and we say Shema Yisrael. Tikvasam nasnu lemeshiv mi bashan, ubaskol nishma ura lama sishan. When this happened, so to speak, the heavenly voice called out, arise, why do you sleep? Now that could be saying God speaking to himself, or it could be to you and I. How can we not cry over this? How can we not lament over this? How can we not commit ourselves to continue their legacy, we the living to continue their legacy, who gave their lives al Kiddush Hashem? That phrase, lama tisha, ura lama tishan, it can be said about the Holocaust. It can be said about, think about the young Israeli soldiers who sacrificed their life to defend the Jewish people, to defend the Jewish nation, who sacrificed their future, murderers, due to friendly fire or due to suicide. And understand, in every military, the stress of the military, this is not the movies, it's not a game. Israel's been incredible. They used to average 40 suicides a year in the IDF. That is down to an average of 8 a year. It's 20% of what it once was. And that's an incredible tribute to the IDF and to what they do, embedding social workers from the day one in these battalions, doing incredible research into the high schools, into the psychological reports on students to make sure they don't put them in those situations. But you understand, between the suicide, between the friendly fire, between the majority of them being killed at the hands of evil Muslim killers, on a good year, more than one soldier a week died. It's a tragedy. You know, and this is what we say. Ura, we have to wake ourselves up. Lama tishan. You can't take them for granted. 23rd Kinot. In the art scroll, I'm sorry, in the Rabbi Soloveitchik, the Masoras Harav, page 439. In the art scroll, it's page 260 in the art scroll. The question we ask when we read the Gemara in Parak HaNizakin, in the 5th parak of Gittin, when we read the Eicha Rabbah, where this story is, and there's a famous Ashkenazic Payatan, Rabbi Yechiel, who wrote, not Yechiel of Paris, who wrote this. It's a different Rabbi Yechiel. You read this story, and you think about all the tragedies that we read and we talk about on Tisha B'Av. Why is this here? It's sad. It's about a brother and sister, whether they died of depression, whether they committed suicide, we don't exactly know. But they could have lived. No one killed them. No one murdered them. Why is this here? Their father, Rabbi Yishmael Kohen Gadol, who we spoke about, he was murdered. He was killed. Let's read their story and let's analyze it afterwards. Normally what we do is we analyze the Kinot, then we read it inside. With this Kinot, I'm just going to read it inside briefly, and then we'll analyze it. Ve'es Navi, my abode, the temple, the Beis HaMikdash, Chatasi hishmima, because of my sins it's been destroyed, annihilated. V'dimasi, my tears, Alecha yi azrima, stream down my face. Uveyom zeh nihi nihiya arima. On this day will I cry out, Ve'ahima miyamim yamima. What's that phrase? Ve'ahima miyamim yamima. Each and every year, that's what the point that Rabbi Soloveitchik was making based on the Rambam. Minhalgo sha'olam, we move forward. Instead of crying and crying, we build institutions in memory of our loved ones. We give tzedakah in memory of our loved ones. We do chesed in memory. We learn in memory. We grow and we continue their legacy. But we're not sitting in a malaise and a depression. Not so when it comes to these stories. When these events that we are mourning and reliving and re-experiencing on Tisha B'Av, ve'ahima miyamim yamima, each and every year we go back into a state of mourning. Ev alev, with a broken, mourning heart. V'nichum chadal chadol, I cannot accept consolation. You can't console me. Umikol ke'ev, more than any pain, siri nivdal badol. This is a unique, horrific pain. What is it over? Albeinu bas Rabbi Yishmael Kohen Gadol, the son and daughter of the Kohen Gadol who was murdered. What's their story? We'll see soon. Zichram, their memory. Yekod bilvavi asima. It burns, it rages in my heart. V'ahima miyamim yamima. Each and every Tisha B'Av, I go back and relive this tragedy. Eis nishbu. When those who were not killed in Yerushalayim were taken captive, what we call Shvuyei Yerushalayim, the captives of Jerusalem. They were taken, as we said, out the Jaffa Gate. They were put on ships, and they were sold on the slave market. Now understand this. Understand this, that you have a situation where, if you go back to your first lesson in microeconomics, how do you determine the price of anything? How is the price determined? Simply, you put the demand against the supply. You put the demand curve against the supply curve, and where they intersect, that's your price point. What about the second lesson we learned in microeconomics? When you increase the supply and you keep the demand the same, increase the supply, keep the demand the same. So I'll give you an example. Let's say the demand for iPhones stays the same, but Apple produces twice or three times as many iPhones. What's going to happen to the price of an iPhone? It's going to go way down because the supply is too much for the demand, and in order to get rid of those phones, you're going to have to lower the price, because at that price there's a limited demand. You're going to have to lower the price. Okay. That's what happened on the Roman slave market. The Shvuyei Yerushalayim were brought. Just one thing. How many of you have been to Rome? You've been to the Colosseum? You see there, what does it say at the Colosseum? It was inaugurated in the year 76. You know who was used to build that Colosseum? That was Shvuyei Yerushalayim. Those were the Jewish captives that were brought from Jerusalem. And by the way, there was no EPA, there was no, unions to protect, safe working conditions. No way, no how. You know how many people died in that construction project? But that was Jewish slaves that built that. So in that context, what happened? Eis nishbu. The two of them were taken from Jerusalem. V'naflu l'shnei adonim. Two members of the Roman aristocracy, they got a mitzvah. There's a real cheap rate going on for slaves, and they got themselves a mitzvah. Vehem shchenim zelu mazechonim. They happen to live in the same neighborhood, and they're sitting there one night over a Cuban cigar, having a drink. Vayisapru zela ze inyanim. They're bragging to each other. They're telling each other, what a mitzvah, what a bargain I got. Ze'amar, the first one said, Mishiv Yas Zionim, from the Zionist captives. Shavisi Shivcha Levusha Shadim, gorgeous. Yeah, I got to put her up in a sleek dress. She's going to be gorgeous. Kalavana Bezivu Cluster Panim. She's like a full moon radiating. Oh. Uvitoar, her look, Kikitsia V'Yamima. Who are Kitsi and Yamima? Those were the children of Eov. Remember the description of the beautiful children of Eov that died? Va'ahima. Just even listening to this, I moan and I mourn each and every year. Miyamim Yamima. Re'ehu, his neighbor, Siper lo b'kiflaim. You think you got a good deal? You think you got a mitzvah? Let me tell you the mitzvah that I found. Hein ani ba mishvi Yerushalayim. You know what I have from the captives of Jerusalem? Shavisi eved yefei naim. Now you have to understand, this line, this kills me, this line. When my family, we're German Jewish survivors in the cattle business, okay? So you want to know the health of an animal, you always look in the eyes. Okay? So basically, they're treating these Jews as animals, like the Germans did. The Germans treated animals nicer than the Jews. The Romans treated the Jews like animals. You want to see, is this guy healthy or not? Is he worth the buy? I'll look in his eyes. Shavisi eved yefei naim. You said yours was like the Levana? This guy? Kashemesh b'sakfo eis tzarayim. He's like remember the sun at high noon, right? Gary Cooper, high noon, right? Oh my God, he radiates. V'sahar eis zemana hishlima, v'ahima miyamim yamima. So they have an idea. Bo Nazav game. Hey, we can make money on this deal and we can have a heck of a time. Why don't we breed the two of them together? Uvenachalka binatayim. And we'll split up the kids. In other words, we'll each have the slave. They'll produce offspring. And we'll have the best looking offspring, looking at who the mother and the father, who the sire is, and we'll be able to sell them for good money. Bivlados kimo kochvei shamayim, like the stars of the heavens. L'shem azos titzalna oznayim. Just to even hear, this is the way you talk about the son and daughter of Rabbi Shmuel Kohen Gadol. To even hear or listen to this, my ears are ringing. Because that's the way you talk about breeding animals. That's not the way you talk about the woman who would have been the mentor of the generation, the young man who would have been the next Kohen Gadol. That's not the way we speak about them. L'zecher zos es madai afrima. Again, the Rav said, what is afrima? When I think of this, I want to tear kriya. You know when you tear kriya? When you hear your loved one has died, or when you see a Sefer Torah being burnt, or when you hear blasphemy, you tear kriya. I want to tear kriya. Each and every year on Tisha B'Av, we go back into Avelis, into Shiva. Ve'ahima miyamim yamima. Ki hiskimu al zo shneim yachad. As the two of them, agree upon this, la'erev, that night, zivgum b'cheder echad. They put the two of them into a room. Va'adonim b'chutz libam ke'echad. For the masters, this was their form of pornography. They were going to get their kicks, of these two young people breeding each other. Vehim bochim, but the two of them inside are crying, b'mar nefesh b'vachad, ad boker b'chiyasam lo hidmima. Literally, one is in one corner crying, the other is the other lamenting themselves. Zeh yispod bi'akod levav yimseh. Nin Aaron, how could a progeny of Aaron, ech l'shivcha yehinosei, meaning what? He's supposed to be careful about who he marries, what he marries, and now he's going to be mechalal his progeny by being a stud bull for a shivcha. Bas yochevet v'hi gam hi tiyalel b'sigras shoseh. She as well was lamenting and mourning. How could a daughter of Yocheved, Eich Leved Tinase, Oy woe kizos gazar omer vosa. Woe that this has been decreed upon us by the Almighty. Because they never gave up their faith. They lamented their fate, but they never lost their faith. And the Kinot, the author says, Lizos yivku ash ksil v'chima. Let Orion and Pleiades mourn over this. What's the point? This tragedy is a cosmic tragedy. This is not just a Jewish tragedy. This is not just a human tragedy. This is a cosmic tragedy. The universe is corrupted with this. Ve'ahima miyamim yamima. Lizos, Or boker, morning light came, as the dawn was breaking in. Ze es ze kihikiru. They notice each other. Hoi achi, oh my God, it's my brother. Hoi achos, it's my sister, higbiru. V'nischabku yachad v'nischabaru. They embrace each other. Ad yotza nishmasam b'neshima. Until their souls depart. Does it mean that they lost the will to live? They didn't want to live like this and they just died of depression? Does it mean they committed suicide? We don't know exactly how they died. But one thing is clear, they died shortly after. Lizos Yakonein Yirmiyah. It's for this kind of tragedy that Yirmiyahu taught us to say Kinos. Gezei Razu, this decree, Tamid Anibo, I consistently cry over this. And it's not like you got to move forward and get on with your life. No. This one you can't get over this. Ubilvavi yakad yakodu v'chiliya. And in my heart is a blazing, raging fire. Albeinu bas misped rav anahima vahima miyamim yamima. Over the son and daughter of the Kohen Gadol will I keep mourning. Now, what is the point here? Again, go back to our question that we had as an introduction to this. Is this the greatest tragedy? Of all the things we've spoken about since 9 o'clock this morning, is this tragic? It's terrible. But is it in the top 1,000? See, the point, and we talk about this each year, the point of this tragedy is really what I would say, I use a term, the 7th million. There are people who survive, but they don't survive physically. They survive physically, but they don't survive emotionally, and they don't survive intellectually, and they don't survive spiritually. I'll give you an example. I had a congregant. She was violated. And she never, ever could tell anyone. She gets married after the war, and she couldn't tell that to her husband. They were married for 40 years. He dies, and she was always a depressed woman. I did not know her as a younger woman. I knew her as an older woman. She couldn't tell her 2 daughters. And I used to meet with her. And she used to cry, she used to confess, she used to say, she had this incurable guilt that she was a lie, that she was a fraud to her husband, that she had an obligation to tell him, she never told him, she was scared of telling him, she thought they'd never get married, she was all alone, and if he told her, she'd be all alone the rest of her life, and then once they got married, he didn't want to tell her, didn't want to ruin the marriage, she didn't want to tell him, she didn't want to ruin the marriage, and she just, as much as I tried to say, you did the right thing by not telling her. You were right. There was no need to tell her. You had no obligation to tell him. To tell him. You didn't have to. She couldn't accept it. I failed. She didn't accept any consolation, any way that I tried to assuage her. It just nothing worked. She was a tragic person. She did nothing wrong. Her life was ruined. Her life was destroyed. And despite that she survived, she led a life riddled with guilt, riddled with pain, riddled with depression and malaise. We had a congregant. He was a very good man. A young Polish person, lost everybody. He was the only one in his family that survived, but he would never talk, and we found out, through sort of the grapevine, he was placed into the Sonderkommand. Sonderkommand was a sick, euphemistic word the Germans used. They called it special forces, Sonderkommando, special forces, special units. What was that? Those were the Jews who were taken, and they were used to bring their brothers and sisters into the gas chambers, to take the bodies out of the gas chambers, to remove the gold teeth, and to take the corpses and incinerate them in the crematoria. It was the worst. We talked about it on Tisha B'Av, the year of COVID, Tisha B'Av 2020. But there's a book, there are many books, if you want to read, these were just horrific jobs in what they went through, what they had to live with. So there's a book by Gideon Greif called We Wept Without Tears. We Wept Without Tears is eyewitness testimonies of the Sonderkommand. The last of the Sonderkommand who was alive on this earth was a Greek young man from Salonika, I believe. His name was Darius Gabai. He died in Los Angeles at 97 years old. He died, I think, in 2020, if I'm correct, during COVID. And the reason why a lot of the Sonderkommandos were Greek is because the Germans did not want anyone who could communicate to other prisoners, who could talk to anyone else in Birkenau about what was going on. So if you're a European Jew, for the most part, you know enough Yiddish. You know, Yiddish is the common language of all Jews. Whether you speak Hungarian, German, whether you speak Czech, whether you speak Polish, they all knew some form of Yiddish. A Greek Jew doesn't know German, doesn't know Polish, doesn't know Hungarian, doesn't know Czech, and doesn't know Yiddish. So Darius actually survived, and his story is a fascinating story. His brother, who moved to Israel, lived in Ashdod. I think his name was Yoshua Gabai. But this gentleman, who was a member of our congregation, he never talked. He was the only one left in his family. He married a Hungarian survivor. She was an incredible woman, just a gem of a woman. They had children. He worked like a dog. He was in the construction business, did quite well. You know, he was one of the people, like other survivors, who built California. California, you know, for over a 50-year period, went from being one of the least to the most populated state in America. And as long as he was working, you know, he was a functional guy. He was an introvert. He was not extroverted at all. When he retired, he just went into I don't know how to describe it. Non-communicative, non-functional, a stone face that didn't communicate. They took him to every specialist in Cedars-Sinai Hospital. And the doctor said there's physically nothing wrong with him. He's not had a stroke. There's nothing cognitively wrong with him. There's nothing physically wrong with him. He just shut down. All those years he could work, and that's what he did. He worked day and night. And while he was working, he could squelch, he could suppress all the death that he experienced, all the death that he lived through, that horrific scent of the burning human flesh. All that stuff he could suppress and squelch. Once he retired, you know, it got the best of him. They tried getting him a puppy. They would bring the grandchildren over. I used to bring over my children. I had young children, you know, anything to cheer him up. No. You know, it was so sad. We had a case also, a congregant, was a Polish survivor. The family was in the forest, the lumber business. They owned thousands of acres of forest land. And they had one boy. This boy, the parents were going to raise as their Talmid Chacham. It's almost like, you know, what Hannah did with Shmuel. And he had the charmed life. They had personal rebbeim, and he had a great education. He loved learning. He loved his Shabbos. He loved his family. He was the youngest. He was the boy. The sisters all looked after him. You know, he was the Christians would say baby Jesus, so to speak. You know, I can't use that term with us, but he had the charmed life. until 1939. Everyone was wiped out. His older siblings, their children. He obviously was an adolescent at the time. His parents, all the wealth, all his rebbeim, all his parents, all gone. He survived. Again, he married another survivor. We refer to these as Hitler's shidduchim. Now, this was a very good marriage. His wife was a gem. She cared for him. She looked after him. But he got a job as a painter. Yeah, I got to support a family. And he worked as a painter. And you know, it was a tough life. Never really made. There are painters who make it big, you know, who get great contracts. He worked for others, never really made it. He started coming back to shul, you know, later in life. He would come to shul, and he was, you know, we were excited to have him, especially because of what he had went through and where he came from. When we would get him talking about before the war, his life with his parents, with his sisters, his life with his rebbeim, Shabbos table, what it was like, the Zmiros that they sang, he was transformed to a different world, to a different universe. But then when he came back to reality, it was an incredibly sad life. And what I'm telling you, I just said 3 stories. My stories are no different than anybody else's. But there are 2 or 3 or 4 million stories like that. Because let's not kid ourselves. We all know the stories of the survivors who came here with nothing, who had no help, who rebuilt their lives, who built our shuls, built our schools, built our communities. And those are the most powerful, incredible stories. And by the way, every Jewish community in Israel, in North America, in Australia, every community has stories like that. But those are the minority. Even though there are hundreds of stories like that, those are not the majority. Those are the minority. And right now, it's the 50th anniversary of the Yom Kippur War. This coming Yom Kippur will be the 50th anniversary. The saddest, most tragic people in all of Israel, believe it or not, are not the victims of terror. The victims of terror went through nightmares that you and I should never ever have, that no human being should ever go through. But the victims of terror at least have access to psychological, social help, to networks of amutot, to a government that cares about them. Go back to 1973. Nobody knew the letters PTSD. No one knew PTSD in 1973. They didn't deal with it. These young men, when the sirens go off on Yom Kippur, they don't even get a chance to kiss their mother goodbye, kiss their father goodbye. There is so much disarray. There is so much lack of organization. Because Israel wasn't prepared. They should have been. They were supposed to be. But, you know, like Barbara Tuchman talks about in the March of Folly, you have a situation where governments just, they deny the facts, they deny the reality. And they do irrational, foolish things against their own best self-interest despite the facts. And you had that in Israel, an incredible arrogance after the Six-Day War. There's no way the Arabs would have the guts. There's no way the Arabs would have the guts to stand up to us, to face another slaughter. You know, when it came to the Egyptians, there was no way Egypt could move all the way through the Sinai to conquer. Yeah, it's true. That wasn't Sadat's goal. But the assumption is, well, since they can't conquer Israel, they won't do it. And despite the troop buildup, despite the intelligence they got from the son-in-law of Gamal Abdul Nasser, who gave them intelligence reports, they denied the facts. And they didn't even have troop buildup. They didn't even have a defensive strategy. They didn't even send people to to the Sinai front or to the Golan Heights front. And by the time they realized it was way too late. Unlike 67, they didn't do a preemptive strike because they were afraid they wouldn't get American military support. And it was a slaughter. Those boys who were sent out to war those first couple of days, those who came home, you know, 1 out of 20. Tanks were burnt into charcoal, so you didn't even have remains to bury. One of the people I interviewed, you know, I've been interviewing different people who were participating in that war. He says, when we first got up to the Golan Heights, and I apologize for this description, but it's Tisha B'Av. The guys who were, you know, on guard duty, who were there, you know, that was their regular tour of duty, we found them barbed wired to fences. The Syrians cut off their male genitalia and stuck it in their mouths. That's how we found them dead. Lest you think, you know, that our Arab cousins, you know, are peace-loving, or you know, that we can rely on their largesse. But the stories are horrific. And these guys came back without any PTSD, psychological training, without any service dogs, therapy dogs, without any group therapy, without any nothing. They came back and they got nothing. And they had to go on with their lives. What kind of husbands and fathers do you think these guys are? And I'm not blaming them. There's no one to blame for this. For the same reason you don't blame a survivor for the terrible guilt and the terrible trauma that they go through. But these are korbanos. You know, if someone is killed, the soldiers that were killed in 73, the 6 million that were killed, so we pick a date for a yortzeit, we say a kel malei rachamim, we do something in their memory. They died, they had one horrific, terrible experience, and they died. These guys coming out of 73, these survivors, the fact that they wake up and get out of bed every morning, the fact that they can say Moda ani lefanecha, that they can bench after eating, that they have a smile on their face, that they want to have grandchildren, the fact that they want us to succeed and that we want us to rebuild the Jewish people, deserves incredible gratitude on our behalf. They're heroes. We look at them as nebachs. We look at them as shivrei luchos, the broken tablets. We look at them as dysfunctional. But the reality is they're heroes. In the story of what happened to the son and daughter of Rabbi Yishmael Kohen Gadol, there are a lot of son and daughters of Rabbi Yishmael Kohen Gadol who should have and could have and would have been the next Kohen Gadol, would have been the next mentor of the generations. Instead, they went through a Gehenna that is a Gehenna that no one could even imagine. And now they bear the burden, and now they bear the scar tissue and the damage of that Gehenna. And they have to go on living for another 20, 30, 60, 80 years after that Gehenna. So we're not mourning their death, we're mourning their pain. We're empathizing with their pain. And we're crying over them because their pain of leading a life that they lead for the next 20, 40, 60 years is much more painful than having to die in a period of a minute or 2 minutes or an hour. Much more painful. And that's the point that's being made by the Gemara in Hanizakin. That's the point that's being made here by the Rabbi Yechiel, the author of this medieval Kinot that we say the 23rd Kinot. And that's the point that's being made by the Medrash Eicha, by obsessing in talking about this story. And just to give you one last example before we move on, you know, in the United States of America, Whether you're progressive or conservative, whether you're Republican or Democrat, no one wants American troops to go into a war. Trump saw that, Biden saw that, Obama saw that. They all read the polls in the aftermath of Iraq and Afghanistan. Because it's not just the body bags that came home from Iraq and Afghanistan. For a 7-year period, our soldiers, our United States soldiers, we had an average of 63 attempted suicides per week over 7 years. I'm talking about after the war. 22 successful suicides a week. 22 successful, 63 attempts over every week for 7 years. When people go through certain things that a human being is not meant to go through, we're not built to go through, and then they have to go on living with that baggage. So you get the heroes, the ones that we all look up to. But I'm telling you, the other ones are heroes as well. The ones who don't succeed economically, don't succeed emotionally, are in a malaise, are in a depression, they're also heroes. They're a hero for just getting out of bed every morning. And that's the story of the son and daughter of Rabbi Shmuel Cohen Gadol. I'm going to do something that we have not done over the last 20-some years. We've never, because we always run out of time, we've never analyzed Elite Sion. I'm talking about line by line. What I'd like to do is, I don't know, we'll have time to do it, maybe we'll have time to do one more kinna, but I always wanted to get that in and never did. So turn to page 610 in the Masoras Harav, the Rabbi Soloveitchik Kinos, in the Art Scroll, page 390. So, Elite Sion means that it's the following point that the Rav made. Keep on mourning. In other words, it's not like this is the last kinna. Okay, now we can get up, now we've done our thing on Tisha B'Av and we can move forward. If we were to observe Tisha B'Av every day of the year, every day of our life, we could not properly mourn. Tzion, keep mourning over Tzion and her cities. Kemo isha b'tzireha. The pain is like a woman in childbirth. But then it says, "V'chivsula chagurasak al bal ne'ureha." A woman in childbirth is very different, that pain, than a woman whose husband dies before they can consummate the marriage. What's the difference? A woman in childbirth has the most acute pain. But after the baby comes out, and after a couple hours, it's cry and tears and pain is turned to joy and happiness. We have a human life. We've produced a child. We've got a future to our family. The Jewish people have a future. This Basula, the virgin bride, who's prepared her whole life to get married, to build a family, and now the man that she falls in love with, he drops dead on her. There's no prize at the end of the tunnel, or we've got a baby to express, sorry, all the pain and all the 9 months, it was all worth it for this child. All she has is deprivation. All she is a broken widow with what could have been, what might have been, but what won't be. And that's how we feel on Tisha B'Av. What consolation is there? Look, no one in this room felt that way, but you used to have people that just didn't think. They'd say, oh, well, you know what? At least for the 6 million, we got the state of Israel. I mean, wash your mouth out with soap for even thinking such a thing. To say something like that. There's just no feeling better. There's no consolation when you look at what the Jewish people have gone through. So, look, we have to live. And an incredible chesed that God gave us, He gave us Bein HaMitzarim, to quote the Navi. We have a 3-week period where we focus and we concentrate, and it culminates in what we're experiencing today on Tisha B'Av. Otherwise, we couldn't live. But if you're going to take a step back, if we really were going to be honest about what has happened to the Jewish people and befallen us, Tisha B'Av should be every day. Alei Armon Asher Nutash. The castle, meaning the Beis HaMikdash, which has been abandoned. Why? Be'ashmas tzon adara. Because of we're the holy sheep, we're God's flock. Yeah, but the flock went wayward. The flock broke the fence and violated everything because of our sin. Albias macharfei el besoch mikdash chadareha. What are we moaning? Think about what Titus did. That blasphemy, by the way, exists till this day. We hear it from the imams on the Temple Mount. The Makam HaMikdash is the source of blasphemy. We hear it out of Tehran. We hear it out of the Hamas leadership that's sitting there in Qatar. It's horrific. Mechar fekel. Alei galus mishar se'el. Over the exile of those who served God. Manime shirs mareha, who sang the beautiful songs to God in the Mikdash. Al damam asher shupach. Instead of hearing their beautiful voices, all we have is their spilled blood. Kamo me ye'oreha, like the waters of a raging river. Alei hegyon mecholeha. The lyrics of the dances. Asher damam be'areha, which is now what? We don't hear the song and dance anymore. We've had blood-drenched cities. Va'al vad asher shamemu bitul sanhedraha. You have to understand, why do we say, Yehiratzon milfanecha Hashem Elokeinu v'lekei v'seinu sheyibana beis hamikdash b'mheira v'yameinu v'sein chalkeinu b'sorasecha. What does v'sein chalkeinu b'sorasecha have to do with rebuilding the Beis HaMikdash? When we say Ava Rabbah every morning, part of Ava Rabbah is on acknowledging and thanking God for the greatest blessing that God gave us, the Torah, a value system that can define and shape our lives. But then, like at the end of Ava Rabbah, we get this whole thing, V'avienu l'tzion yircha, the karev pizurei, kamim yuslar tzeinu. What is that? So the answer is the following. No matter how much we invest in serious Talmud Torah, understanding the axioms, the postulates of our theology, whether on an ethical, theological level, understanding and appreciating the depth of our Masorah and our religion, the clarity of the Torah we have is not what it should be. I'll give you 2 simple examples. Real issues today. We have a debate, what defines motherhood? Is it the biological genetic progenitor of the egg, the DNA, the one who provides the DNA? Or is it the woman who's the incubator, the one that maturates the fetus into a living child? Or is it both? What's the halacha? Who is your mother? The genetic mother, the maturation incubator mother, or do you have 2 mothers? And that issue is a debate amongst the poskim. But it has huge ramifications. If I get, because I'm 43 years old and I'm not going to conceive, if I have an egg implanted, okay? So it's from a Protestant woman in Oregon. Does the baby need conversion? If I have a baby girl, is that baby girl allowed to date a Kohen? I mean, the ramifications are huge. How about end of life? We have this major debate amongst serious poskim. Is end of life the lysing of the brainstem? Or is it the cessation of heartbeat? Ramifications there are huge. If it's a cessation of heartbeat, then any doctor who does a heart transplant, today it might be easier with a kidney transplant, but in the old days, a liver transplant, a lung transplant, that doctor's a murderer. He murdered a person. On the other hand, if it's the lysing of the brainstem, that doctor is the biggest tzaddik. He saved lives. He literally gave life to human beings. He's the biggest tzaddik. And you know what? Every one of us should be obligated, should have a chiyuv d'oraisa to sign an organ donor card if that's the case. Because we need to be participating. There's a shortage of organs out there. We need to save lives. Do you understand the ramifications between being a murderer and being the biggest tzaddik? Between it's usher, absolutely usher d'oraisa to sign an organ donor card, or there's a chiyuv, there's an obligation to do it. But this is not a simple, small issue. This is an issue that has huge ramifications. We don't have a Sanhedrin today. We don't have a Sanhedrin that can sit as a group, as a body, unified body, deal with these issues, deal with the legal issues, deal with the challenges, define the principles, respond to the questions. But it's not just that. It is that, but it's much more. It's much more. When you have a system of Sanhedrins in Batei Din throughout the length and breadth of Israel, you have by definition, first of all, a much more moral, ethical society, but more than that. What do they do most of the time? Most of the time they're not hearing and adjudicating cases. Sometimes, yeah, there's a lot of cases, but most of the time it's a yeshiva of the community with the greatest scholars thinking together, working together, engaging together, unifying the community on issues. What can you and I do on our lunch break or on our day off? We can sit and participate in these discussions. It's a different Judaism. It's a different quality of life as a Ben Torah. When the Torah is much more clear, when the Torah is much more deep, when the Torah is much more profound, not only does it shape how we act, it shapes how we feel, how we think, how we engage. And we don't have that anymore with the Churban Beis HaMikdash. That's what it means when it says, I lost the place. Alvad asher shamem ubitul sanhedraha. Alei zivchei smideha pidyonei bechoreha v'alchilu kleihecha al mizbach ketoreha. We don't have a Beis HaMikdash to go to participate, to learn from the Kohanim. Alei tatei milacheha b'nei David gvireha. We don't have a Davidic Zion that is clear, a clear-cut leadership that can lead us according to the principles of his ancestors. Val yafyam asher chashach. And the descendants of the great ones, their beauty has all become darkened. Be'ez saruk sareha. And their crowns have been removed. Alei chavod asher gala be'ez charban devireha. Va'al lo chetz asher lachatz v'sam sakim chagoreha. The oppressor has tormented us in a way, and now we bear ashes and sackcloth. Alei machatz v'rov makotz. The beatings, the terrible, horrific beatings that we've undergone. Asher hukuni zireha. Va'al niputz elei sela olaleha nareha. The smashing of our infants and the children where their heads were smashed and crushed against the rock. You know, we have this from Eicha, we have this in this Kinot, we didn't get to it this year, the 17th Kinot. It's not just what the Babylonians did to our babies. I knew a man, Max Webb. He was a survivor, and his two brother-in-laws, David and Nathan Chappell. The company was called Chappell and Webb. They built literally cities of California, the housing projects. They developed huge swaths of California and other states as well. Max lived to be almost 100, maybe even hit 100. Max described to me, he says, you know, I was an adolescent. And he said, when the Germans came into Poland, There was a hospital. I forgot the city. I was there at the hospital. I don't know, he said, I don't even remember why I was there. It's not like I was working, I was a high school, an adolescent. And they asked for the Jewish mothers. They went into the nursery. They took out the Jewish infants. The mothers didn't see that, but I did. They took these infants and they clubbed their skulls against the wall of the hospital. They clubbed these Jewish babies to death. He says, then I saw that, I went into hiding. They took out these Jewish mothers. Some of them could barely walk, they had just given birth. They put them into the back of a truck and they took them and shot them to death. He says, I ran home. I ran home and I told my parents, first of all, my parents couldn't believe such a thing. But after they got over the shock, he said, look, my mother said to me, we have little children. He says, I need you. You have to run away. You have to save yourself. He says, but I can't run. I've got to take care of our children. He says, I was torn. On the one hand, I wanted to live. On the other hand, I didn't want to leave my family. And I ran. I fled. He says, that was the last time I saw my parents, my siblings, no one. And, you know, he was a very, very gregarious guy, Max Webb. A lot of fun to be around. You know, just a guy who appreciated life. But when he would get to those stories, you saw a different person. He was a different human being. You could see as he was telling you the story, not only you were not watching him, you were there, but he was there, more importantly. He was there. And you know, these are words that we read that we don't believe. Al nifutz eleisela olaleha ne'areha. But it happened in our century. Alei simchas oiveha, besachacham al shvareha, va'al inui b'nei chorin, nidiveha tehoreha. It's not just that they were free Jews. These were the pure ones, what they did to them. Alei pesha sher ovsa. Now we start being introspective. For the corruptions and the sins that we perpetrated. Selo derech ashureha. Va'al tzivos kehaleha shesufeh shchoreha. Think about the communities that were all destroyed, that were tarnished and burnt. You know, we've mentioned in the past, when you go to Yad Vashem, there are a number of things you need to see in Yad Vashem and experience. One of them is called the Valley of the Communities. And when you get there, you're not quite sure, like, what's going on? What's the logic of this thing? They dug into the mountains, into the limestone mountains of Yerushalayim. They dug a maze, M-A-Z-E. The goal is to get lost in that maze. So you're going in, like this area is, for argument's sake, this is Czechoslovakia. This is Western Germany, the Rhineland. This is Western Galicia, this is Eastern Galicia, this is the Ukraine, this is Lithuania, this is Poland proper, this is Latvia. And you're going deeper and deeper and deeper, and you're surrounded, all you can see is these limestone walls, the mountainous limestone walls. Engraved in the walls in big, big engravement are the big cities. In medium engravement are the middle-sized towns. In small engravement are the Städtlachs, the dwarfs, the smaller towns. And you start to understand, as you get lost in this maze, thousands and thousands of communities, Kihaleha, Areha, Shivteha, Eidoseha, tribes, cities, dwarfs, Städtlachs, communities, Kehilos. They each had a way that they sang Shalom Aleichem Friday night or Eishes Chayil. They each had a way of a tune for Shir Amalos. They each had a way of how they were going to decorate the shul on Shavuos or what they were going to do for the children on Shavuos. They each had tunes to Manishtana or Chad Gadya. They each had special Shabbos foods, you know. This one, the gefilte fish was pepper. This one, the gefilte fish was sweet. They each had all different ways of how they educated, how the chesed institutions, how they took care of the poor, they took care of the dead, they took care of the sick. They each had a Masorah. For some, it was a great Hasidic master. For others, it was great Lamdanim, great Litvische Rosh Yeshiva. For others, it was, great German Rabbanim. Who knows? Each of them was special, unique, and distinct. And they're all gone. All destroyed. This is not meant to be an attack. Please don't take this the wrong way. On the one hand, it's a nice thing. Everybody uses the Art Scroll Siddur. Now we use the RCA Siddur, but it's basically the same nusach. Everybody knows what to say, where, and how, and what, and it's a uniformity. There is something nice about that. But to me, as a son of survivors, it's tragic that we don't have the continuity of those unique Masorahs. The Hungarians from this part of Hungary davened this way. The Hungarians from that part of Hungary davened another way. The Slovakians this. The Germans, the Frankfurters that. The Hamburgers that. You know what I'm saying? We don't have that. We don't have the tunes. We don't have the nusach. We don't have the minhagim. We try to recreate it, but without communities, it's very hard to recreate anything. It's all gone. Just trying to be mindful. What time do you have? 48, okay. V'al alei kolos mecharfeha, those who blasphemed us, the noise. Be'es rabu figareha, the piles and mounds of corpses. V'al rikshas migatfeha betoch mishkan chatzereha. Alei shimcha asher chulal. The worst is the chil shem shamayim. The chil shem shamayim. Befi kamei mitzei hareha. Amongst those who scorn us, mock us, attack us. That kills me, when we listen to these Shia imams and what they're saying. Va'al tachan yetzav chulach. The techinos, the tfilos that the Jews cried out to you. Kshovu shma marel, please God, concentrate here, take in the words of all those sincere tefillos. Elitzion va'areha, kamo isha betzireha, v'chiv sulach gurasak, al ba'al nu'ureha. I apologize, I forget, Eli, what's your first name? Eli Shama? Come up, please. What we're going to do is this. We will say, after each stanza that you say, we'll respond with the first stanza. So in other words, you'll start out the first stanza, we'll respond. You'll do the second stanza, we'll respond to each time with the first stanza. If we could ask everyone to please rise. Just go a little slower. Alei Armo. Elit Sion v'yareha, kimo isha betzireha, v'chiv sulach hagur asak, al ba'al neureha. Elit Sion v'yareha, kimo isha betzireha, v'chiv sulach hagur asak, al ba'al neureha. Elit Sion v'yareha, kamo isha betzireha, v'chiv sulach hagur asak, al ba'al neureha. Eli Tzion v'yareha, kemo isha b'tzireha, v'chiv sula chagura sak, al ba'al neureha. Eli Tzion v'yareha, kemo isha b'tzireha, v'chiv sula chagura sak, al ba'al neureha. Alei Tzion v'yareha, kemo isha b'tzireha, v'chiv sula chagura sak, al ba'al neureha. Eli Tzion v'yareha, kemo isha b'tzireha, v'chiv sula chagura sak, al ba'al neureha. Eli Tzion v'yareha, kemo isha b'tzireha, v'chiv sula chagura sak, al ba'al neureha. Eli Tzion v'yareha, kemo isha b'tzireha, v'chiv sula chagura sak, al ba'al neureha. Eli Tzion v'yareha, kemo isha b'tzireha, v'chiv sula chagura sak, al ba'al neureha. Eli Tzion v'yareha, v'yo isha b'tzireha, v'chiv sula chagura sak, al ba'al neureha. Eli Tzion v'yareha, kemo isha b'tzireha, v'chiv sula chagura sak, al ba'al neureha. Eli Shama, thank you. We want to thank Richard and Deborah Parkoff of Lawrence, who each and every year sponsor this. We want to wish their family only success. We want to thank our friends here. Howard Grunschbach, the executive director, who really does everything so smoothly and just in such a dignified manner. Really, you know, as Rav Hirsch used to say, Yisrael Mensch, the best of German Jewry. I want to thank Rabbi Baum, who's really a friend and a mentor to all of us and who enables this to happen and brings all kinds of education, all kinds of opportunities for the kids, the adults of our community, and thank Rabbi Baum. I want to thank everyone involved in the OU for the transmission. Last night, Rabbi Azariah Berzon from Yerushalayim, last night our time, which was the morning in Israel, we were able to broadcast from here. Rabbi Hauer had a program, as well as Rabbi Weinrib having sessions as well. And we want to thank the OU, because really through the OU, Tisha B'Av has changed. But once we say what Tisha B'Av is, we really have to thank one person who's no longer alive. He was a Gadol B'Yisrael. He was a mentor to each and every one of us in every one of our communities. And that is Rabbi Soloveitchik. Like so many other areas of Torah Judaism, that would be a meis mitzvah had it not been for the Rav. The understanding Malchios, Zichronos, and Shofros. Understanding certain areas of Shas, certain Agadatas. Areas that really no one touched. The Rav opened up. And the Rav come alive and made three-dimensional. And I've only had the blessing of listening to the cassettes. But people who are still alive today in their 70s and their 80s used to travel every Tisha B'Av. For Tisha B'Av, they would travel to Brookline, Massachusetts. They would sit in the Maimonides school for 10 hours with the Rav. 10 hours. And it transformed Tisha B'Av. And it made Tisha B'Av from being a day that was a black hole that you didn't know what to do with your time, to being the most powerful, meaningful day of the year. And it's people like me and hundreds others like me listening to the Rav and hearing how he made the tragedies come alive, the way that we make Yetzias Mitzrayim come alive Seder night, that enabled us as Jews to be richer Jews, more thoughtful Jews, Jews who care, Jews who feel, Jews who think. Like the Rav did in so many ways, he's the one that gave us Tisha B'Av. He gave it back to the Jewish people. It was a mitzvah that he revived. And because of that, hopefully the Jewish people will be roa v'zocha to nechamas Zion, to binyan bayis shlishi, b'mher of yameinu. Amen. Thank you.